This audiobook was created with Google Text-to-Speech. Created by 3T. Don't stop at 10,000 pages a year. And now let's the book begin.
The part about fate. When did it all begin? He thought. When did I go under? A dark, vaguely familiar Aztec lake. The nightmare. How do I get away? How do I take control? And the questions kept coming. Was getting away what he really wanted? Did he really want to leave it all behind? And he also thought, the pain doesn't matter anymore. And also, maybe it all began with my mother's death. And also, the pain doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't get any worse, as long as it isn't unbearable. And also, fuck, it hurts, fuck, it hurts. Pay it no mind, pay it no mind. And all around him, ghosts. Quincy Williams was 30 when his mother died. A neighbor called him at work. Honey, she said, Edna's dead. He asked when she died. He heard the woman sobbing at the other end of the line, and other voices, probably other women. He asked how. No one said anything and he hung up. He dialed his mother's number. Who is this? He heard a woman say angrily. He thought, my mother is in hell. He hung up again. He called again. It was a young woman. This is Quincy, Edna Miller's son, he said. There was an exclamation he couldn't make out, and a moment later another woman came to the phone. He asked to speak to the neighbor. She's in bed, the woman said. She just had a heart attack. Quincy, we're waiting for an ambulance to come and take her to the hospital. He didn't dare ask about his mother. He heard a man's voice cursing. The man must be in the hallway and his mother's door must be open. He put his hand to his forehead and waited, without hanging up, for someone to explain what was going on. Two women's voices scolded the man who had sworn. They spoke a man's name, but he couldn't hear it clearly. The woman who was typing at the next desk asked whether something was wrong. He raised his hand as if he was listening to something important and shook his head. The woman went back to typing. Quincy waited a while and hung up, put on the jacket that was hanging on the back of his chair, and said he had to leave. When he got to his mother's apartment, the only person there was a 15-year-old girl who was sitting on the couch watching TV. She got up when she saw him come in. She must have been 6 feet tall and she was very thin. She was wearing jeans and over them a black dress with yellow flowers, very loose, like a robe. Where is she? He asked. In the bedroom, said the girl. His mother was on the bed with her eyes closed, dressed as if to go out. They'd even put lipstick on her. All she was missing was her shoes. Quincy stood for a time in the doorway, looking at her feet. There were corns on her 2 big toes and calluses on the soles of her feet, big calluses that must have hurt her. But he remembered that his mother went to a podiatrist on Lewis Street, a Dr. Johnson, always the same person, so they must not have bothered her too much after all. Then he looked at her face. It seemed to have been carved out of wax. I'm leaving, said the girl from the living room. Quincy came out of the bedroom and tried to give her a 20, but the girl said she didn't want money. He insisted. Finally the girl took the bill and put it in the pocket of her jeans. To do that she had to hitch her dress up to her hip. She looks like a nun, thought Quincy, or like she belongs to a dangerous cult. The girl gave him a piece of paper where someone had written the phone number of a neighborhood funeral home. They'll take care of everything, she said gravely. All right, he said. He asked about the neighbor woman. She's in the hospital, said the girl. I think they're putting in a pacemaker. A pacemaker? Yes, said the girl, in her heart. When the girl left, Quincy thought that the people in the building and the neighborhood had loved his mother, but they had loved his mother's neighbor, whose face he couldn't remember clearly, even more. He called the funeral home and talked to someone by the name of Tremaine. He said he was Edna Miller's son. Tremaine consulted his notes and expressed his condolences several times, until he found the paper he was looking for. Then he put him on hold and transferred him to someone called Lawrence. Lawrence asked him what kind of ceremony he wanted. Something simple and intimate, said Quincy. Very simple, very intimate. In the end they agreed that his mother would be cremated, and the ceremony, barring unforeseen circumstances, would take place the next evening, at the funeral home, at 7. By 7:45 it would all be over. He asked whether it was possible to do it sooner. It wasn't. Then Mr. Lawrence delicately approached the matter of payment. There was no problem. Quincy wanted to know whether he should call the police or the hospital. No, said Mr. Lawrence, Miss Holly already took care of that. Quincy asked himself who Miss Holly was and drew a blank. Miss Holly is your late mother's neighbor, said Mr. Lawrence. That's right, said Quincy. For a moment they were both silent, as if they were trying to remember or piece together the faces of Edna Miller and her neighbor. Mr. Lawrence cleared his throat. He asked whether Quincy knew what church his mother belonged to. He asked whether he himself had any religious preferences. Quincy said his mother belonged to the Christian Church of Fallen Angels. Or no, maybe it had another name. He couldn't remember. "You're right," said Mr. Lawrence, "it does have a different name, it's the Christian Church of Angels Redeemed." "That's the one," said Quincy. And he also said he had no religious leanings. So long as it was a Christian ceremony, that would be enough. That night he slept on the couch in his mother's house. He went into her room just once and had a glance at the body. The next day, first thing in the morning, the people from the funeral home came and took her away. He got up to let them in, gave them a check, and watched how they carried the pine coffin down the stairs. Then he went back to sleep on the couch. When he woke up he thought he'd dreamed about a movie he'd seen the other day. But everything was different. The characters were black, so the movie in the dream was like a negative of the real movie. And different things happened, too. The plot was the same. What happened was the same. But the ending was different, or at some moment things took an unexpected turn and became something completely different. Most terrible of all, though, was that as he was dreaming he knew it didn't necessarily have to be that way. He noticed the resemblance to the movie. He thought he understood that both were based on the same premise, and that if the movie he'd seen was the real movie, then the other one, the one he had dreamed, might be a reasoned response, a reasoned critique, and not necessarily a nightmare. All criticism is ultimately a nightmare, he thought as he washed his face in the apartment where his mother's body no longer was. He also thought about what she would have said to him. "Be a man and bear your cross." At work everybody called him Óscar Fate. When he came back no one said anything to him. There was no reason for anyone to say anything. He spent some time looking over his notes on Barry Seaman. The girl at the next desk wasn't there. Then he locked his notes in a drawer and went out to eat. In the elevator he ran into the editor of the magazine, who was with a fat young woman who wrote about teen killers. They nodded to each other and went their separate ways. He had French onion soup and an omelette at a good, cheap restaurant 2 blocks away. He hadn't eaten anything since the day before and the food made him feel better. When he'd paid and was about to leave, a man who worked for the sports section called him over and offered to buy him a beer. As they were sitting waiting at the bar, the man told him that the chief boxing correspondent had died that morning outside Chicago. Chief was really an honorary term, since the dead man was the only boxing correspondent they had. "How did he die?" asked Fate. "Some black guys from Chicago stabbed him to death," said the other man. The waiter set a hamburger on the bar. Fate finished his beer, clapped the man on the shoulder, and said he had to go. When he got to the glass door he turned around and contemplated the crowded restaurant and the back of the man from the sports section and the people in pairs, gazing into each other's eyes as they ate or talked, and the 3 waiters who were never still. Then he opened the door and went out. He looked back into the restaurant, but with the glass in between everything was different. He walked away. "When are you heading out, Oscar?" asked his editor. "Tomorrow. You got everything you need, are you set?" "All set," said Fate. "Everything's ready to go." "That's what I like to hear, son," said the boss. "Did you hear that Jimmy Lowell got whacked?" "I heard something. It was in Paradise City, near Chicago," said the boss. "They say Jimmy had a girl there. Some bitch 20 years younger and married." "How old was Jimmy?" asked Fate without the least interest. "He must have been 55 or 60, said the boss. "The police arrested the girl's husband, but our man in Chicago says she was probably mixed up in it too." "Was Jimmy a big guy? Weighed about 250 pounds? asked Fate. "No, Jimmy wasn't big, and he didn't weigh 250 neither. He was 5'10", maybe 175, said the boss. "I must be mixing him up with someone else," said Fate, a big guy who had lunch with Remy Burton sometimes. "I used to see him in the elevator." "No," said the boss, "Jimmy almost never came into the office. He stayed on the road. He showed up here once a year tops. I think he lived in Tampa, he may not even have had a place, spent his life in hotels and airports. He showered and didn't shave. He listened to the messages on the answering machine. He left the Barry Seaman file that he'd brought from the office on the table. He put on clean clothes and went out. Since he still had time, he went to his mother's apartment first. He no-ticked that something there smelled bad. He went into the kitchen and when he didn't find anything rotten he tied up the garbage bag and opened the window. Then he sat on the couch and turned on the TV. On a shelf near the TV there were some videotapes. For a few seconds he thought about checking them out, but he gave up the idea almost as soon as it came to him. They had probably just been used to record shows that his mother watched later at night. He tried to think about something pleasant. He tried to mentally run through all the things he had to do. He couldn't. After sitting absolutely still for a while, he turned off the TV, picked up the keys and the garbage bag, and left the apartment. Before he went down the stairs he knocked at the neighbor's door. No one answered. Outside he tossed the garbage bag into an overflowing dumpster. The ceremony was simple and businesslike. He signed a few papers. He wrote another check. He accepted the condolences first of Mr. Tremaine, then of Mr. Lawrence, who paired at the end as Quincy was leaving with the urn that held his mother's ashes. "Was the service satisfactory?" asked Mr. Lawrence. During the ceremony, sitting at one end of the room, he saw the tall girl again. She was dressed just as she had been before, in jeans and the black dress with yellow flowers. He looked at her and tried to give her a friendly wave, but she wasn't looking his way. The rest of the people there were strangers, although they were mostly women, so he supposed they must be friends of his mother's. At the end, two of them came up to him and spoke words he didn't understand, words of consolation or rebuke. He went walking back to his mother's apartment. He set the urn next to the videotapes and turned the TV back on. The apartment had stopped smelling bad. The whole building was silent, as if no one was there, as if everyone had gone out on urgent business. From the window he saw teenagers playing and talking, or plotting, but doing the one thing on its own. In other words, they would play for a minute, stop, gather, talk for a minute, and go back to playing, and after that they'd stop and do the same thing over and over again. He asked himself what kind of game it was and whether the pauses to talk were part of the game or a clear sign that they didn't know the rules. He made up his mind to take a walk. After a while he felt hungry and went into a little Middle Eastern restaurant, Egyptian or Jordanian, he didn't know which, where they served him a sandwich of ground lamb. When he came out he felt sick. In a dark alley he threw up the lamb and was left with a taste of bile and spices in his mouth. He saw a man pushing a hot dog cart. He caught up to him and asked for a beer. The man looked at him as if fate was high and told him he wasn't allowed to sell alcoholic beverages. "Give me whatever you have," fate said. The man handed him a Coke. He paid and drank the whole thing as the man with the cart went off down the dimly lit street. After a while he saw a movie theater marquee. He remembered that as a teenager he used to spend many evenings there. He decided to go in, even though the movie had already started some time ago, as the ticket seller informed him. He sat through only one scene. A white man is arrested by 3 black cops. Instead of taking him to the police station, the cops take him to an airfield. There, the man who's been arrested sees the chief of police, who's also black. The man is no fool and he figures out they're working for the DEA. Through unspoken assurances and eloquent silences, they reach a kind of deal. As they talk, the man looks out a window. He sees the landing strip and a Cessna taxiing toward one end of it. They unload a shipment of cocaine. The cop opening the crates and unpacking the bricks is black. Next to him, another black cop is tossing the bricks into a fire barrel, like the kind the homeless use to keep warm on winter nights. But these cops aren't bums. They're DEA agents, neatly dressed, government employees. The man turns away from the window and points out to the chief that all his men are black. "They're more motivated," says the chief. And then he says, "You can go now." When the man leaves, the chief smiles, but his smile quickly turns into a scowl. At that moment Fate rose and went to the men's room, where he vomited up the rest of the lamb in his stomach. Then he left and went back to his mother's. Before he went in, he knocked at the neighbor's door. A woman more or less his own age opened the door. She was wearing glasses and her hair was up in a green African turban. He explained who he was and inquired after the neighbor. The woman looked him in the eye and asked him in. The living room looked like his mother's. Even the furniture was similar. In the room he saw 6 women and 3 men. Some were standing or leaning in the kitchen doorway, but most were sitting down. "I'm Rosalind," said the woman in the turban. "Your mother and mine were very close friends." Fate nodded. Sobs came from the back of the apartment. One of the women got up and went into the bedroom. When she opened the door the sobs got louder, but when the door closed the sound vanished. "It's my sister," Rosalind said wearily. "Would you like some coffee?" Fate said yes. When the woman went into the kitchen, One of the men who was standing came over and asked whether he wanted to see Miss Holly. He nodded. The man led him to the bedroom but remained outside, on the other side of the door. The neighbor lady's body was laid out on the bed, and beside it he saw a woman on her knees, praying. Sitting in a rocking chair next to the window was the girl in jeans and the black dress with yellow flowers. Her eyes were red and she looked at him as if she'd never seen him before. When he came out he sat on the edge of a couch occupied by women speaking in monosyllables. When Rosalind put a cup of coffee in his hands he asked when her mother had died. "This afternoon," said Rosalind in a calm voice. "What did she die of?" "She was old," said Rosalind with a smile. When he got home, Fate realized he was still holding the coffee cup. For an instant he thought about going back to the neighbor's apartment and returning it, but then he thought it would be better to leave it for the next day. He couldn't drink the coffee. He set it next to the videotapes and the urn containing his mother's ashes. Then he turned on the TV and turned off the lights and stretched out on the couch. He muted the sound. The next morning, when he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw was a cartoon. Rats were streaming through a city, silently squealing. He grabbed the remote control and changed channels. When he found the news, he turned on the sound, though not very loud, and got up. He washed his face and neck, and when he dried himself he realized that the towel, hanging on the towel rack, was almost certainly the last towel his mother had used. He smelled it but didn't detect any familiar scent. In the bathroom cabinet there were various bottles of pills and some jars of moisturizing or anti-inflammatory cream. He called in to work and asked to speak to his editor. The only person there was the girl at the next desk and he talked to her. He told her he wasn't coming into the magazine because he planned to leave in a few hours for Detroit. She said she already knew and she wished him good luck. "I'll be back in 3 days, maybe 4, he said. Then he hung up, smoothed his shirt, put on his jacket, looked at himself in the mirror by the door, and tried and failed to pull himself together. It was time to get back to work. He stood with his hand on the doorknob, wondering whether he should take the urn with the ashes home with him. "I'll do it when I get back," he thought, and he opened the door. He was home just long enough to put the Barry semen file, a few shirts, a few pairs of socks, and some underwear in a bag. He sat in a chair and realized he was a nervous wreck. He tried to relax. When he went outside, it was raining. When had it started to rain? All the taxis that went by had fares. He slung the bag over his shoulder and began to walk along the curb. At last a taxi stopped. When he was about to close the door he heard something like a shot. He asked the taxi driver whether he'd heard it. The taxi driver was Hispanic and spoke very bad English. "Every day you hear more fantastic things in New York," the driver said. "What do you mean, fantastic?" he asked. "Exactly what I say, fantastic," said the taxi driver. After a while Fate fell asleep. Every now and then he opened his eyes and watched buildings go by where no one seemed to live, or gray streets slicked with rain. Then he closed his eyes and went back to sleep. He woke up when the taxi driver asked him what terminal he wanted. "I'm going to Detroit," he said, and he went back to sleep. The two people sitting in front of him were discussing ghosts. Fate couldn't see their faces, but he imagined them as older, maybe 60 or 70. He asked for an orange juice. The stewardess was blonde, about 40, and she had a mark on her neck covered with a white scarf that had slipped as she bustled up and down assisting passengers. The man in the seat next to him was black and was drinking from a bottle of water. Fate opened his bag and took out the semen file. Instead of ghosts, now the passengers in front of him were talking about a person they called Bobby. This Bobby lived in Jackson Tree, Michigan, and had a cabin on Lake Huron. One time this Bobby had gone out in a boat and capsized. He managed to cling to a log that was floating nearby and waited for morning. But as night went on, the water kept getting colder and Bobby was freezing and started to lose his strength. He felt weaker and weaker, and even though he did his best to tie himself to the log with his belt, he couldn't no matter how hard he tried. It may sound easy, but in real life it's hard to tie your own body to a floating log. So he gave up hope, turned his thoughts to his loved ones. Here they mentioned someone called Jig, which might have been the name of a friend or a dog or a pet frog he had, and clung to the branch as tightly as he could. Then he saw a light in the sky. He thought it was a helicopter coming to find him, which was foolish, and he started to shout. But then it occurred to him that helicopters clatter and the light he saw wasn't clattering. A few seconds later he realized it was an airplane. A great big plane about to crash right where he was floating, clinging to that log. Suddenly all his tiredness vanished. He saw the plane pass just overhead. It was in flames. Maybe 1,000 feet from where he was, the plane plunged into the lake. He heard 2 explosions, possibly more. He felt the urge to get closer to the site of the disaster, and that's what he did, very slowly, because it was hard to steer the log. The plane had split in half and only one part was still floating. Before Bobby got there, he watched it sinking slowly down into the waters of the lake, which had gone dark again. A little while later the rescue helicopters arrived. The only person they found was Bobby, and they felt cheated when he told them he hadn't been on the plane, that he'd capsized his boat when he was fishing. Still, he was famous for a while, said the person telling the story. "And does he still live in Jackson Tree?" asked the other man. "No, I think he lives in Colorado now," was the response. Then they started to talk about sports. The man next to Fate finished his water and belched discreetly, covering his mouth with his hand. "Lies," he said softly. "What?" asked Fate. "Lies, lies," said the man. "Right," said Fate, and he turned away and stared out the window at the clouds that looked like cathedrals or maybe just little toy churches abandoned in a labyrinthine marble quarry 100 times bigger than the Grand Canyon. In Detroit, Fate rented a car, and after he checked a map from the car rental agency, he headed to the neighborhood where Barry Seaman lived. Seaman wasn't home, but a boy told him he was almost always at Pete's Bar, not far from there. The neighborhood looked like a neighborhood of Ford and General Motors retirees. As he walked, he looked at the buildings, 5 and 6 stories high, and all he saw were old people sitting on the stoops or leaning out the windows smoking. Every so often he passed a group of boys hanging out on the corner or girls jumping rope. The parked cars weren't nice cars or new cars, but they looked cared for. The bar was next to a vacant lot full of weeds and wildflowers growing over the ruins of the building that had once stood there. On the side of a neighboring building he saw a mural that struck him as odd. It was circular, like a clock, and where the number should have been there were scenes of people working in the factories of Detroit. 12 scenes representing 12 stages in the production chain. In each scene, there was one recurring character, a black teenager, or a long-limbed, scrawny black man-child, or a man clinging to childhood, dressed in clothes that changed from scene to scene but that were invariably too small for him. He had apparently been assigned the role of clown, intended to make people laugh, although a closer look made it clear that he wasn't there only to make people laugh. The mural looked like the work of a lunatic. The last painting of a lunatic. In the middle of the clock, where all the scenes converged, there was a word painted in letters that looked like they were made of gelatin: fear. Fate went into the bar. He took a stool and asked the man behind the bar who had painted the mural outside. The bartender, a heavy black man in his 60s with a scar, said he didn't know. "Probably some kid from the neighborhood," he muttered. Fate ordered a beer and cast a glance around the bar. He didn't see anyone who might have been Seaman. Beer in hand, he asked loudly whether anyone knew Barry Seaman. "Who wants to know?" asked a short guy in a Pistons t-shirt and a sky-blue tweed jacket. "Oscar Fate," said Fate, of the magazine Black Dawn, from New York. The bartender came over and asked whether he was really a reporter. "I'm a reporter. For Black Dawn." "Man," said the short guy without getting up from his table, "that's a fucked up name for a magazine." His 2 fellow card players laughed. "Personally, I'm sick of all these dawns," said the short guy. "Why don't the brothers in New York do something with the sunset for once? That's the best time of day, at least in this goddamn neighborhood. When I get back I'll tell them. I just write stories," he said. "Barry Seaman didn't come in today," said an old man who was sitting at the bar. "Lick. Fate. I think he's sick," said another. "That's right, I did hear something like that," said the old man at the bar. "I'll wait for him a while," said Fate, and he finished his beer. The bartender settled across from him and told him that in his day he'd been a fighter. "My last fight was in Athens, in South Carolina. I fought a white boy." "Who do you think won?" he asked. Fate looked him in the eye, frowned noncommittally, and ordered another beer. "It was 4 months since I saw my manager. I just went around with my trainer, this old man called Johnny Bird. We went from one town to another in South Carolina, North Carolina, sleeping in these shitty-ass motels. He was wobbly and so was I. You know what I'm saying, me, because I'd got hit so much in old Bird because by then he was 80 at least." "That's right, 80, maybe he was 83. We used to argue about that before we went to sleep, with the lights out. Bird said he'd just hit 80. I said he was 83. They fixed the fight. The promoter told me to go down in the 5th. And to let myself get knocked around some in the 4th. For that, they'd give me double what they'd promised, which wasn't much. I told Bert about it that night, eating supper. It don't matter none to me, he said. I don't give a damn. The problem is, most times these people don't pay their bills. So it's up to you. That's what he said. On the way back to Seaman's house, Fate felt a little dizzy. An enormous moon was rising over the roofs. Near the entrance to a building a man came up to him and said something that either he didn't understand or that struck him as unacceptable. "I'm Barry Seaman's friend, motherfucker," said Fate as he tried to grab the man by the lapels of his leather jacket. "Relax," said the man. "Easy, brother." Inside the doorway he saw 4 pairs of yellow eyes shining in the dark, and in the dangling hand of the man he was gripping he saw the fleeting reflection of the moon. "Get out of here or I'll kill you," he said. "Relax, brother, let me go first," said the man. Fate let go of him and looked for the moon over the roofs ahead. He followed it. As he walked he heard noises on the side streets, steps, running, as if part of the neighborhood had just woken up. Next to Seaman's building he made out his rental car. He examined it. Nothing had happened to it. Then he rang the buzzer and an irritated voice asked what he wanted. Fate identified himself and said he'd been sent from Black Dawn. Over the intercom he heard a little laugh of satisfaction. "Come in," said the voice. Fate crawled up the stairs. At some point he understood he wasn't well. Seaman was waiting for him on the landing. "I need to use the bathroom," said Fate. "Jesus," said Seaman. The living room was small and modest and he saw books strewn everywhere and also posters taped to the walls and little photographs scattered along the shelves and the table and on top of the TV. "The second door," said Seaman. Fate went in and began to vomit. When he woke up he saw Seaman writing with a pen. Next to him were 4 thick books and several folders full of papers. Seaman wore glasses when he wrote. Fate noticed that 3 of the 4 books were dictionaries and the 4th was a huge tome called the Abridged French Encyclopedia, which he'd never heard of, in college or ever. The sun was coming in the window. He threw off the blanket and sat up on the couch. He asked Seaman what had happened. The old man looked at him over his glasses and offered him a cup of coffee. Seaman was 6 feet tall, at least, but he stood slightly stooped, which made him seem smaller. He made a living giving lectures, which tended to be badly paid, since he was hired most of 10 by educational organizations operating in the ghetto and sometimes by small progressive colleges with tiny budgets. Years ago he had published a book called Eating Ribs with Barry Seaman, in which he collected all the recipes he knew for ribs, mostly grilled or barbecued, adding strange or notable facts about the places where he'd learned each recipe, who had taught it to him, and under what circumstances. The best part of the book had to do with the ribs and mashed potatoes or apple sauce he'd made in prison, how he'd got hold of the ingredients and how he'd cooked them in a place where cooking, like so many other things, was forbidden. The book wasn't a bestseller, but it put Seaman back in circulation and he appeared on a few morning shows, cooking some of his famous recipes live. Now he had fallen into obscurity again, but he kept giving lectures and traveling the country, sometimes in exchange for a return ticket and $300. Next to the table where he wrote and where the 2 of them sat to have coffee, there was a black and white poster of 2 young men in black jackets and black berets and dark glasses. Fate shivered, not because of the poster but because he felt so sick, and after the first swallow of coffee he sked whether one of the boys was Seaman. "That's right," said Seaman. Fate asked which one. Seaman smiled. "He didn't have a single tooth." "Hard to tell, isn't it?" "I don't know, I don't feel very well. If I felt better I'm sure I could figure it out," said Fate. "The one on the right, the shorter one," said Seaman. "Who's the other one?" asked Fate. "Are you sure you don't know?" Fate looked at the poster again for a while. "It's Marius Newell," he said. "That's right," said Seaman. Seaman put on a jacket. Then he went into the bedroom and when he came out he was wearing a narrow-brimmed dark green hat. He picked his dentures out of a glass in the dark bathroom and fit them in carefully. Fate watched him from the living room. He rinsed his mouth with a red liquid, spat in the sink, rinsed again, and said he was ready. They left in the rental car for Rebecca Holmes Park, some 20 blocks away. Since they had time to kill, they stopped the car on the edge of the park and spent a while talking as they stretched their legs. Rebecca Holmes Park was big and in the middle, surrounded by a half-collapsed fence, was a playground called Temple A. Hoffman Memorial Playground, where they didn't see any children playing. In fact, the playground was completely empty, except for a couple of rats that took off when they saw Seaman and Fate. Next to a cluster of oaks stood a vaguely oriental-looking gazebo, like a miniature Russian Orthodox church. Hip-hop sound dead from the other side of the gazebo. "I hate this shit," said Seaman. "Make sure you get that in your article." "Why?" asked Fate. They headed toward the gazebo and next to it they saw the dried-up bed of a pond. A pair of Nike sneakers had left frozen tracks in the dry mud. Fate thought about dinosaurs and felt sick again. They walked around the gazebo. On the other side, on the ground next to some shrubs, they saw a boombox, the source of the music. There was no one nearby. Seaman said he didn't like rap because the only out it offered was suicide. But not even meaningful suicide. I know, he said. It's hard to imagine meaningful suicide. It isn't a common thing. Although I've seen or been near 2 meaningful suicides. At least I think I have. I could be wrong, he said. How does rap lead to suicide? Asked Fate. Seaman didn't answer and led him on a shortcut through the trees, which brought them out into an open space. On the pavement 3 girls were jumping rope. The song they were singing seemed highly unusual. There was something about a woman whose legs and arms and tongue had been amputated. There was something about the Chicago sewers and the sanitation boss or a city worker called Sebastian D'Onofrio, and then came a refrain, "Repeat ing chi 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 Chicago." There was something about the pull of the moon. Then the woman grew wooden legs and wire arms and a tongue made of braided grasses and plants. Completely disoriented, Fate asked where his car was, and the old man said it was on the other side of the park. They crossed the street, talking about sports. They walked 100 yards and went into a church. There, from the pulpit, Seaman spoke about his life. The Reverend Ronald K. Foster introduced him, in a way that made it clear Seaman had been there before. "I'm going to address 5 subjects," said Seaman, "no more and no less. The first subject is danger. The second, money. The third, food. The fourth, stars. The fifth and last, usefulness." People smiled and some nodded their heads in approval, as if to say all right, as if to inform the speaker they had nothing better to do than listen to him. In a corner Fate saw 5 boys in black jackets and black berets and dark glasses, none of them older than 20. They were watching Seaman with impassive faces, ready to applaud him or jeer. On the stage the old man paced back and forth, his back hunched, as if he had suddenly forgotten his speech. Unexpectedly, at a sign from the preacher, the choir sang a gospel hymn. The hymn was about Moses and the captivity of the people of Israel and Egypt. The preacher himself accompanied them on the piano. Then Seaman returned to center stage and raised a hand. He had his eyes closed, and in a few seconds the choir's singing ceased and the church was silent. Danger. Despite what the congregation, or most of it, expected, Seaman began by talking about his childhood in California. He said that for those who hadn't been to California, what it was most like was an enchanted island. The spitting image. Just like in the movies, but better. People live in houses, not apartment buildings, he said, and then he embarked on a comparison of houses, 1-story, at most 2-story, and 4 or 5-story buildings where the elevator is broken one day and out of order the next. The only way buildings compared favorably to houses was in terms of proximity. A neighborhood of buildings makes distances shorter, he said. Everything is closer. You can go walking to buy groceries or you can walk to your local tavern. Here he winked at Reverend Foster. Or the local church you belong to, or a museum. In other words, you don't need to drive. You don't even need a car. And here he recited a list of statistics on fatal car accidents in a county of Detroit and a county of Los Angeles. And that's even considering that cars are made in Detroit, he said, not Los Angeles. He raised a finger, felt for something in the pocket of his jacket, and brought out an inhaler. Everyone waited in silence. The 2 spurts of the inhaler could be heard all the way to the farthest corner of the church. "Pardon me," he said. Then he said he had learned to drive at 13. "I don't drive anymore," he said, "but I learned at 13 and it's not something I am proud of." At that point he stared out into the room, at a vague spot in the middle of the sanctuary, and said he had been one of the founders of the Black Panthers. "Marius Newell and I," he said, to be precise. After that, the speech subtly drifted from its course. It was as if the doors of the church had opened, wrote Fate in his notebook, and the ghost of Newell had come in. But just then, as if to avoid a certain awkwardness, Seaman began to talk not about Newell but about Newell's mother, Ann Jordan Newell. He described her appearance, pleasing, her work, She had a job at a factory that made irrigation systems. Her faith. She went to church every Sunday. Her industriousness. She kept the house as neat as a pin. Her kindness. She always had a smile for everyone. Her common sense. She gave good advice, wise advice, without forcing it on anyone. A mother is a precious thing, concluded Seaman. Marius and I founded the Panthers. We worked whatever jobs we could get and we bought shotguns and handguns for the people's self-defense. But a mother is worth more than the Black Revolution. That I can promise you. In my long and eventful life, I've seen many things. I was in Algeria and I was in China and in several prisons in the United States. A mother is a precious thing. This I say here and I'll say anywhere, anytime, he said in a hoarse voice. He excused himself again and turned toward the altar, then he turned back to face the audience. As you all know, he said, Marius Newell was killed. A black man like you and like me killed him one night in Santa Cruz, California. I told him, Marius, don't go back to California. There are too many cops there, cops out to get us. But he didn't listen. He liked California. He liked to go to the rocky beaches on a Sunday and breathe the smell of the Pacific. When we were both in prison, I got postcards from him in which he told me he dreamed he was breathing that air. Which is strange, because I haven't met many black folks who took to the sea the way he did. Maybe none, definitely none in California. But I know what he was talking about, I know what he meant. As it happens, I have a theory about this, about why we don't like the sea. We do like it. Just not as much as other folks. But that's for another occasion. Marius told me things had changed in California. There were many more black police now, for example. It was true. It had changed in that way. But in other ways it was still the same. And yet there was no denying that some things had changed. And Marius recognized that and he knew we deserved part of the credit. The Panthers had helped bring the change. With our grain of sand or our dump truck. We had contributed. So had his mother and all the other black mothers who wept at night and saw visions of the gates of hell when they should have been asleep. So he decided he'd go back to California and live the rest of his life there, in peace, out of harm's way, and maybe he'd start a family. He always said he would call his first son Frank, after a friend who lost his life in Soledad prison. Truth is, he would have had to have at least 30 children to pay tribute to all the friends who'd been taken from him. Or 10, and give each of them 3 names. Or 5, and give them each 6. But as it happened he didn't have any children because one night, as he was walking down the street in Santa Cruz, a black man killed him. They say it was for money. They say Marius owed him money and that was why he was killed, but I find that hard to believe. I think someone hired that man to kill him. At the time, Marius was fighting the drug trade in town and someone didn't like that. Maybe. I was still in prison so I don't really know. I have my theories, too many of them. All I know is that Marius died in Santa Cruz, where he had gone to spend a few days. He didn't live there and it's hard to imagine the killer lived there. The killer followed Marius, is what I'm saying. And the only reason I can think of why Marius was in Santa Cruz is the ocean. Marius went to see the Pacific Ocean, went to smell it. And the killer tracked him down to Santa Cruz. And you all know what happened next. Oftentimes I think about Marius. More than I want to tell you the truth. I see him on the beach in California. A beach in Big Sur, maybe, or in Monterey north of Fisherman's Wharf, up Highway 1. He's standing at a lookout point, looking away. It's winter, off-season. The Panthers are young, none of us even 25. We're all armed, but we've left our weapons in the car, and you can see the deep dissatisfaction on our faces. The sea roars. Then I go up to Marius and I say let's get out of here now. And at that moment Marius turns and he looks at me. He's smiling. He's beyond it all. And he waves his hand toward the sea, because he's incapable of expressing what he feels in words. And then I'm afraid, even though it's my brother there beside me, and I think, the danger is the sea. Money. In a word, Seaman believed that money was necessary, but not as necessary as some people claimed. He talked about what he called, economic relativism. At Folsom Prison, he said, a cigarette was worth 1/20th of a little jar of strawberry jam. Meanwhile, at Soledad, a cigarette was worth 1/30th of a jar. And at Walla Walla, a cigarette was worth the same as a jar of jam. For one thing because the prisoners at Walla Walla. Who knows why? Maybe because of some brainwashing against food. Maybe because they were hooked on that nicotine. Would have nothing to do with anything that was sweet. And all they wanted was to breathe that smoke into their lungs. Money, said Seaman, was ultimately a mystery, and as an uneducated man, He was hardly the right person to try to explain it. Still, he had two things to say. The first was that he didn't approve of the way poor people spent their money, especially poor African Americans. "It makes my blood boil," he said, "when I see a pimp cruising around the neighborhood in a limousine or a Lincoln Continental. I can't stand it. When poor people make money, they should behave with greater dignity," he said. "When poor people make money, they should help their neighbors. When poor people make money, they should send their children to college and adopt an orphan, or more than one. When poor people make money, they should admit publicly to having made only half as much. They shouldn't even tell their children how much they really have, because then their children will want the whole inheritance and won't be willing to share it with their adopted siblings. When poor people make money, they should establish secret funds, not just to help the black people rotting in this country's prisons, but to start small businesses like laundries, bars, video stores, the profits to be fully reinvested in the community. Scholarships. Never mind if the scholarship students come to a bad end. Never mind if the scholarship students end up killing themselves because they listened to too much rap, or killing their white teacher and 5 classmates in a rage. The road to wealth is sown with false starts and failures that should in no way discourage the poor who make good or our neighbors with newfound riches. We have to give it our all. We have to squeeze water from the rocks, and from the desert too. But we can never forget that money remains a problem to be solved," Seaman said. "Food. As you all know," said Seaman, "pork chops saved my life. First I was a panther and I faced down the police in California, and then I traveled all over the world, and then I lived for years on the tab of the US government. When they let me out I was nobody. The panthers no longer existed. In the minds of some, we were old terrorists. In the minds of others, we were a vague memory of 60s blackness, we were picturesque. Marius Newell had died in Santa Cruz. Some comrades had died in prison and others had made public apologies and started new lives. Now there weren't just black cops. There were black people in public office, black mayors, black businessmen, famous black lawyers, black TV and movie stars, and the Panthers were a hindrance. So when they let me out there was nothing left, or next to no thing. The smoldering remains of a nightmare we had plunged into as youths and that as grown men we were leaving behind now, practically old men, you could say, with no future ahead of us, because during the long years in prison we'd forgotten what we knew and we'd learned nothing. Nothing but cruelty from the guards and sadism from our fellow inmates. That was my situation. So those first months out on parole were sad and gray. Sometimes I would sit at the window for hours watching the lights blink on a nameless street, just smoking. I won't lie to you, terrible thoughts crossed my mind more than once. Only one person helped me selflessly, my older sister, God rest her soul. She invited me to stay at her house in Detroit, which was small, but for me it was as if a princess in Europe had offered me her castle for a resting place. My days were all alike, but they had something that today, in hindsight, I don't hesitate to call happiness. Back then I saw only 2 people regularly. My sister, who was the world's most good-hearted human being, and my parole officer, a fat man who used to pour me a shot of whiskey in his office and he'd say, "Tell me, Barry, how could you be so bad?" Sometimes I thought he said it to get me going. Sometimes I thought, this man is on the payroll of the California police and he wants to get me going and then he'll shoot me in the gut. "Tell me about your Barry," he would say, referring to my manly attributes, or, "Tell me about the guys you killed. Talk, Barry, talk." And he would open his desk drawer, where I knew he kept his gun, and wait. And what could I do? Well, I would say, I didn't meet Chairman Mao, but I did meet Lin Piao, and later on he wanted to kill Chairman Mao and he was killed in a plane crash when he was trying to get away to Russia. A little man, wise as a serpent. "Do you remember Lin Piao?" And Lou would say he had never heard of Lin Piao in his life. "Well, Lou," I would say, "he was something like a Chinese cabinet member or like the Chinese Secretary of State. And in those days we didn't have a whole lot of Americans in China, I can tell you. You could say we paved the way for Kissinger and Nixon." And Lou and I could go on like that for 3 hours, him asking me to tell him about the guys I'd shot in the back, and me talking about the politicians I'd met and the countries I'd seen. Until I was finally able to get rid of him, with a little Christian patience, and I've never seen him since. Lou probably died of cirrhosis. And my life went on, with the same uncertainties and the same feeling of impermanence. Then, one day I realized there was one thing I hadn't forgotten. I hadn't forgotten how to cook. I hadn't forgotten my pork chops. With the help of my sister, who was one of God's angels and who loved to talk about food. I started writing down all the recipes I remembered. My mother's recipes, the ones I'd made in prison, the ones I'd made on Saturdays at home on the roof for my sister, though she didn't care for meat. And when I'd finished the book I went to New York and took it to some publishers, and one of them was interested, and you all know the rest. The book put me back in the public eye. I learned to combine cooking with history. I learned to combine cooking with the thankfulness and confusion I felt at the kindness of so many people, from my late sister to countless others. And let me explain something. When I say confusion, I also mean awe. In other words, the sense of wonderment at a marvelous thing, like the lilies that bloom and die in a single day, or azaleas, or forget-me-nots. But I also realized this wasn't enough. I couldn't live forever on my recipes for ribs, my famous recipes. Ribs were not the answer. You have to change. You have to turn yourself around and change. You have to know how to look even if you don't know what you're looking for. So those of you who are interested can take out pencil and paper now, because I'm going to read you a new recipe. It's for duck à l'orange. This is not something you want to eat every day, because it isn't cheap and it will take you an hour and a half, maybe more, to make, but every 2 months or when a birthday comes around, it isn't bad. These are the ingredients: for 4, a 4-pound duck, 2 tablespoons of butter, 4 cloves of garlic, 2 cups of broth, a few sprigs of herbs, a tablespoon of tomato paste, 4 oranges, 4 tablespoons of sugar, 3 tablespoons of brandy, black pepper, oil, and salt. Then Seaman explained the preparation, step by step, and when he had finished explaining he said that duck made a fine meal, and that was all. Stars. He said that people knew many different kinds of stars or thought they knew many different kinds of stars. He talked about the stars you see at night, say when you're driving from Des Moines to Lincoln on Route 80 and the car breaks down, the way they do. Maybe it's the oil or the radiator. Maybe it's a flat tire, and you get out and get the jack and the spare tire out of the trunk and change the tire. Maybe half an hour, at most, and when you're done you look up and see the sky full of stars. The Milky Way. He talked about star athletes. That's a different kind of star, he said, and he compared them to movie stars, though as he said, the life of an athlete is generally much shorter. A star athlete might last 15 years at best, whereas a movie star could go on for 40 or 50 years if he or she started young. Meanwhile, any star you could see from the side of Route 80, on the way from Des Moines to Lincoln, would live for probably millions of years. Either that or it might have been dead for millions of years, and the traveler who gazed up at it would never know. It might be a live star or it might be a dead star. Sometimes, depending on your point of view, he said, it doesn't matter, since the stars you see at night exist in the realm of semblance. They are sembla. NCES, the same way dreams are semblances. So the traveler on Route 80 with a flat tire doesn't know whether what he's staring up at in the vast night are stars or whether they're dreams. In a way, he said, the traveler is also part of a dream that breaks away from another dream, like one drop of water breaking away from a bigger drop of water that we call a wave. Having reached this point, Seaman warned that stars were one thing, meteors another. Meteors have nothing to do with stars, he said. Meteors, especially if they're on a direct Colli-Scion course with the Earth, have nothing to do with stars or dreams, though they might have something to do with the notion of breaking away, a kind of breaking away in reverse. Then he talked about starfish. He said he didn't know how, but each time Marius Newell walked along a beach in California he came upon a starfish. But he also said that the starfish you find on the beach are usually dead, corpses tossed up by the waves, with exceptions, of course. Newell, he said, could always tell the dead starfish from the ones that were still alive. I don't know how he did it, but he told them apart. And he left the dead on the beach and returned the living to the sea, tossing them near the rocks to give them a chance. Except once, when he brought a starfish home and put it in a tank, with some of that Pacific brine. This was in the early days of the Panthers, when we spent our time directing traffic in the community so cars wouldn't speed through and kill the children. A couple of stoplights would have come in handy, but the city wouldn't help us. So that was one of the first of the Panthers' roles, as traffic cops. And meanwhile Marius Newell saw to his starfish. Naturally, before too long he realized that he needed a pump for his tank. One night he went out with Seaman and little Nelson Sanchez to steal one. None of them was armed. They went to a store that specialized in the sale of rare fish in Colchester Sun, a white neighborhood, and they went in through the back door. When Marius had the pump in his hands, there came a man with a shotgun. I thought that was the end of us, said Seaman, but then Marius said, don't shoot, it's for my starfish. The man with the gun didn't move. We stepped back. He stepped forward. We stopped. He stopped. We took another step back. He came after us. At last we got to the car that little Nelson was driving and the man stopped less than 10 feet away. When Nelson started the car, the man lifted the shotgun to his shoulder and he took aim. Step on it, I said. No, said Marius. Go slow. The car rolled out toward the main street and the man came walking after us, his gun raised. Now you can hit it, said Marius, and when little Nelson stepped on the gas the man stood still, shrinking until I saw him disappear in the rearview mirror. Of course, the pump didn't do Marius any good, and a week or two later, for all the care he'd lavished on that starfish, it died and ended up in the trash. Really, when you talk about stars you're speaking figuratively. That's metaphor. Call someone a movie star. You've used a metaphor. Say, the sky is full of stars. More metaphors. If somebody takes a hard right to the chin and goes down, you say he's seeing stars. Another metaphor. Metaphors are our way of losing ourselves in semblances or treading water in a sea of seeming. In that sense a metaphor is like a life jacket. And remember, there are life jackets that float and others that sink to the bottom like lead. Best not to forget it. But really, there's just one star and that star isn't semblance. It isn't metaphor, it doesn't come from any dream or any nightmare. We have it right outside. It's the sun. The sun, I am sorry to say, is our only star. When I was young I saw a science fiction movie. A rocket ship drifts off course and heads toward the sun. First, the astronauts start to get headaches. Then they're all dripping sweat and they take off their spacesuits and even so they can't stop sweating and before long they're dehydrated. The sun's gravity keeps pulling them ceaselessly in. The sun begins to melt the hull of the ship. Sitting in his seat, the viewer can't help feeling hot, too hot to bear. Now I've forgotten how it ends. At the last minute they get saved. I seem to recall, and they correct the course of that rocket ship and turn it around toward the Earth, and the huge sun is left behind, a frenzied star in the reaches of space. Usefulness. But the sun has its uses, as any fool knows, said Seaman. From up close it's hell, but from far away you'd have to be a vampire not to see how useful it is, how beautiful. Then he began to talk about things that were useful back in the day, things once generally appreciated but now distrusted instead, like smiles. In the 50s, for example, he said, a smile opened doors for you. I don't know if it could get you places, but it could definitely open doors. Now nobody trusts a smile. Before, if you were a salesman and you went in somewhere, you'd better have a big smile on your face. It was the same thing no matter whether you were a waiter or a businessman, a secretary, a doctor, a scriptwriter, a gardener. The only folks who never smiled were cops and prison guards. That hasn't changed. But everybody else, they all did their best to smile. It was a golden age for dentists in America. Black folks, of course, were always smiling. White folks smiled. Asian folks. Hispanic folks. Now, as we know, our worst enemy might be hiding behind a smile. Or to put it another way, we don't trust anybody, least of all people who smile, since we know they want something from us. Still, American television is full of smiles and more perfect-looking teeth. Do these people want us to trust them? No. Do they want us to think they're good people, that they'd never hurt a fly? No again. The truth is they don't want anything from us. They just want to show us their teeth, their smiles, and admiration is all they ask for in return. Admiration. They want us to look at them, that's all. Their perfect teeth, their perfect bodies, their perfect manners, as if they were constantly breaking away from the sun and they were little pieces of fire, little pieces of blazing hell, here on this planet simply to be worshipped. When I was little, said Seaman, I don't remember children wearing braces. Today I've hardly met a child who doesn't wear them. Useless things are forced upon us, and it isn't because they improve our quality of life but because they're the fashion or markers of class, and fashionable people and high-class people require admiration and worship. Naturally, fashions don't last, 1 year, 4 at most, and then they pass through every stage of decay. But markers of class rot only when the corpse that was tagged with them rots. Then he began to talk about useful things the body needs. First, a balanced diet. I see lots of fat people in this church, he said. I suspect few of you eat green vegetables. Maybe now is the time for a recipe. The name of the recipe is Brussels sprouts with lemon. Take note, please. 4 servings calls for 2 pounds of Brussels sprouts, juice and zest of 1 lemon, 1 onion, 1 sprig of parsley, 3 tablespoons of butter, black pepper, and salt. You make it like so. 1. Clean sprouts well and remove outer leaves. Finely chop onion and parsley. 2. In a pot of salted boiling water, cook sprouts for 20 minutes, or until tender. Then drain well and set aside. 3. Melt butter in frying pan and lightly sauté onion, add zest and juice of lemon and salt and pepper to taste. 4. Add Brussels sprouts, toss with sauce, reheat for a few minutes, sprinkle with parsley, and serve with lemon wedges on the side. So good you'll be licking your fingers, said Seaman. No cholesterol, good for the liver, good for the blood pressure, very healthy. Then he dictated recipes for endive and shrimp salad and broccoli salad, and then he said that man couldn't live on healthy food alone. You have to read books, he said. Not watch so much TV. The experts say TV doesn't hurt the eyes. I'm not so sure. It won't do your eyes any good, and cell phones are still a mystery. Maybe they cause cancer, as some scientists say. I'm not saying they do or they don't, but there you have it. What I'm saying is, you have to read books. The preacher knows I'm telling you the truth. Read books by black writers. But don't stop there. This is my real contribution tonight. Reading is never a waste of time. I read in jail. That's where I started to read. I read a lot. I went through books like they were barbecue. In prison they turn the lights out early. You get in bed and hear sounds. Footsteps. People yelling. As if instead of being in California, the prison was inside the planet Mercury, the planet closest to the sun. You feel cold and hot at the same time, and that's a clear sign you're lonely or sick. You try to think about other things, sure, nice things, but sometimes you just can't do it. Sometimes a guard at the nearest desk turns on a lamp and light from that lamp shines through the bars of your cell. This happened to me any number of times. The light from a lamp set in the wrong place, or from the fluorescent bulbs in the corridor above or the next corridor over. Then I would pick up my book and hold it in the light and get to reading. It wasn't easy, because the letters and the paragraphs seemed frenzied or spooked in that unpredictable, underground world. But I read and read anyway, sometimes so fast that even I was surprised, and sometimes very slowly, as if each sentence or word were something good for my whole body, not just my brain. And I could read like that for hours, not caring whether I was tired and not dwelling on the inarguable fact that I was in prison because I had stood up for my brothers, most of whom couldn't care less whether I rotted or not. I knew I was doing so. Nothing useful. That was all that counted. I was doing something useful as the guards marched back and forth or greeted each other at the change of shift with friendly words that sounded like obscenities to my ear and that, thinking about it now, might actually have been obscene. I was doing something useful. Something useful no matter how you look at it. Reading is like thinking, like praying, like talking to a friend, like expressing your ideas, like listening to other people's ideas, like listening to music, oh yes, like looking at the view, like taking a walk on the beach. And you, who are so kind, now you must be asking, what did you read, Barry? I read everything. But I especially remember a certain book I read at one of the most desperate moments of my life, and it brought me peace again. What book do I mean? What book do I mean? Well, it was a book called An Abridged Digest of the Complete Works of Voltaire, and I promise you that is one useful book, or at least it was of great use to me. That night, after he dropped Seaman off at home, Fate slept at the hotel where the magazine had booked him a room from New York. The receptionist told him that he'd been expected the day before and handed him a message from his editor asking how everything had gone. He called the magazine from his room, knowing no one would be there, and left a message vaguely explaining his meeting with the old man. He showered and got in bed. He turned on the TV, looking for porn. He found a movie in which a German woman was making love with 2 black men. The German woman was speaking German and so were the black men. Were there black people in Germany, too? He wondered. Then he got bored and switched to a free channel. He saw part of a trashy show on which a hugely fat woman in her early 40s had to sit and listen to her husband, a hugely fat man in his mid-30s, and her husband's new girlfriend, a slightly less fat woman in her early 30s, insult her. The man, he thought, was clearly a faggot. The show was shot in Florida. Everyone was in short sleeves, except for the host, who was wearing a white blazer, khaki pants, a gray-green shirt, and an ivory tie. At moments, the host looked uncomfortable. The fat man gestured and bobbed like a rapper, egged on by his slightly less fat girlfriend. The fat man's wife, meanwhile, was quiet, gazing at the audience until, without a word, she started to cry. This must be the end, thought Fate. But the show, or this segment of the show, didn't end there. At the sight of his wife in tears, the fat man stepped up his verbal attack. Among the things he called her, Fate thought he heard the word fat. He also told her that he wasn't going to let her keep ruining his life. I don't belong to you, he said. His slightly less fat girlfriend said, he doesn't belong to you. Why don't you get that through your head? After a while, the seated woman reacted. She got up and said she'd heard enough. She didn't say it to her husband or to her husband's girlfriend but directly to the host. He told her to pull herself together and take her turn saying what she needed to say. I was tricked into coming on this show, said the woman, still in tears. No one's tricked into coming here, said the host. Don't be a coward. Listen to what he has to say to you, said the fat man's girlfriend. Listen to what I have to say to you, said the fat man, circling her. The woman raised her hand to fend him off and left the set. The girlfriend took a seat. After a while, the fat man sat down, too. The host, who was sitting in the audience, asked the fat man what he did for a living. I'm unemployed now, but I used to be a security guard, he said. Fate changed the channel. He took a little bottle of Tennessee Bull bourbon from the minibar. After the first swallow he felt like throwing up. He put the cap back on the bottle and returned it to the minibar. After a while he fell asleep with the TV on. While Fate was sleeping, there was a report on an American who had disappeared in Santa Teresa, in the state of Sonora in the north of Mexico. The reporter, Dick Medina, was a Chicano, and he talked about the long list of women killed in Santa Teresa, many of whom ended up in the common grave at the cemetery because no one claimed their bodies. Medina was talking in the desert. Behind him was a highway and off in the distance was a rise that Medina gestured toward at some point in the broadcast, saying it was Arizona. The wind ruffled the reporter's smooth black hair. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. Then came a shot of some assembly plants and Medina's voiceover saying that unemployment was almost non-existent along that stretch of the border. People standing in line on a narrow sidewalk. Pickup trucks covered in a fine dust the brown color of baby shit. Hollows in the ground, like World War I bomb craters, that gradually gave way to dumping sites. The smiling face of some kid who couldn't have been more than 20, thin and dark-skinned, with prominent cheekbones, whom Medina identified in a voiceover as a pollero or coyote or person who leads illegal immigrants over the border. Medina said a name. The name of a girl. Then there was a shot of the streets of an Arizona town where the girl was from. Houses with scorched yards and dirty silver-colored chicken wire fences. The sad face of the mother. Exhausted with crying. The face of the father, a tall man with broad shoulders who stared into the camera saying nothing. Behind the two of them were the shadowy figures of 3 teenage girls. Our other 3 daughters, said the mother in accented English. The 3 girls, the oldest no more than 15, went running into the dark of the house. As this report was showing on TV, Fate dreamed of a man he'd written a story about, the first story he'd had published in Black Dawn, after 3 other pieces were rejected. He was an old black man, much older than Seaman, who lived in Brooklyn and was a member of the Communist Party. When Fate met him there wasn't a single communist left in Brooklyn, but the man was keeping his cell operative. What was his name? Antonio Ulysses Jones, although the kids in the neighborhood called him Scottsboro Boy. They also called him Old Freak or Bones or Skin, but they usually called him Scottsboro Boy, among other reasons because Antonio Jones often talked about what had happened in Scottsboro, about the Scottsboro Tri-ALS, about the blacks who were almost lynched in Scottsboro, people no one in his Brooklyn neighborhood remembered. When Fate met him, purely by chance, Antonio Jones must have been 80 years old and he lived in a 2-room apartment in one of the poorest parts of Brooklyn. In the living room there were a table and more than 15 chairs, those old folding wooden bar stools with long legs and low backs. On the wall there was a photograph of a huge man, well over 6 feet tall, dressed like a worker of the period, receiving a diploma from a boy who looked straight into the camera and smiled, showing perfect, gleaming white teeth. The face of the GI ant worker, in its way, also resembled a child's face. "That's me," Antonio Jones told Fate the first time Fate visited him, and the big man is Robert Martillo Smith, a Brooklyn City maintenance worker, a specialist at going down into the sewers and wrestling with 30-foot alligators. In the 3 conversations they had, Fate asked Jones many questions, Some intended to prick the old man's conscience. He asked about Stalin, and Antonio Jones answered that Stalin was a son of a bitch. He asked about Lenin, and Antonio Jones answered that Lenin was a son of a bitch. He asked about Marx, and Antonio Jones said now he was talking. That was where he should have started. Marx was a wonderful man. After that, Antonio Jones began to speak of Marx in glowing terms. There was only one thing he didn't like about Marx: his temper. This he blamed on poverty, because according to Jones, poverty didn't cause only illness and resentment, it caused bad temper. Fate's next question was what he thought about the fall of the Berlin Wall and the resulting collapse of the real-world socialist regimes. It was foreseeable, I predicted it 10 years before it happened, was Antonio Jones's response. Then, out of the blue, he began to sing the Internationale. He opened the window and in a deep voice that took Fate by surprise, he intoned the first few lines. Arise, you prisoners of starvation. Arise, you wretched of the earth. When he had finished singing he asked Fate whether it didn't strike him as an anthem made especially for black people. I don't know, said Fate, I never thought of it that way. Later, Jones gave him an off-the-cuff accounting of the communists of Brooklyn. During World War II, there were more than 1,000. After the war, the number rose to 1,300. At the start of McCarthyism, there were only about 700, and when it ended there were scarcely 200 communists in Brooklyn. In the 60s there were just half as many, and by the 70s there were no more than 30 communists scattered in 5 hardy cells. At the end of the 70s, there were 10 left. By the beginning of the 80s, there were only 4. During the 80s, 2 of the 4 who were left died of cancer and 1 vanished without saying anything to anyone. Maybe he just went on a trip and died on the way there or the way back, mused Antonio Jones. Whatever it was, he never showed up again, not at headquarters or at his apartment or at the bars where he was a regular. Maybe he went to live with his daughter in Florida. He was Jewish and he had a daughter there. The fact of the matter is that by 1987 there was only 1 left. And here I still am, he said. Why? Asked Fate. Antonio Jones hesitated for a few seconds, considering his answer. Then he looked Fate in the eye and said, because someone has to keep the cell operative. Jones's eyes were small and black as coal, and his eyelids were heavy with folds. He had hardly any eyelashes. His eyebrows were sparse, and sometimes, when he and Fate went out to take walks around the neighborhood, he put on big sunglasses and picked up a cane, which he left by the door when they got back. He could go whole days without eating. Once you get to be a certain age, he said, food is no good. He wasn't in contact with any other communists in the United States or abroad, except for a retired UCLA professor, Dr. Minsky, with whom he corresponded occasionally. Until 15 years ago I belonged to the Third International, and Minsky convinced me to join the Fourth, he said. Then he said, son, I'm going to give you a book that will be of great use to you. Fate thought it would be the Communist Manifesto. Maybe because in the living room, piled in corners and under chairs, he had seen several copies published by Antonio Jones himself. Who knew where he'd gotten the money or how he'd fast-talked the printers? But when the old man put the book in his hands he saw with surprise that it wasn't the manifesto but a fat volume titled The Slave Trade by someone called Hugh Thomas, whose name he had never heard before. At first he refused to take it. It's an expensive book and this must be your only copy, he said. Jones's answer was that he shouldn't worry, that it had cost him only cunning, not money, by which Fate deduced that Jones had stolen the book. Though this also struck him as unlikely, since the old man wasn't in any shape for such things, though he might conceivably have an accomplice at the bookstore where he pocketed his finds, a young black man who turned a blind eye when Jones slipped a book under his jacket. Flipping through the book in his apartment hours later, he realized that the author was white. A white Englishman who had also been a professor at Sandhurst, the Royal Military Academy, which for Fate made him more or less the equivalent of a drill sergeant, an English motherfucking sergeant in short pants, so he put the book aside and didn't read it. People responded to the interview with Antonio Ulysses Jones. To most of his colleagues, Fate noted, the story was little more than a venture into the African-American picturesque. A loony preacher, a loony ex-jazz musician, the loony last member of the Brooklyn Communist Party, Fourth International. Sociological curiosities. But they liked it and soon afterward he became a staff writer. He never saw Antonio Jones again, just as in all likelihood he would never see Barry Seaman again. When he woke up it was still dark. Before he left Detroit, he went to the only decent bookstore in the city and bought The Slave Trade by Hugh Thomas, the former professor at Sandhurst. Then he headed down Woodward Avenue and checked out the downtown. He had a cup of coffee and toast for breakfast at a Greektown diner. When he said he didn't want anything else, the waitress, a blonde woman in her 40s, asked him if he was sick. He said he had an upset stomach. Then the waitress took away the cup of coffee she'd poured him and told him she had something better for him. A little while later she came back with a tea brewed from anise and an herb called boldo that Fate had never tasted, and at first he was reluctant to try it. "This is what you need, not coffee," said the waitress. She was a tall, thin woman, with very large breasts and nice hips. She was wearing a black skirt and a white blouse and flat-heeled shoes. For a while neither of them said anything, both waiting expectantly, until Fate shrugged and took a sip of the tea. Then the waitress smiled and went to wait on other customers. At the hotel, as he was about to pay his bill, he discovered he had a phone message from New York. A voice he didn't recognize asked him to get in touch with his editor or the editor of the sports section as soon as possible. He made the call from the lobby. He talked to the girl at the next desk and she told him to hold on while she tried to find the editor. After a while an unfamiliar voice came on. The speaker introduced himself as Jeff Roberts, editor of the sports section, and he began to talk to Fate about a boxing match. "Count Pickett is fighting," he said, "and we don't have anybody to cover the event." The editor called him Oscar as if they had known each other for years, and he talked on and on about Count Pickett, a promising Harlem light heavyweight. "So what does this have to do with me?" asked Fate. "Well, Oscar," said the sports editor, "you know Jimmy Lowell died and we still haven't found anyone to replace him." Fate thought the fight must be in Detroit or Chicago, and it didn't strike him as a bad idea to spend a few days away from New York. "You want me to write up the fight?" "That's right, kid," said Roberts, "say 5 pages, a short profile of Pickett, the match, and some local color." "Where is the fight?" "In Mexico," said the sports editor, "and keep in mind that we give a bigger travel allowance than they do in your section." With his suitcase packed, Fate headed to Seaman's apartment for the last time. He found the old man reading and taking notes. From the kitchen came the smell of spices and frying onion and garlic. "I'm leaving," he said. "I just stopped to say goodbye." Seaman asked if he could give him something to eat first. "No, I don't have time," said Fate. They embraced and Fate headed down the stairs, taking them in threes as if he were dashing for the street, like a boy heading out for a free afternoon with his friends. As he drove toward the Detroit-Wayne County Airport, he thought about Seaman's strange books, the abridged French encyclopedia and the one he hadn't seen but that Seaman had claimed to have read in prison, the abridged digest of the complete works of Voltaire, which made him laugh out loud. At the airport he bought a ticket to Tucson. While he was waiting, leaning on the counter at a coffee place, he remembered the dream he'd had the night before about Antonio Jones, who had been dead for several years now. As before, he asked himself what Jones could have died of, and the one answer that occurred to him was old age. One day, walking down some street in Brooklyn, Antonio Jones had felt tired, sat down on the sidewalk, and a second later stopped existing. Maybe it happened that way for my mother, thought Fate, but deep down he knew otherwise. When the airplane took off from Detroit, a storm had begun to break over the city. Fate opened the book by the white man who had been a professor at Sandhurst and started Ted to read it on page 361. It said, "Beyond the delta of the Niger, the coast of Africa at last begins to turn south again, and there, in the Cameroons, in the late 18th century, Liverpool merchants from England pioneered a new branch of the slave trade. Further on, and well to the south, the river Gabon, just north of Cape Lopez, was also coming into full activity as a slave region in the 1780s. This area seemed to the Reverend John Newton to possess the most humane and moral people I ever met with in Africa, perhaps because they were the people who had least intercourse with Europe at that time. But off the coast the Dutch had for a long time used the island of Corisco, the word in Portuguese means flash of lightning, as a trading center, though not specifically for slaves." Then he saw an illustration. There were quite a few in the book, showing a Portuguese fort on the Gold Coast, called Elmina, captured by the Danes in 1637. For 350 years Elmina was a center of the slave trade. Over the fort, and over a small nearby fort built at the top of a hill, flew a flag that Fate couldn't identify. What kingdom did it belong to? He wondered before his eyes closed and he fell asleep with the book on his lap. At the Tucson airport he rented a car, bought a road map, and drove south out of the city. He planned to stop at the first roadside diner he came to, because his appetite seemed to have sharpened in the dry desert air. 2 Camaros of the same model and the same color passed him, honking. He thought they must be in a race. The cars probably had souped-up engines, and their bodies shone in the Arizona sun. He passed a little ranch that sold orange, but he didn't stop. The ranch was about 300 feet from the highway, and the orange stand, an old cart with an awning and big wooden wheels, stood by the side of the road, tended by 2 Mexican kids. A few miles down the road he saw a place called Cochise's Corner and he parked in a big lot, next to a gas station. The 2 Camaros were parked next to a flag with a red stripe on top and a black stripe on the bottom. In the middle was a white circle emblazoned with the words Chiricahua Auto Club. For an instant he thought the Camaro drivers must be 2 Indians, but then the idea struck him as absurd. He sat in a corner of the restaurant next to a window, where he could keep an eye on his car. There were 2 men at the next table. One was tall and young and looked like a teacher of computer science. He had an easy smile and sometimes he clapped his hands to his face in what might have been astonishment or horror, or anything at all. Fate couldn't see the other man's face, but he was clearly quite a bit older than his companion. His neck was thick, his hair was white, and he wore glasses. Whether he was talking or listening he remained passive, without gesturing or moving. The girl who came to wait on him was Mexican. He ordered coffee and scanned the menu for a few minutes. He asked whether they had club sandwiches. The waitress shook her head. "A steak," said Fate. "With salsa?" asked the waitress. "What's in the salsa?" asked Fate. "Chili, tomato, onion, and cilantro. And we put some spices in, too." "All right," he said, "I'll try it." When the waitress left he looked around the restaurant. At one table he saw 2 Indians, one an adult and the other a teenager, maybe father and son. At another he saw 2 white men with a Mexican woman. The men were exactly alike, identical twins of about 50. The Mexican woman must have been 45 or so, and it was clear the twins were crazy about her. They're the Camaro owners, thought Fate. He also realized that no one in the whole restaurant was black except for him. The young man at the next table said something about inspiration. All Fate heard was, "You've been an inspiration to us." The white-haired man said it was really nothing. The young man raised his hands to his face and said something about willpower, about the power to hold a gaze. Then he removed his hands from his face and with shining eyes he said, "I don't mean a natural gaze. A gaze from the natural realm. I mean a gaze in the abstract." The white-haired man said, "Of course. When you caught Jurovich," said the young man, and then his voice was drowned out by the deafening roar of a diesel engine. A semi was parking in the lot. The waitress brought Fate's coffee and the steak with salsa. The young man was still talking about the person called Jurovich who'd been caught by the white-haired man. "It wasn't hard," said the white-haired man. "A killer who's sloppy," said the young man, and he raised his hand to his mouth as if he were about to sneeze. "No," said the white-haired man, "a careful killer." "Oh, I thought he was sloppy," said the young man. No, he was careful," said the white-haired man. "Which is worse?" asked the young man. Fate cut a piece of meat. It was thick and tender and it tasted good. The salsa was tasty, especially once you got used to the heat. "The sloppy ones are worse," said the white-haired man. "It's harder to establish a pattern of behavior." "But can it be established?" asked the young man. "Given the means and the time, you can do anything," said the white-haired man. Fate beckoned for the waitress. The Mexican woman rested her head on the shoulder of one of the twins and the other twin smiled as if this were a common occurrence. Fate imagined that she was married to the twin who had his arm around her, but that their marriage hadn't extinguished the other brother's love or dashed his hopes. The Indian father asked for the check. Meanwhile, the young Indian had pulled out a comic book from somewhere and was reading it. Out in the lot Fate saw the truck driver who had just parked his truck. He was on his way back from the gas station bathroom and he was combing his blonde hair with a tiny comb. The waitress asked him what he wanted. "Another coffee and a big glass of water. We've gotten used to death," he heard the young man say. "It's always been that way," said the white-haired man, "always." "In the 19th century, toward the middle or the end of the 19th century," said the white-haired man, "society tended to filter death through the fabric of words. Reading news stories from back then you might get the idea that there was hardly any crime, or that a single murder could throw a whole country into tumult. We didn't want death in the home, or in our dreams and fantasies, and yet it was a fact that terrible crimes were committed, mutilations, all kinds of rape, even serial killings. Of course, most of the serial killers were never caught. Take the most famous case of the day. No one knew who Jack the Ripper was. Everything was passed through the filter of words, everything trimmed to fit our fear. What does a child do when he's afraid? He closes his eyes. What does a child do when he's about to be raped and murdered? He closes his eyes. And he screams, too, but first he closes his eyes. Words served that purpose. And the funny thing is, the archetypes of human madness and cruelty weren't invented by the men of our day but by our forebears. The Greeks, you might say, invented evil. The Greeks saw the evil inside us all. But testimonies or proofs of this evil no longer move us. They strike us as futile, senseless. You could say the same about madness. It was the Greeks who showed us the range of possibilities, and yet now they mean nothing to us. Everything changes, you say. Of course everything changes, but not the archetypes of crime, not any more than human nature changes. Maybe it's because polite society was so small back then. I'm talking about the 19th century, 18th century, 17th century. No doubt about it, society was small. Most human beings existed on the outer fringes of society. In the 17th century, for example, at least 20% of the merchandise on every slave ship died. By that I mean the dark-skinned people who were being transported for sale, to Virginia, say. And that didn't get anyone upset or make headlines in the Virginia papers or make anyone go out and call for the ship captain to be hanged. But if a plantation owner went crazy and killed his neighbor and then went galloping back home, dismounted, and promptly killed his wife, 2 deaths. In total, Virginia society spent the next 6 months in fear, and the legend of the murderer on horseback might linger for generations. Or look at the French. During the Paris Commune of 1871, thousands of people were killed and no one batted an eye. Around the same time a knife sharpener killed his wife and his elderly mother, and then he was shot and killed by the police. The story didn't just make all the French newspapers, it was written up in papers across Europe, and even got a mention in the New York Examiner. How come? The ones killed in the Commune weren't part of society, the dark-skinned people who died on the ship weren't part of society, whereas the woman killed in a French provincial capital and the murderer on horseback in Virginia were. What happened to them could be written, you might say, it was legible. That said, words back then were mostly used in the art of avoidance, not of revelation. Maybe they revealed something all the same. I couldn't tell you. The young man covered his face with his hands. "This isn't your first trip to Mexico," he said, uncovering his face and smiling a cat-like smile. "No," said the white-haired man. "I was there for a while a few years ago and I tried to help, but the situation was impossible." "And why did you come back this time?" "To have a look, I guess," said the white-haired man. "I was staying at a friend's house, a friend I made last time. The Mexicans are a hospitable people." "It wasn't an official trip?" "Oh, no," said the white-haired man. "And what's your unofficial opinion about what's going on there?" "I have several opinions, Edward, and I'd prefer that none of them be published without my consent." The young man covered his face with his hands and said, "Professor Kessler, my lips are sealed." "All right, then," said the white-haired man. "I'll tell you 3 things I'm sure of. A. Everyone living in that city is outside of society, and everyone, I mean everyone, is like the ancient Christians in the Roman circus. B. The crimes have different signatures. C. The city seems to be booming. It seems to be moving ahead in some ineffable way, but the best thing would be for every last one of the people there to head out into the desert some night and cross the border." When the sun began to set in a blaze of red, and the twins, the Indians, and the men at the next table had been gone for a long time, Fate decided to ask for the check. A chubby, dark-skinned girl who wasn't the waitress he'd had before brought it and asked whether everything had been to his liking. "Everything," said Fate, as he felt in his pocket for money. Then he went back to watching the sunset. He thought about his mother, about his moth-ear's neighbor, about the magazine, about the streets of New York, all with an unspeakable sadness and weariness. He opened the book by the former Sandhurst professor and read a paragraph at random. Many captains of slave ships looked on their task as a rule, complete, when they had delivered their slaves to the West Indies. But it was often impossible to realize the proceeds of the sale of slaves fast enough to provide the ship concerned with a return cargo of sugar. Merchants and captains could not be certain of the prices which they would receive at home for goods taken on their own account. Planters might take several years to pay for the slaves. Sometimes the European merchant preferred to have remittances from the West Indies in bills of exchange than to have sugar, indigo, cotton, or ginger in exchange for the slaves, because the prices of these goods in London were unpredictable or low. What pretty names, he thought. Indigo, sugar, ginger, cotton. The reddish flowers of the indigo bush. The dark blue paste with copper glints. A woman painted indigo, washing herself in the shower. When he got up, the chubby waitress came over and asked him where he was headed. To Mexico, said Fate. I guessed that, said the waitress, but where in Mexico? Leaning on the counter, a cook smoked a cigarette and watched them, waiting for his answer. To Santa Teresa, said Fate. It isn't a very nice place, said the waitress, but it's big and there are lots of clubs and places to have fun. Fate looked at the ground, smiling, and realized that the desert sunset had tinted the tiles a soft red. I'm a reporter, he said. You're going to write about the crimes, said the cook. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm going to cover the boxing match this Saturday, said Fate. Who's fighting? Asked the cook. Count Pickett, the New York light heavyweight. I used to follow the fights, said the cook. I'd bet and check out the boxing digests, but one day I made up my mind to give it up. Now I don't know the names. Do you want a drink? It's on the house. Fate sat at the counter and asked for a glass of water. The cook smiled and said he knew for a fact all reporters drank. I do, too, said Fate, but I think there's something wrong with my stomach. After bringing him a glass of water, the cook wanted to know who was up against Count Pickett. I don't remember the name, said Fate. I have it written down somewhere, a Mexican, I think. Strange, said the cook. There are never any good Mexican light heavyweights. Once every 20 years you get a heavyweight, who usually winds up crazy or shot dead, but never a light heavyweight. I could be wrong. Maybe it's not a Mexican, admitted Fate. Maybe he's Cuban or Colombian, said the cook, although the Colombians don't have a tradition of light heavyweights either. Fate drank the water and got up and stretched. It's time for me to go, he said, though in fact he was happy at the restaurant. How far is it to Santa Teresa? He asked. That depends, said the cook. Sometimes there are lots of trucks at the border and you can spend half an hour waiting. Say 3 hours from here to Santa Teresa and then half an hour or 45 minutes at the border, 4 hours altogether. From here to Santa Teresa it's only an hour and a half, said the waitress. The cook looked at her and said that depended on the car and how well the driver knew the terrain. Have you ever driven in the desert? No, said Fate. Well, it isn't easy. It looks easy. It looks like the simplest thing in the world, but there's nothing simple about it, said the cook. You're right about that, said the waitress, especially at night. Driving at night in the desert scares me. Make a mistake, take a wrong turn, and you're liable to go 30 miles in the wrong direction, said the cook. Maybe I should go now while it's still light out, said Fate. It won't do you much good, said the cook, it'll be dark in 5 minutes. Sunsets in the desert seem like they'll never end, until suddenly, before you know it, they're done. It's like someone just turned out the lights, said the cook. Fate asked for another glass of water and went to drink it by the window. Don't you want something else to eat before you go? He heard the cook say. He didn't answer. The desert began to disappear. He drove for 2 hours along dark roads, with the radio on, listening to a Phoenix jazz station. He passed places where there were houses and restaurants and yards with white flowers and crookedly parked cars. But there were no lights on in the houses, as if the inhabitants had died that very night and a breath of blood still lingered in the air. He made out the shapes of hills silhouetted against the moon and the shapes of low clouds sitting motionless or speeding west at a given moment as if driven by a sudden, fitful wind that lifted dust clouds. Clouds adorned in fabulous human garb by the car's headlights or the shadows aided by the headlights, as if the dust clouds were tramps or ghosts looming up alongside the road. He got lost twice. Once he was tempted to turn back, toward the restaurant or Tucson. The other time he came to a town called Patagonia where a boy at the gas station told him the easiest way to get to Santa Teresa. On his way out of Patagonia he saw a horse. When the headlights swept over it the horse lifted its head and looked at him. Fate stopped the car and waited. The horse was black and after a moment it moved and vanished into the dark. He passed a mesa, or what he took to be a mesa. It was huge, completely flat on top, and from one end of the base to the other it must have been at least 3 miles long. There was a gully next to the road. He got out of the car, leaving the lights on, and urinated at length, breathing the cool night air. Then the road sloped down into a kind of valley that at first glimpse struck him as gigantic. In the farthest corner of the valley he thought he saw a glow. But it could have been anything. A convoy of trucks moving very slowly, the first lights of a town. Or maybe just his desire to escape the darkness, which in some way reminded him of his childhood and adolescence. At some point in between childhood and adolescence, he thought, he had dreamed of this landscape or one like it, less dark, less desert-like. He was in a bus with his mother and one of his mother's sisters and they were taking a short trip, from New York to a town near New York. He was next to the window and the view never changed, just buildings and highways, until suddenly they were in the country. At that exact moment, or maybe earlier, the sun had begun to set and he watched the trees, a small wood, though in his eyes it looked bigger. And then he thought he saw a man walking along the edge of the little wood. In great strides, as if he didn't want night to overtake him. He wondered who the man was. The only way he could tell it was a man and not a shadow was because he wore a shirt and swung his arms as he walked. The man's loneliness was so great, Fate remembered, that he wanted to look away and cling to his mother, but instead he kept his eyes open until the bus was out of the woods, and buildings, factories, and warehouses once again lined the sides of the road. The valley he was crossing was lonelier now, and darker. He saw himself striding along the roadside. He shivered. Then he remembered the urn holding his mother's ashes and the neighbor's cup that he hadn't returned, the coffee infinitely cold now, and his mother's videotapes that no one would ever watch again. He thought about stopping the car and waiting until the sun came up. He knew without being told that for a black man to sleep in a rental car parked on the shoulder wasn't the best idea in Arizona. He changed stations. A voice in Spanish began to tell the story of a singer from Gómez Palacio who had returned to his city in the state of Durango just to commit suicide. Then he heard a woman's voice singing rancheras. For a while, as he drove through the valley, he listened. Then he tried to go back to the jazz station in Phoenix and couldn't find it. On the American side of the border stood a town called Adobe. It had once been an adobe factory, but now it was a collection of houses and appliance stores, almost all strung along Main Street. At the end of the street you came out into a brightly lit empty lot and immediately after that was the American border post. The customs officer asked for his passport and Fate handed it to him. With the passport was his press ID. The customs officer asked if he was coming to write about the killings. "No," said Fate, "I'm going to cover the fight on Saturday." "What fight?" asked the customs officer. "Count Pickett, the light heavyweight from New York." "Never heard of him," said the officer. "He's going to be world champ," said Fate. "I hope you're right," said the officer. Then Fate advanced 300 feet to the Mexican border and he had to get out of the car and open his suitcase. Then show his car papers, his passport, and his press ID. He was asked to fill out some forms. The faces of the Mexican policemen were numb with exhaustion. From the window of the customs house he saw the long, high fence that divided the two countries. 4 birds were perched on the farthest stretch of the fence, their heads buried in their feathers. "It's cold," said Fate. "Very cold," said the Mexican official, who was studying the form Fate had just filled out. "The birds. They're cold." The official looked in the direction Fate was pointing. "They're turkey buzzards, they're always cold at this time of night," he said. Fate got a room at a motel called Las Brisas, in the northern part of Santa Teresa. Every so often, trucks passed along the highway, headed to Arizona. Sometimes they stopped on the other side of the highway, next to the gas pumps, and then they set off again or their drivers got out and had something to eat at the service station, which was painted sky blue. In the morning there were hardly any big trucks, just cars and pickups. Fate was so tired that he didn't even notice what time it was when he fell asleep. When he woke up he went out to talk to the motel clerk and asked him for a map of the city. The clerk was a guy in his mid-20s and he told Fate that they'd never had maps at Las Brisas, at least not since he'd been working there. He asked where Fate wanted to go. Fate said he was a reporter and he was there to cover the Count Pickett fight. "Count Pickett versus El Marilino Fernandez," said the clerk. "Lino Fernandez," said Fate. "Here we call him El Marilino," said the clerk with a smile. "So who do you think will win?" "Pickett," said Fate. "We'll see, but I bet you're wrong." Then the clerk ripped out a piece of paper and drew him a map with precise directions to the Arena del Norte boxing stadium, where the fight would be held. The map was much better than Fate expected. The Arena del Norte looked like an old theater from 1900, with a boxing ring set in the middle of it. At one of the offices there, Fate picked up his credentials and asked where Pickett was staying. They told him the American fighter hadn't come to town yet. Among the reporters he met were a couple of men who spoke English and who planned to interview Fernandez. Fate asked whether he could go along with them, and the reporters shrugged their shoulders and said it was fine with them. When they got to the hotel where Fernandez was giving the press conference, the fighter was talking to a group of Mexican reporters. The Americans asked him in English whether he thought he could beat Pickett. Fernandez understood the question and said yes. The Americans asked him whether he had ever seen Pickett fight. Fernandez didn't understand the question, and one of the Mexican reporters translated. "The important thing is to trust your own strength," said Fernandez, and the American reporters wrote his answer in their notebooks. "Do you know Pickett's record?" they asked him. Fernandez waited for the question to be translated. Then he said that kind of thing didn't interest him. The American reporters snickered. Hen asked him for his own record. 30 fights, said Fernandez. 25 wins. 18 of them knockouts. 3 losses. 2 draws. Not bad, said one of the reporters, and he went on asking questions. Most of the reporters were staying at the Hotel Sonora Resort, in the center of Santa Teresa. When Fate told them he was staying at a motel on the edge of town, they said he should check out and try to get a room at the Sonora Resort. Fate stopped by the hotel, where he got the sense that he'd stepped into a convention of Mexican sportswriters. Most of the Mexican reporters spoke English, and they were much friendlier than the American reporters he'd met, or so it seemed at first. At the bar, some were placing bets on the fight, and as a group they seemed generally cheerful and laid back, but in the end Fate decided to stay at his motel. From a phone at the Sonora Resort, he made a collect call to the magazine and asked to speak to the sports editor. The woman he talked to said no one was there. "The offices are empty," she said. She had a hoarse, nasal voice, and she didn't talk like a New York secretary but like a country person who has just come from the cemetery. This woman has first-hand knowledge of the planet of the dead, thought Fate, and she doesn't know what she's saying anymore. "I'll call back later," he said before he hung up. Fate's car was following the car of the Mexican reporters who wanted to interview Merlino Fernandez. The Mexican fighter had set up camp at a ranch on the edge of Santa Teresa, and without the help of the reporters Fate could never have found it. They drove through a neighborhood on the edge of town along a web of unpaved, unlit streets. At moments, after passing fields and vacant lots where the garbage of the poor piled up, it seemed as if they were about to come out into the open countryside. But then another neighborhood would appear, this time older, with adobe houses surrounded by shacks built of cardboard, of corrugated tin, of old packing crates, shacks that provided shelter from the sun and the occasional showers, that seemed petrified by the passage of time. Here not only the weeds were different but even the flies seemed to belong to a different species. Then a dirt track came into sight, camouflaged by the darkening horizon. It ran parallel to a ditch and was bordered by dusty trees. The first fences appeared. The road grew narrower. This used to be a cart track, thought Fate. In fact, he could see the wheel ruts, but maybe they were just the tracks of old cattle trucks. The ranch where Merlino Fernandez was staying was a cluster of 3 low, long buildings around a courtyard of earth as dry and hard as cement, where someone had set up a flimsy-looking ring. When they got to the ring it was empty, and the only person in the courtyard was a man sleeping on a wicker chaise who woke at the sound of the engines. The man was big and heavy and his face was covered in scars. The Mexican reporters knew him and they began to talk to him. His name was Victor Garcia and he had a tattoo on his right shoulder that Fate thought was interesting. A naked man, seen from behind, was kneeling in the vestibule of a church. Around him at least 10 angels in female form came flying out of the darkness, like butterflies summoned by his prayers. Everything else was darkness and vague shapes. The tattoo, although it was technically accomplished, looked as if it had been done in prison by a tattoo artist who for all his skill lacked tools and inks, but the scene it depicted was unsettling. When Fate asked the reporters who the man was, they answered that he was one of Merlino's sparring partners. Then, as if someone had been observing them from the window, a woman came out into the courtyard with a tray of soft drinks and cold beers. After a while, the trainer of the Mexican fighter showed up in a white shirt and white sweater and asked whether they'd rather interview Merlino before or after the training session. "Whatever you want, Lopez," said one of the reporters. "Have they brought you anything to eat?" asked the trainer as he sat down within reach of the soft drinks and beer. The reporters shook their heads, and the trainer, without getting up from his seat, sent Garcia to the kitchen to bring some snacks. Before Garcia returned, they saw Marilino appear along one of the paths that vanished into the desert, followed by a black guy dressed in sweatpants who tried to speak Spanish but could only curse. They didn't greet anyone as they walked into the courtyard, and they headed to a cement watering trough where they used a bucket to wash their faces and torsos. Only then did they come to say hello, not bothering to dry themselves or put on the tops of their sweatsuits. The black guy was from Oceanside, California, or at least he had been born there and had later grown up in Los Angeles, and his name was Omar Abdul. He worked as Marilino's spar ring partner and he told Fate he was thinking of staying in Mexico to live for a while. "What'll you do after the fight?" asked Fate. "Get along as best I can," said Omar, "like we do, right?" "Where will you get the money?" "Anywhere," said Omar, "this country is cheap." Every few minutes, for no reason, Omar would smile. He had a nice smile, set off with a goatee and a fancy little mustache. But every few minutes he would scowl, too, and then the goatee and the little mustache took on a menacing look, a look of supreme and ominous indifference. When Fate asked whether he was a professional or had been in any matches, he answered that he'd fought, without deigning to explain further. When Fate asked him about Marilino Fernandez's chances of winning, he said you never knew until the bell. As the fighters dressed, Fate took a stroll around the courtyard and surveyed his surroundings. "What you looking at?" Omar Abdul said to him. "The landscape," he said, "it's one sad landscape." Next to him, the fighter scanned the horizon and then he said, "That's just how it is here. It's always sad at this time of day. It's a goddamn landscape for women." "It's getting dark," said Fate. "There's still light enough to spar," said Omar Abdul. "What do you do at night, when you're done training?" "All of us?" asked Omar Abdul. "Yeah, the whole team or whatever you call it. We eat, we watch TV. Then Mr. Lopez goes to bed and Marilino goes to bed and the rest of us can go to bed too or watch more TV or head over into town. If you know what I'm saying," he said with a smile that might have meant anything. "How old are you?" Fate asked suddenly. 22, said Omar Abdul. When Marilino climbed into the ring, the sun was sinking in the west and the trainer turned on the lights, which were fed by an independent generator that supplied the house with electricity. In a corner, Garcia stood motionless with his head bowed. He had changed and put on knee-length black boxing shorts. He seemed to be asleep. Only when the lights came on did he raise his head and look at Lopez for a few seconds, as if waiting for a signal. One of the reporters, who never stopped smiling, rang a bell, and Garcia assumed a defensive stance and moved into the center of the ring. Marilino was wearing a safety helmet and he circled Garcia, who threw a couple of left jabs, no more, trying to land a hit or two. Fate asked one of the reporters whether sparring partners usually wore safety helmets. "Usually," said the reporter. "So why isn't he wearing one?" asked Fate. "Because no matter how much anybody hits him they won't do any damage," said the reporter. "Do you see what I mean? He doesn't feel anything, he's out of it." In the third round, Garcia left the ring and Omar Abdul stepped up. The kid was bare-chested but he hadn't taken off his warm-up pants. His movements were much quicker than those of the Mexican fighter, and he dodged away easily when Marilino tried to corner him, although it was clear that the fighter and his sparring partner had no intention of hurting each other. Every so often they would talk, while still moving, and laugh. "You off in Costa Rica?" Omar Abdul asked him. "Come on, baby, open your eyes." Fate asked the reporter what the fighter was saying. "Nothing," said the reporter, "all the son of a bitch knows are curse words." After 3 rounds the trainer stopped the fight and disappeared into the house, followed by Marilino. "The masseur is waiting for them," said the reporter. "Who is the masseur?" asked Fate. "We haven't seen him, I think he never comes out into the yard. He's a blind guy, you know. He was born blind. And he spends all day in the kitchen eating, or in the bathroom shit-ting, or lying on the floor in his room reading books for blind people, in that blind people's land gauge. What's it called?" "Braille," said the other reporter. Fate imagined the masseur reading in a dark room and a shudder passed through him. It must be something like happiness, he thought. At the watering trough, Garcia dumped a bucket of cold water on Omar Abdul's back. The fighter from California winked at Fate. "What did you think?" he asked. "Not bad," said Fate, to be nice, "but I get the feeling Pickett's in better condition." "Pickett's a punk," said Omar Abdul. "Do you know him? I've seen him fight on TV a couple times. Motherfucker doesn't know how to move." "Well, "I guess I've never actually seen him," said Fate. Omar Abdul stared at him in astonishment. "You've never seen Pickett fight?" he asked. "No, the truth is the boxing guy at my magazine died last week and since we didn't have anyone else, they sent me." "Put your money on Marilino," said Omar Abdul after a moment of silence. "Good luck," said Fate before he left. The ride back seemed shorter. For a while he followed the rear lights of the reporter's car, until he saw them park outside a bar when they were back on the paved streets of Santa Teresa. He pulled up next to them and asked what the plan was. "We're getting something to eat," said one of the reporters. Although he wasn't hungry, Fate agreed to come for a beer. One of the reporters, Chucho Flores, worked for a local paper and radio station. The other one, Angel Martinez Mesa, who had rung the bell when they were at the ranch, worked for a Mexico City sports paper. Martinez Mesa was short and must have been around 50. Chucho Flores was only a little shorter than Fate. He was 35 and he was always smiling. The relationship between Flores and Martinez Mesa, Fate sensed, was that of grateful disciple and largely indifferent master. And yet Martinez Mesa's indifference seemed less a matter of arrogance or any sense of superiority than of exhaustion. An exhaustion that showed even in his disheveled clothing, a stained suit and scuffed shoes, while his disciple wore a designer suit and designer tie and gold cufflinks and possibly saw himself as a man of style. As the Mexicans ate grilled meat with fried potatoes, Fate thought about Garcia's tattoo. Then he compared the loneliness of the ranch to the loneliness of his mother's apartment. He thought about her ashes, which were still there. He thought about the dead neighbor. He thought about Barry Seaman's neighborhood. And everywhere his memory alighted as the Mexicans ate seemed bleak. After they dropped Martinez Mesa off at the Sonora resort, Chucho Flores insisted on going out for a last drink. There were several reporters at the bar, among them a few Americans Fate would have liked to talk to, but Chucho Flores had other plans. They went to a bar on a narrow street in the center of Santa Teresa, a bar with walls painted fluorescent colors and a zigzagging bar. They ordered whiskey and orange juice. The bartender knew Chucho Flores. The man looked more like the owner than a bartender, thought Fate. His movements were brusque and commanding, even when he began to dry glasses with the apron tied around his waist. And yet he wasn't very old, 25 at most, and Chucho Flores, who was busy talking to Fate about New York and reporting in New York, didn't pay him much attention. "I'd like to go live there," confessed Chucho Flores, "and work for some Hispanic radio station. "There are lots of them," said Fate. I know," said Chucho Flores, as if he'd already done plenty of research, and then he mentioned names of two stations that broadcast in Spanish, stations Fate had never heard of before. "So what's the name of your magazine?" asked Chucho Flores. Fate told him, and after thinking a while, Chucho Flores shook his head. "I don't know it," he said. "Is it big?" "No, it isn't big," said Fate. "It's a Harlem magazine, if that means anything to you." "No," said Chucho Flores, "it doesn't. It's a magazine where the owners are African American and the editor is African American and almost all the reporters are African American," said Fate. "Really?" asked Chucho Flores. "Can you do objective reporting that way?" It was then that Fate realized Chucho Flores was a little drunk. He thought about what he'd just said. In fact, he didn't really have any basis to claim that almost all the reporters were black. He had seen only African Americans at the office, although of course he didn't know the correspondents. Maybe there was some Chicano in California, he thought. Or maybe in Texas. But it also seemed likely that there was no one in Texas, because otherwise why send him from Detroit and not give the job to the person in Texas or California? Some girls came up to say hello to Chucho Flores. They were dressed for a night out, in high heels and club clothes. One of them had bleached blonde hair and the other one was very dark, quieter and shy. The blonde said hello to the bartender and he nodded back, as if he knew her well and didn't trust her. Chucho Flores introduced Fate as a famous sportswriter from New York. Fate chose that moment to tell the Mexican that he wasn't really a sports reporter, he covered political and social issues, which Chucho Flores found very interesting. After a while another man showed up and was introduced by Chucho Flores as the biggest film buff south of the Arizona border. His name was Charlie Cruz, and with a big smile he told Fate not to believe a word Chucho Flores had said. He owned a video store and in his line of work he had to watch lots of movies, but that was all. "I'm no expert," he said. "How many stores do you have?" Chucho Flores asked him. "Go on, tell my friend Fate." "3," said Charlie Cruz. "The dude is loaded," said Chucho Flores. The girl with bleached blonde hair was Rosa Mendez, and according to Chucho Flores, she had been his girlfriend. She had also been Charlie Cruz's girlfriend and now she was dating the owner of a dance hall. "That's Rosita," said Charlie Cruz, "that's just the way she is." "What way is that?" Fate asked. In not very good English the girl answered that she liked to have fun. "Life is short, he said, and then she was quiet, looking back and forth between Fate and Chucho Flores, as if reflecting on what she'd just said. "Rosita is a little bit of a philosopher, too," said Charlie Cruz. Fate nodded his head. 2 other girls came up to them. They were even younger and they knew only Chucho Flores and the bartender. Fate calculated that neither of them could be over 18. Charlie Cruz asked him if he liked Spike Lee. "Yes," said Fate, although he didn't really. "He seems Mexican," said Charlie Cruz. "Maybe," said Fate. "That's an interesting way to look at it. And what about Woody Allen?" "I like him," said Fate. "He seems Mexican too, but Mexican from Mexico City or Cuernavaca," said Charlie Cruz. "Mexican from Cancun," said Chucho Flores. Fate laughed, although he had no idea what they were talking about. He guessed they were making fun of him. "What about Robert Rodriguez?" "I like him," said Fate. "That shithead is one of ours," said Chucho Flores. "I have a movie on video by Robert Rodriguez," said Charlie Cruz, "a movie hardly anyone has ever seen." "El Mariachi?" asked Fate. "No, everybody's seen that one. An earlier one, from when Robert Rodriguez was a nobody. When he was just a piss-poor Chicano motherfucker. A fuck-up who took any gig he could get," said Charlie Cruz. "Let's sit down and you can tell us the story," said Chucho Flores. "Good idea," said Charlie Cruz. "I was getting tired of standing." The story was simple and implausible. 2 years before he shot El Mariachi, Robert Rodriguez took a trip to Mexico. He spent a few days wandering along the Texas-Chihuahua border and then he went south, to Mexico City, where he spent his time drinking and getting high. "He sank so low," said Charlie Cruz, "that he would go into a pulqueria before noon and leave only when it was closing and they kicked him out. In the end, he was living in a bordello or a brothel or a whorehouse, where he got to be friends with a whore and her pimp, a guy who went by the name El Perno, which for a pimp was like being called the penis or the cock. This Perno guy hit it off with Robert Rodriguez and was a good friend to him. Sometimes he had to drag him up to the room where he slept. Other times he and the whore had to undress him and put him in the shower, because Robert Rodriguez was always passing out. One morning, one of those rare mornings when the future movie director was half sober, the pimp told him he had some friends who wanted to make a movie and asked whether he could shoot it. Robert Rodriguez, as you might imagine, said sure thing, and El Perno took care of the practical details. The shooting lasted 3 days, it seems, and Robert Rodriguez was always drunk and high when he got behind the camera. Naturally, his name doesn't appear in the credits. The director is listed as Johnny Swiggerson, which is obviously a joke, but if you know Robert Rodriguez's movies, the way he frames a scene, his takes and overhead shots, his sense of speed, there's no doubt it's his work. The only thing missing is his personal editing style, which makes it clear the film was edited by someone else. But he's the director, that much I'm sure of. Fate wasn't interested in Robert Rodriguez or the story of his first film, First or Last, he couldn't care less, and also he was starting to feel like eating some dinner or having a sandwich and then going to bed at the motel and getting some sleep. But still he had to hear scraps of the plot, a story of whores who gave wise advice, or maybe they were just whores with hearts of gold. Especially a whore called Justina, who, for reasons that escaped him but weren't too hard to figure out, was acquainted with some vampires in Mexico City who roamed at night disguised as policemen. He ignored the rest of the story. As he and the dark-haired girl who had come with Rosita Mendez were kissing, he heard something about pyramids, Aztec vampires, a book written in blood, the inspiration for From Dusk Till Dawn, the recurring nightmare of Robert Rodriguez. The girl with dark hair didn't know how to kiss. Before he left he gave Chucho Flores the phone number of the motel where he was staying and then he stumbled out to where he had parked the car. As he was opening the car door he heard someone ask if he felt all right. He took a deep breath and turned around. Chucho Flores was 10 feet away with the knot of his tie loosened and his arm around Rosa Mendez. Rosa was looking at Fate as if he were some kind of exotic specimen. What kind? He didn't know, but he didn't like the look in her eye. "I'm fine," he said, "there's no problem. Do you want me to drive you to your motel?" asked Chucho Flores. Rosa Mendez smiled more broadly. It occurred to him that Chucho Flores might be gay. "No need," he said, "I can handle it." Chucho Flores let go of Rosa Mendez and took a step in his direction. Fate got into the car and started the engine, looking away from them. "Goodbye, amigo," he heard the Mexica say, his voice somehow muted. Rosa Mendez had her hands on her hips in what struck him as a completely artificial pose, and she wasn't looking at him or his car as he drove away but at her companion, who stood motionless, as if the night air had frozen him. There was a new kid at the front desk of the motel, and Fate asked him whether he could get something to eat. The boy said they didn't have a kitchen but he could buy cookies or a candy bar from the machine out front. Outside, trucks passed by now and then heading north and south, and across the road were the lights of the service station. Fate headed that way. When he was crossing the road, a car almost hit him. For a moment he thought it was because he was drunk, but then he told himself that before he crossed, drunk or not, he had looked both ways and he hadn't seen any lights on the road. So where had the car come from? The service station was brightly lit and almost empty. Behind the counter, a 15-year-old girl was reading a magazine. It looked to Fate as if she had a very small head. Next to the register was a woman, maybe 20 years old, who watched him as he went over to a machine that sold hot dogs. "You have to pay first," said the woman in Spanish. "I don't understand," said Fate, "I'm American." The woman repeated what she had said in English. "2 hot dogs and a beer," said Fate. The woman took a pen out of the pocket of her uniform and wrote down the amount of money Fate had to give her. "Dollars or pesos?" asked Fate. "Pesos," said the woman. Fate left some money next to the cash register and went to get a beer out of the refrigerator case, and then he held up 2 fingers to show the small-headed teenager how many hot dogs he wanted. The girl brought him the hot dogs and Fate asked her how the condiments machine worked. "Push the button for the one you want," said the teenager in English. Fate put ketchup, mustard, and something that looked like guacamole on one of the hot dogs and ate it right there. "Nice," he said. "Good," said the girl. Then he repeated the operation with the other hot dog and went to the register to get his change. He took some coins and went back over to where the teenager was and tipped her. "Gracias, señorita," he said in Spanish. Then he went out with his beer and hot dog. As he waited by the highway for 3 trucks to go by on their way from Santa Teresa to Arizona, he remembered what he'd said to the cashier. "I'm American. Why didn't I say I was African American? Because I'm in a foreign country? But can I really consider myself to be in a foreign country when I could go walking back to my own country right now if I wanted, and it wouldn't even take very long? Does this mean that in some places I'm American and in some places I'm African American and in other places, by logical extension, I'm nobody?" When he got up he called the editor of the sports section at the magazine and told him Pickett wasn't in Santa Teresa. "That's no surprise," said the editor of the sports section, "he's probably at some ranch outside Vegas." "So how the hell am I supposed to interview him?" asked Fate. "You want me to go to Vegas? Interview? You don't need any fucking interview. All we need is somebody to cover the fight. You know, the atmosphere, the mood in the ring, the shape Pickett's in, the impression he makes on the Mexicans." "The mise en scene," said Fate. "Mise what?" asked the editor of the sports section. "Shit, man, the atmosphere," said Fate. "In plain English," said the editor of the sports section, "like you're telling a story at a bar and all your friends are there and people are gathered around to listen to what you have to say." "I hear you," said Fate, "I'll get it to you the day after tomorrow. If there's anything you don't understand, don't worry about it, we'll edit it here so it sounds like you spent your whole life ringside." "All right, I hear you," said Fate. When he stepped onto the landing outside his room he saw 3 blonde kids, almost albinos, playing with a white ball, a red bucket, and some red plastic shovels. The oldest must have been 5 and the youngest 3. It wasn't a safe place for children to play. If they weren't careful they might try to cross the road and be run over by a truck. He looked around. Sitting on a wooden bench in the shade, a very blonde woman in sunglasses was watching them. He waved to her. She glanced at him for a second and jerked her chin as if she couldn't take her eyes off the kids. Fate went down the stairs and got in his car. The heat inside was unbearable and he opened both windows. Without knowing why, he thought about his mother again, the way she had watched him when he was a boy. When he started the car one of the albino children got up and stared at him. Fate smiled at him and waved. The boy dropped his ball and stood to attention like a soldier. As the car turned out of the motel parking lot, the boy lifted his right hand to his V. Sore and stood that way until Fate's car disappeared to the south. As he was driving he thought about his mother again. He saw her walking, saw her from behind, saw the back of her head as she watched a TV show, heard her laugh, saw her washing dishes in the sink. Her face, however, was always in shadows, as if in some way she were already dead or as if she were telling him, in actions instead of words, that faces weren't important in this life or the next. There weren't any reporters at the Sonora resort, and he had to ask the clerk how to get to the Arena del Norte. When he got to the stadium he noticed some kind of commotion. He asked a shoeshine man who had set up shop in one of the corridors what was going on, and the shoeshine man said that the American fighter had arrived. He found Count Pickett in the ring, dressed in a suit and tie and flashing a broad, confident smile. The photographers were shooting pictures and the reporters around the ring called to him by his first name and barked questions. "When'll you be up for the championship? Is it true Jesse Brentwood is scared of you? What did you get to come to Santa Teresa? Is it true you eloped in Las Vegas?" Pickett's manager was standing next to him. He was a short, fat little man and he was the one who answered most of the questions. The Mexican reporters addressed him in Spanish and called him by name, Saul, Mr. Saul. And Mr. Saul answered them in Spanish, and sometimes he called the Mexican reporters by name too. An American reporter, a big guy with a square face, asked whether bringing Pickett to fight in Santa Teresa was politically correct. "What do you mean politically correct?" asked the manager. The reporter was about to answer, but the manager cut him off. "Boxing," he said, "is a sport, and sports, like art, are beyond politics. Let's not mix sports and politics, Ralph." "So what you're saying is," said the reporter called Ralph, "you aren't worried about bringing Count Pickett to Santa Teresa." "Count Pickett isn't afraid of anybody," said the manager. "There's no man alive who can beat me," said Count Pickett. "Well, Count's a man, that's for sure. So I guess the question ought to be, has he brought any women with him?" asked Ralph. A Mexican reporter at the other end of the ring got up and told him to go fuck himself. Somebody not far from Fate shouted that he'd better not talk shit about Mexicans if he didn't want to get his ass kicked. "Shut your mouth, man, or I'll shut it for you." Ralph seemed not to hear what they were saying and he stood there calmly, waiting for the manager's answer. Some American reporters who were in a corner of the ring, near the photographers, gave the manager a questioning look. The manager cleared his throat and then he said, "We don't have any women with us, Ralph. You know we never travel with women." "Not even Mrs. Alverson?" The manager laughed and so did some of the reporters. "You know very well my wife doesn't like boxing, Ralph," said the manager. "What the hell were they talking about?" Fate asked Chucho Flores as they were eating breakfast at a bar near the Arena del Norte. "About the women who've been killed," said Chucho Flores glumly. "The numbers are up," he said. "Every so often the numbers go up and it's news again and the reporters talk about it. People talk about it too, and the story grows like a snowball until the sun comes out and the whole damn ball melts and everybody forgets about it and goes back to work." "They go back to work?" asked Fate. "The fucking killings are like a strike, amigo, a brutal fucking strike." The comparison of the killings to a strike was odd. But Fate nodded his head and didn't say anything. "This is a big city, a real city," said Chucho Flores. "We have everything. Factories, maquiladoras, one of the lowest unemployment rates in Mexico, a cocaine cartel, a constant flow of workers from other cities, Central American immigrants, an urban infrastructure that can't support the level of demographic growth. We have plenty of money and poverty, we have imagination and bureaucracy, we have violence and the desire to work in peace. There's just one thing we haven't got," said Chucho Flores. "Oil," thought Fate, but he didn't say it. "What don't you have?" he asked. "Time," said Chucho Flores. "We haven't got any fucking time." "Time for what?" thought Fate. "Time for this shithole, equal parts lost cemetery and garbage dump, to turn into a kind of Detroit?" For a while they didn't talk. Chucho Flores took out a pencil and notebook and started to draw women's faces. He did it very quickly, completely absorbed in the effort, and also, it seemed to Fate, with some talent, as if before he'd become a sportswriter Chucho Flores had studied drawing and spent many hours sketching from life. None of his women were Smil-ing. Some had their eyes closed. Others were old and had their heads turned as if they were waiting for something or someone to call their names. None of them was pretty. "You're good," said Fate as Chucho Flores started on his 7th portrait. "It's nothing," said Chucho Flores. Then, more than anything because it embarrassed him to keep talking about how well the Mexican could draw, Fate asked about the dead women. Most of them are workers at the maquiladoras. Young girls with long hair. But that isn't necessarily the mark of the killer. In Santa Teresa almost all the girls have long hair, said Chucho Flores. Is there a single killer? Asked Fate. That's what they say, said Chucho Flores, still drawing. A few people have been arrested. Some cases have been solved. But according to the legend, there's just one killer and he'll never be caught. How many women have been killed? I don't know, said Chucho Flores. Lots, more than 200. Fate watched as the Mexican began to sketch his 9th portrait. That's a lot for one person, he said. That's right, amigo. Too many. Even for a Mexican killer. And how are they killed? Asked Fate. Nobody's sure. They disappear. They vanish into thin air, here 1 minute, gone the next. And after a while their bodies turn up in the desert. As they were driving to the Sonora resort, where he planned to check his email, it occurred to Fate that it would be much more interesting to write a story about the women who were being killed than about the Piquet Fernandez fight. That was what he wrote to his editor. He asked if he could stay in the city for another week and asked them to send a photographer. Then he went out to have a drink at the bar, joining some American reporters. They were talking about the fight and all of them agreed that Fernandez wouldn't last more than 4 rounds. One of them told the story of the Mexican fighter Hercules Carreno. Carreno was almost 6.5 feet tall, unusually tall for Mexico, where people tend to be short. And he was strong, too. He worked unloading sacks at a market or butcher's, and someone convinced him to try boxing. He got a late start. He might have been 25. But in Mexico heavyweights are few and far between, and he won all his fights. This is a country with good bantamweights, good flyweights, good featherweights, even the occasional welterweight, but no heavyweights or light heavyweights. It has to do with tradition and nutrition. Morphology. Now Mexico has a president who's taller than the President of the United States. This is the first time it's ever happened. Gradually, the presidents here are getting taller. It used to be unthinkable. A Mexican president would come up to the American president's shoulder at most. Sometimes the Mexican president's head would be barely an inch or 2 above our president's belly button. That's just how it was. But now the Mexican upper class is changing. They're getting richer and they go looking for wives north of the border. That's what you call improving the race. A short Mexican sends his short son to college in California. The kid has money and does whatever he wants and that impresses some girls. There's no place on earth with more dumb girls per square foot than a college in California. Bottom line. The kid gets himself a degree and a wife, who moves to Mexico with him. So then the short Mexican grandkids aren't so short anymore, they're medium. And meanwhile their skin's getting lighter too. These grandkids, when the time comes, set off on the same journey of initiation as their father. American college, American wife, taller and taller kids. What this means is that the Mexican upper class, of its own accord, is doing what the Spaniards did, but backward. The Spaniards, who were hot-blooded and didn't think too far ahead, mixed with the Indian Wo men, raped them, forced them to practice their religion, and thought that meant they were turning the country white. Those Spaniards believed in a mongrel whiteness. But they overestimated their semen and that was their mistake. You just can't rape that many people. It's mathematically impossible. It's too hard on the body. You get tired. Plus, they were raping from the bottom up, when what would have made more sense would be raping from the top down. They might have gotten some results if they'd been capable of raping their own mongrel children and then their mongrel grandchildren and even their bastard great-grandchildren. But who's going to go out raping people when you're 70 and you can hardly stand on your own 2 feet? You can see the results all around you. The semen of those Spaniards, who thought they were titans, just got lost in the amorphous mass of thousands of Indians. The first mongrels, the ones with 50-50 blood, took charge of the country. Those were your ministers, your soldiers, your shopkeepers, your founders of new cities. And they kept on raping, but it didn't yield the same fruits, since the Indian women they were raping gave birth to mestizas with a smaller percentage of white blood. And so on. Until we come to this fighter, Hercules Carreno, who started out winning, either because his rivals were even worse than he was or because the matches were fixed, which got some Mexicans to boast about having a real heavyweight champion, and one fine day Hercules Carreno was taken to the United States, and they matched him with a drunken Irishman and then a black guy who'd been smoking pot and then a fat Russian, and he beat them all, and it filled the Mexicans with happiness and pride. Now their champion had hit the big time. And then they set up a fight against Arthur Ashley in Los Angeles. Any of you guys see that fight? I did. They called Arthur Ashley the sadist. That's the fight where he got the name. Poor Hercules Carreno was wiped right off the map. From round 1 you could tell it was going to be a massacre. The sadist took his time, he was in no hurry, picking the perfect spots to land his hooks, turning each round into a monograph, round 3 on the subject of the face, round 4 on the liver. In the end, it was all Hercules Carreno could do to hang in till round 8. After that you could still see him fight Ing in third-rate rings. He almost always went down in round 2. Then he tried to get work as a bouncer, but he was in such a fog he couldn't hold down a job for more than a week. He never went back to Mexico. Maybe he'd forgotten he was Mexican. The Mexicans, of course, forgot him. They say he started to beg on the streets and that one day he died under a bridge. The pride of the Mexican heavyweights, said the reporter. The others laughed and then they all assumed expressions of penitence. 20 seconds of silence to remember the unfortunate Carreno. The faces, suddenly solemn, made Fate think of a masked ball. For a brief instant he couldn't breathe, he saw his mother's empty apartment, he had a premonition of 2 people making love in a miserable room. All at the same time, a moment defined by the word climacteric. "What are you, flacking for the Klan?" Fate asked the reporter who had told the story. "Watch out. Looks like we got ourselves another touchy jig," said the reporter. Fate tried to lunge at him and get a punch in, though a slap in the face would have been better, but he was blocked by the reporters surrounding the man. "He's just fucking around," he heard someone say. "We're all American here. There's nobody here from the Klan. At least I don't think so." Then he heard more laughter. When he calmed down and went to sit by himself in a corner of the bar, one of the reporters who'd been listening to the story of Hercules Carreno came up to him and held out his hand. "Chuck Campbell, Sport Magazine, Chicago." Fate shook the reporter's hand and told him his name and the name of the magazine he worked for. "I heard your sports guy was killed," said Campbell. "That's right," said Fate. "Woman trouble, I bet," said Campbell. "I don't know," said Fate. "I knew Jimmy Lowell," said Campbell. "At least we saw each other 40 times or so, which is more than some men see a mistress, or even a wife. He was a good person. He liked his beer and he liked his dinner. A hard-working man, he used to say, has to eat, and the food has to be good. Sometimes we flew together. I can't sleep on planes." Jimmy Lowell would sleep through the whole flight. Only time he'd wake up was to eat or tell some story. The truth is, he didn't really give a shit about boxing, his sport was baseball. But for you guys he covered everything, even tennis. He never had a bad word for anybody. He respected people and people respected him. Wouldn't you say? "I never met Lowell in my life," said Fate. "Don't let yourself get upset by what you just heard," said Campbell. "Sports is a boring beat and guys shoot off their mouths without thinking about it. They make up stories just to have something different to talk about. Sometimes we say stupid things without meaning to. The guy who told the story about that Mexican fighter, he isn't a bad guy. Compared to the others, he's pretty decent, has an open mind. It's just that every so often, to pass the time, we act like assholes. But we don't mean anything by it," said Campbell. "It's not a problem," said Fate. "How many rounds you think it'll take Count Pickett to win?" "I don't know," said Fate. "I saw Marilino Fernandez training at his place yesterday and he didn't look like a loser to me." "He'll go down before the 3rd, said Campbell. Another reporter asked where Fernandez was staying. "Not far from the city," said Fate, "although I don't actually know. I didn't go alone, some Mexicans took me." When Fate checked his email again, he found a reply from his editor. There was no interest in the story he'd pitched, or no budget. His editor suggested that Fate limit himself to completing the assignment from the sports editor and then return immediately. Fate spoke to a clerk at the Sonora Resort and asked to place a call to New York. While he waited he thought about other pitches the magazine had turned down. The most recent had been about a political group in Harlem, the Mohammedan Brotherhood. He'd met them during a pro-Palestine demonstration. The turnout was mixed, groups of Arabs, New York lefties, new anti-globalization activists. But the Mohammedan Brotherhood caught his attention because they were marching under a big poster of Osama bin Laden. They were all black and they were all wearing black leather jackets and black berets and sunglasses, which gave them a vague resemblance to the Panthers, except that the Panthers had been teenagers and the ones who weren't teenagers had a youthful look, an aura of youthfulness and tragedy, whereas the members of the Mohammedan Brotherhood were grown men, broad-shouldered with huge biceps, people who spent hours and hours at the gym, lifting weights, people born to be bodyguards, but whose bodyguards? True human tanks whose very presence was intimidating, although there were no more than 20 at the demonstration, possibly fewer. But somehow the poster of bin Laden had a magnifying effect, first and foremost because it was less than 6 months since the attack on the World Trade Center, and walking around with bin Laden, even just in effigy, was an extreme provocation. Of course, Fate wasn't the only one who took notice of the small, defiant presence of the Brotherhood. The television cameras followed them, their spokesman was interviewed, and the photographers from several papers documented the attendance of the group, which looked as if it was asking to be crushed. Fate observed them from a distance. He watched them talk to the television crews and some local radio reporters. He watched them yell slogans, he watched them march through the crowd, and he followed them. Before the demonstration began to break up, the members of the Mohammedan Brotherhood exited in a planned maneuver. A couple of vans were waiting for them on a corner. Only then did Fate realize that there were no more than 15 of them. They ran. He ran after them. He explained that he wanted to interview them for his magazine. They talked next to the vans, on a side street. The one who seemed to be the leader, a tall, fat guy with a shaved head, asked him what magazine he worked for. Fate told him, and the man smirked. "No one reads that shit today," he said. "It's a magazine for brothers," said Fate. "It's a motherfucking sellout," said the man, still smiling. "It's played." "I don't think so," said Fate. A Chinese kitchen worker came out to leave some garbage bags. An Arab watched them from the corner. Strange, remote faces, thought Fate, as the man who seemed to be the leader gave him a time, a date, a place in the Bronx where they would see each other in a few days. Fate kept the appointment. 3 members of the Brotherhood and a black van were waiting for him. They drove to a basement near Baychester. The fat guy with the shaved head was waiting for them there. He said to call him Khalil. The others didn't give their names. Khalil talked about the Holy War. "Explain what the hell you mean by Holy War," said Fate. "The Holy War speaks for us when our mouths are parched," said Khalil. "The Holy War is the land gauge of the mute, of those who've lost the power of speech, of those who never knew how to speak." "Why do you march against Israel?" asked Fate. "The Jew is keeping us down," said Khalil. "You won't see a Jew in the Klan," said Fate. "That's what the Jews want us to think. In fact, the Klan is everywhere. In Tel Aviv, in London, in Washington. Many leaders of the Klan are Jews," said Khalil. "It's always been that way. Hollywood is full of Klan leaders." "Who?" asked Fate. Khalil warned him that what he was about to say was off the record. "The Jew tycoons have good Jew lawyers," he said. "Who?" asked Fate. Khalil named 3 movie directors and 2 actors. Then Fate had an inspiration. He asked, "Is Woody Allen a member of the Klan?" "He is," said Khalil. "Look at his movies, have you ever seen a black man in them?" "Not many," said Fate. "Not one," said Khalil. "Why were you carrying a poster of bin Laden?" asked Fate. "Because Osama bin Laden was the first to understand the nature of the fight we face today." Then they talked about bin Laden's innocence and Pearl Harbor, and about how convenient the attack on the Twin Towers had been for some people. "Stockbrokers," said Khalil, "people with incriminating papers hidden in their offices. People who sell arms and needed something like that to happen." "According to you," said Fate, "Muhammad Atta was an undercover agent for the CIA or the FBI. What happened to Muhammad Atta's body?" Khalil asked. "Who can be sure Muhammad Atta was on one of those planes?" "I'll tell you what I think. I think Atta is dead. He died under torture, or he was shot in the back of the head. Then I think they chopped him into little pieces and ground his bones down until they looked like chicken bones. After that they put the little bones and cutlets in a box, filled it with cement, and dropped it in some Florida swamp. And they did the same thing to the men he was with." "So who flew the planes?" asked Fate. "Klan lunatics, nameless inmates from mental hospitals in the Midwest. Volunteers brainwashed to face suicide. Thousands of people disappear in this country every year and nobody tries to find them." Then they talked about the Romans and the Roman circus and the first Christians who were eaten by lions. "But the lions will choke on our black flesh," he said. The next day Fate met them at a Harlem club, and there he was introduced to Ibrahim, a man of average height with a scarred face, who set about describing to him in great detail all the charitable work the Brotherhood did in the neighborhood. They ate together at a diner next door to the club. The diner was run by a woman. A boy helped her, and in the kitchen there was an old man who never stopped singing. In the afternoon Khalil joined them and Fate asked the two men where they'd met. In prison, they said. Prison is where black brothers meet. They talked about the other Muslim groups in Harlem. Ibrahim and Khalil didn't think very highly of them, but they tried to be fair and maintain a dialogue with them. Sooner or later the good Muslims would end up finding their way to the Mohammedan Brotherhood. Before he left, Fate told them that they would probably never be forgiven for having marched under the effigy of Osama bin Laden. Ibrahim and Khalil laughed. He thought they looked like two black stones quaking with laughter. They'll probably never forget it, said Ibrahim. Now they know who they're dealing with, said Khalil. His editor told him to forget writing a story about the Brotherhood. Those guys, how many of them are there? He asked. 20, more or less, said Fate. 20 niggers, said his editor. At least 5 of them must be FBI. Maybe more, said Fate. What makes them interesting to us? Asked his editor. Stupidity, said Fate. The endless variety of ways we destroy ourselves. Have you become a masochist, Oscar? Asked his editor. Could be, said Fate. You need to get more pussy, said the editor. Get out more, listen to music, make friends, talk to them. I've thought about it, said Fate. Thought about what? About getting more pussy, said Fate. That isn't the kind of thing you think about, it's the kind of thing you do, said the editor. First you have to think about it, said Fate. Then he added, can I do the story? The editor shook his head. Forget about it, he said. Sell it to a philosophy quarterly or an urban anthropology journal. Or write a fucking script if you want and let Spike Lee shoot the motherfucker. But it's not going to run in any magazine of mine. Alright, said Fate. Motherfuckers marched with a poster of bin Laden, said his editor. It takes balls, said Fate. Balls of steel, plus you have to be a complete goddamn moron. You know some undercover cop came up with it, said Fate. Makes no difference, said the editor, whoever came up with it, it's a sign. A sign of what? Asked Fate. That we're living on a planet of lunatics, said the editor. When his editor came to the phone, Fate explained what was going on in Santa Teresa. He gave a synopsis of the story he wanted to write. He talked about the women being killed, about the possibility that all the crimes had been committed by 1 or 2 people, which made them the biggest serial killings in history. He talked about drug trafficking and the border, about police corruption and the city's boundless growth. He promised that all he wanted was another week to get all the material needed and then he'd come back to New York and in 5 days he'd file the story. Oscar, said his editor, you're there to cover a goddamn boxing match. This is more important, said Fate, the fight is just a little story. What I'm proposing is so much more. What are you proposing? A sketch of the industrial landscape in the Third World, said Fate, a piece of reportage about the current situation in Mexico, a panorama of the border, a serious crime story, for fuck's sake. Reportage? Asked his editor. Is that French, nigger? Since when do you speak French? I don't speak French, said Fate, but I know what fucking reportage is. I know what fucking reportage is, too, said the editor, and I also know merci and au revoir and faire l'amour, which is the same as coucher avec moi. And I think that you, nigger, want to coucher avec moi, but you forgot the voulez-vous, which in this case ought to have been your first move. You hear me? You say voulez-vous or you can get the fuck out. It's a great story, said Fate. How many black men are involved in this shit? Asked the editor. Black men? Say what? Asked Fate. How many niggers have ropes around their neck? Asked the editor. How should I know? I'm talking about a great story, said Fate, not some riot in the ghetto. So in OT. Her words, there are no black men, said the editor. No black men, but more than 200 Mexican women killed, said Fate. How are Pickett's odds? Asked the editor. Take Count Pickett and stick him up your black ass, said Fate. You seen the other guy? Asked the editor. You can stick Count Pickett up your black faggot ass, said Fate, and ask him to watch it for you because when I get back to New York I'm going to kick the shit out of you. You do your job and hold on to your receipts, nigger, said the editor. Fate hung up. Next to him, smiling at him, was a woman in jeans and a leather jacket. She was wearing sunglasses and she had a nice bag and a camera slung over her shoulder. She looked like a tourist. Are you interested in the Santa Teresa killings? She asked. Fate looked at her and it took him a moment to realize that she had listened to his phone conversation. My name's Guadalupe Roncal, said the woman, holding out her hand. He shook it. It was a delicate hand. "I'm a reporter," said Guadalupe Roncal when Fate let go of her hand. "But I'm not here to cover the fight. Boxing doesn't interest me, though I know some men find it sexy. To be honest, it's always struck me as vulgar and pointless. How about you? Do you like to watch two grown men hit each other?" Fate shrugged his shoulders. "You won't tell? Fine. I'm not one to judge what you like to watch. Actually, I don't like any sports. Not boxing, for the reasons I mentioned, or soccer, or basketball, not even track and field. So you may wonder what I'm doing in a hotel full of sports reporters instead of some place quieter, somewhere I wouldn't have to hear all these pathetic stories of great forgotten fights every time I come down to the bar. I'll tell you if you come sit at my table and let me buy you a drink." As he followed her, it occurred to him that he might be in the company of a crazy person or maybe a hooker, but Guadalupe Roncal didn't look like a crazy person or a hooker, although Fate didn't really know what Mexican crazy people or hookers looked like. For that matter, she didn't look like a reporter. They sat at an outside table, with a view of a building under construction, a building more than 10 stories high. Another hotel, the woman informed him with indifference. Some workmen leaning on beams or sitting on piles of bricks were looking at them, or so Fate thought, although it was impossible to say for sure because the figures moving around the unfinished building were so small. "As I said already, I'm a reporter," said Guadalupe Roncal. "I work for one of the big Mexico City newspapers. And I'm staying at this hotel out of fear." "Fear of what?" asked Fate. "Fear of everything. When you work on something that involves the killings of women in Santa Teresa, you end up scared of everything. Scared you'll be beaten up. Scared of being kidnapped. Scared of torture. Of course, the fear lessens with experience. But I don't have experience. No experience whatsoever. I'm cursed by a lack of experience. You might even say I'm here undercover, as an undercover reporter, if there is such a thing. I know everything about the killings. But I'm not really an expert on the subject. What I mean is, until a week ago this wasn't my subject. I wasn't up on it, I hadn't written anything about it, and suddenly, out of the blue, the file landed on my desk and I was in charge of the investigation. Do you want to know why?" Fate nodded. "Because I'm a woman and women can't turn down assignments. Of course, I already knew what had happened to my predecessor. Everybody at the paper knew it. The case got a lot of attention. You might even have heard about it." Fate shook his head. "He was killed, of course. He got in too deep and they killed him. Not here in Santa Teresa, but in Mexico City. The police said it was a robbery that went wrong. Do you want to know how it happened? He got in a taxi. The taxi drove off. Then it stopped at a corner and two strangers got in. For a while they drove around to different cash machines, maxing out my predecessor's credit card. Then they headed somewhere on the edge of the city and stabbed him. He wasn't the first reporter to be killed for what he wrote. Going through his papers I found information on two others. A woman, a radio correspondent, who was kidnapped in Mexico City, and a Chicano who worked for an Arizona paper called La Raza, who disappeared. The two of them were investigating the killings of women in Santa Teresa. I'd met the radio correspondent at journalism school. We were never friends. We might have exchanged a few words at most. But I think I'd met her. Before they killed her they raped her and tortured her. Here in Santa Teresa? Asked Fate. No, man, in Mexico City. The arm of the killers is long, very long, said Guadalupe Roncal in a dreamy voice. I used to work for the city section. I almost never got a byline. I was a complete unknown. When my predecessor was killed, Woe of the big bosses at the paper came to see me. They invited me out to lunch. Of course, I thought I'd done something wrong. Or that one of them wanted to sleep with me. I knew who they were, but I had never talked to either of them. It was a nice lunch. They were proper and polite, I was quick and careful. It would have been better if I hadn't made such a good impression. Then we went back to the paper and they told me to follow them, they had something important to discuss with me. We went into one of their offices. The first thing they did was ask me if I'd like a raise. By that point I had figured out that something strange was going on and I was tempted to say no, but I said yes, and then they pulled out a piece of paper and named a figure, which was exactly what I was making as a city reporter, and then they looked straight at me and named another figure, which was like offering me a 40% raise. I almost jumped for joy. Then they handed me the file my predecessor had put together and told me that from then on I would work solely and exclusively on the story of the women who'd been killed in Santa Teresa. I realized that if I said no I'd lose everything. It came out almost as a whisper when I asked why me. Because you're smart, Lupita, said one of them. "Because no one knows you," said the other. The woman gave a long sigh. Fate smiled in understanding. They ordered another whiskey and another beer. The workmen on the building under construction had disappeared. "I'm drinking too much," said the woman. "Since I read my predecessor's file, I've been drinking lots of whiskey, much more than I used to, and I drink vodka and tequila, too. And now I've discovered this Sonoran drink called Bacanum, and I drink that, too," said Guadalupe Roncal. "And every day I'm more afraid and sometimes I can't help being a nervous wreck. You've probably heard that Mexicans never get scared." She laughed. "It's a lie. We get scared all right, we just know how to hide it. When I got to Santa Teresa, for example, I was so scared I thought I was going to die. On the flight here from Hermosillo I wouldn't have minded if the plane crashed. At least it's a quick death, or so they say. Luckily someone I work with in Mexico City had given me the address of this hotel. He told me he was going to be at the Sonora resort to cover the fight and that no one could hurt me here around all these sportswriters. So here I am. The problem is that when the fight is over I can't leave with the reporters and I'll have to stay a few more days in Santa Teresa." "Why?" asked Fate. "I have to interview the chief suspect in the killings. He's from the United States, too." "I had no idea," said Fate. "How were you going to write about the crimes if you didn't know that?" asked Guadalupe Roncal. "I thought I'd do some research. On the phone just now I was asking for more time. My predecessor was the one who knew most about all of this. It took him 7 years to get a general sense of what was going on. Life is unbearably sad, don't you think?" Guadalupe Roncal massaged both temples, as if suddenly she felt a migraine coming on. She whispered something Fate couldn't hear, and then she tried to flag the waiter but they were the only two at the outside tables. When she realized, she shivered. "I have to go visit him in prison," she said. "The chief suspect, your countryman, has been in prison for years." "So how can he be the chief suspect?" asked Fate. "I thought the crimes were still being committed." "Mysteries of Mexico," said Guadalupe Roncal. "Do you want to come along? Would you like to come with me and interview him? The truth is I'd feel better if a man came with me, which goes against my beliefs as a feminist." "Do you have anything against feminists? It's hard to be a feminist in Mexico. Not if you have money, maybe, but if you're middle class, it's hard. At first it isn't, of course, at first it's easy, in college it's easy, for example, but as the years go by it gets harder and harder. Mexican men, I can tell you, find feminism charming only in young women. But we age quickly here. We're built to age quickly. Thank goodness I'm still young." "You're pretty young," said Fate. "But I'm scared. And I need company. This morning I drove past the Santa Teresa prison and I almost had a panic attack." "Is it that bad?" "It's like a dream," said Guadalupe Roncal. "It looks like something alive." "Alive? I don't know how to explain it. More alive than an apartment building, for example. Much more alive. Don't be shocked by what I'm about to say, but it looks like a woman who's been hacked to pieces." "Who's been hacked to pieces but is still alive. And the prisoners are living inside this woman." "I understand," said Fate. "No, I don't think you do, but it doesn't matter. You're interested, so I'm offering you the chance to meet the chief suspect in the killings in exchange for your company and protection. I think that seems fair and equitable. Do we have a deal?" "It is fair," said Fate. "And very kind of you. What I don't understand is what you're afraid of. No one can hurt you in prison. In theory, anyhow, prisoners can't hurt anyone. They only hurt each other. You've never seen a picture of the chief suspect." "No," said Fate. Guadalupe Roncal looked up at the sky and smiled. "I must seem crazy," she said, "or like a hooker. But I'm neither. I'm just nervous and lately I've been drinking too much. Do you think I want to get you in bed?" "No. I believe what you've told me. Among my poor predecessor's papers there were several photographs. A few of the suspect. 3, to be precise. All 3 taken in prison. In 2 of them, the gringo. Sorry, I didn't mean that to be offensive. Is sitting and looking at the camera, probably in a visitor's room. He has very blonde hair and very blue eyes. Eyes so blue he looks blind. In the 3rd picture he's standing up, looking to the side. He's hugely tall and thin, very thin, but not feeble-looking at all. He has the face of a dreamer. I don't know if that makes sense. He doesn't look uncomfortable. He's in prison, but I don't get the sense he's uncomfortable. He doesn't seem calm or relaxed, either. And he doesn't seem angry. He has the face of a dreamer, but of a dreamer who's dreaming at great speed. A dreamer whose dreams are far out ahead of our dreams. And that scares me. Do you understand?" "I can't say I do," said Fate. "But you can count on me to go with you to interview him." "All right, then," said Guadalupe Roncal. "I'll be waiting for you the day after tomorrow, at the entrance to the hotel, at 10. Does that sound good? 10 in the morning. "I'll be there," said Fate. 10 a.m. "Okay," said Guadalupe Roncal. Then she shook his hand and walked off. Her gait was unsteady, Fate noticed. He spent the rest of the day drinking with Campbell in the bar at the Sonora resort. They complained about sportswriting, a dead-end profession that never got anyone a Pulitzer and that most people thought involved little more than showing up at games. Then they began to reminisce about their college years. Fate's at New York University, Campbell's at a college in Sioux City. "In those days all I cared about was baseball and ethics," said Campbell. For a second Fate imagined Campbell on his knees in the corner of a dark room, clutching a Bible and weeping. But then Campbell started to talk about women, about a bar in a place called Smithland, a kind of country inn near the Little Sioux River. First you got to Smithland and then you went a few miles east and there, under some trees, was the bar and the bar girls, whose clients were mostly farmers and a few students who came by car from Sioux City. "We always did the same thing," said Campbell. "First we fucked the girls. Then we went outside and played baseball until we were exhausted. And then, when it started to get dark, we would get drunk and sing cowboy songs on the porch." When Fate was a student at NYU, he never got drunk or slept with prostitutes. In fact, he had never in his life been with a woman he had to pay. His free time was spent working and reading. Once a week, on Saturdays, he went to a creative writing workshop and for a while, not long, just a few months, he imagined that maybe he could make a living writing fiction, until the writer who led the workshop told him he'd do better to focus on journalism. But that wasn't what he told Campbell. When it began to get dark, Chucho Flores came in to find him. Fate noticed that Chucho Flores didn't invite Campbell along. He didn't know why, but this made him happy, though it made him unhappy too. For a while they drove aimlessly around Santa Teresa, at least that was how it seemed to Fate, as if Chucho Flores had something to tell him and couldn't find the right moment. The city lights at night changed the Mexican's face. The muscles under his skin grew tense. An ugly profile, thought Fate. Only then did he realize that at some point he would have to go back to the Sonora resort, because that was where he'd parked his car. "Let's not go too far," he said. "Are you hungry?" the Mexican asked him. Fate said he was. The Mexican laughed and put on music. Fate heard an accordion and some far-off shouts, not of sorrow or joy but of pure energy, self-sufficient and self-consuming. Chucho Flores smiled and his smile remained stamped on his face as he kept driving, not looking at Fate, facing forward, as if he'd been fitted with a steel neck brace. As the wails came closer and closer to the microphones and the voices of people who Fate imagined as savage beasts began to sing or kept howling, less than at first, and shouting Viva for no clear reason. "What is this?" asked Fate. "Sonoran jazz," said Chucho Flores. When he got back to the motel it was 4 in the morning. Over the course of the night he had gotten drunk and then sobered up and then gotten drunk again, and now, outside his room, he was sober. Again, as if instead of drinking real alcohol Mexicans drank water with short-term hypnotic effects. For a while, sitting on the trunk of his car, he watched the trucks going by on the highway. The night was cool and full of stars. He thought about his mother and what she must have thought about at night in Harlem, not looking out the window to see the few stars shining in the sky, sitting in front of the TV or washing dishes in the kitchen with laughter coming from the TV, black people and white people laughing, telling jokes that she might have thought were funny, although probably she didn't even pay much attention to what was being said. Busy washing the dishes she had just used and the pot she had just used and the fork and spoon she had just used, peaceful in a way that seemed to go beyond simple peacefulness, thought Fate, or maybe not. Maybe her peacefulness was just peacefulness and a hint of weariness, peacefulness and banked embers, peacefulness and tranquility and sleepiness, which is ultimately sleepiness, that is, the wellspring and also the last refuge of peacefulness. But then peacefulness isn't just peacefulness, thought Fate. Or what we think of as peacefulness is wrong, and peacefulness or the realms of peacefulness are really no more than a gauge of movement, an accelerator or a brake, depending. The next day he got up at 2 in the afternoon. The first thing he remembered was that before he went to bed he'd felt sick and thrown up. He checked on both sides of the bed and then he went into the bathroom, but he couldn't find a single trace of vomit. Still, while he was sleeping he had woken up twice and both times he had smelled vomit. A foul odor that emanated from every corner of the room. He had been too tired to get up and had opened the windows and gone back to sleep. Now the smell was gone and there was no sign that he had vomited the night before. He showered and then he got dressed, thinking that after the fight that night he would head straight back to Tucson, where he would try to catch a red-eye to New York. He wouldn't keep his appointment with Guadalupe Roncal. Why interview a suspected serial killer if he couldn't write about it? He thought about calling and making a reservation from the motel, but at the last minute he decided to do it later, from one of the phones at the Arena del Norte or the Sonora Resort. Then he packed his suitcase and went to the desk to check out. "You don't have to leave now," the clerk told him, "I'll charge you the same price to keep the room until midnight." Fate thanked him and put the key back in his pocket, but he didn't take his suitcase out of the car. "Who do you think will win?" the clerk asked him. "I don't know. Anything could happen in a fight like this," said Fate, as if he'd been a sportswriter all his life. The sky was a deep blue, broken only by a few cylindrical clouds floating in the east and moving toward the city. "They look like tubes," said Fate from the open door of the lobby. "They're cirrus clouds," said the clerk. "By the time they reach the heights of Santa Teresa they'll have disappeared." "It's funny," said Fate, still standing in the doorway. "Cirrus means hard. It comes from the Greek skeros, which means hard, and it refers to tumors, hard tumors, but those clouds don't look hard at all." "No," said the clerk, "they're clouds in the top layer of the atmosphere, and if they drop or rise a little, just a tiny bit, they disappear." There was no one at the Arena del Norte. The main door was closed. On the walls were some posters, already faded, advertising the Fernandez picket fight. Some had been torn down and others had been covered by new posters pasted up by unknown hands. Posters advertising concerts, folk dances, and even a circus calling itself Circo Internacional. Fate walked around the building. He ran into a woman who was pushing a juice cart. The woman had long black hair and was wearing an ankle-length skirt. Among the jugs of water and buckets of ice the heads of two children bobbed. When she got to the corner the woman stopped and began to set up a kind of parasol with metal tubes. The children got off the cart and sat on the pavement, against the wall. For a while Fate stood watching them and the Haute Turley deserted street. When he walked on, another cart appeared from around the opposite corner and Fate stopped again. The man who was pushing the new cart waved to the woman. She barely nodded in recognition and began to take huge glass jars out of the side of her cart, setting them on a makeshift counter. The man who had just arrived was selling corn, and steam rose from his cart. Fate discovered a back door and looked for a bell, but there was no bell of any kind so he had to knock. The children had gone up to the corn vendor, who got 2 cobs, spread them with thick cream, sprinkled them with cheese and then chili powder, and handed them to the children. As he waited, Fate imagined that the man with the corn was the children's father and that he was on bad terms with the mother, the juice woman. In fact, maybe they were divorced and they saw each other only when they ran into each other on the job. But that couldn't possibly be the case, he thought. Then he knocked again and no one came to let him in. At the bar at the Sonora Resort he found almost all of the reporters who were covering the fight. He saw Campbell talking to a man who looked Mexican and walked toward them, but before he reached them he realized that Campbell was working and decided not to interrupt. He saw Chucho Flores by the bar and waved from across the room. Chucho Flores was with 3 men who looked like ex-fighters and his wave back seemed half-hearted. Fate found an empty table outside and sat down. For a while he watched people get up from their tables and greet each other with long hugs or shout back and forth, and he watched the bustle of photographers shooting pictures, arranging and rearranging groups to their liking, and the procession of Santa Teresa notables. Faces that weren't familiar to him at all. Well-dressed young women, tall men in cowboy boots and Armani suits, young men with bright eyes and stiff jaws who didn't talk and just shook their heads yes or no, until he got tired of waiting for the waiter to bring him a drink and he elbowed his way out without looking back, not caring that 2 or 3 rude remarks were dropped behind him, remarks in Spanish that he didn't understand and that wouldn't have given him reason to stay even if he had understood them. He ate at a restaurant in the eastern part of the city, on a cool patio under a vine-covered arbor. At the back of the patio, on the dirt floor next to a chain-link fence, there were 3 foosball tables. For a few minutes he looked at the menu, not understanding anything. Then he tried to explain what he wanted with gestures, but the woman who was waiting on him just smiled and shrugged her shoulders. After a while a man came over, but the English he spoke was even more unintelligible. The only word Fate understood was bread and beer. Then the man vanished and he was left alone. He got up and went over to the edge of the arbor, next to the foosball tables. One team was dressed in white t-shirts and green shorts and had black hair and very light-colored skin. The other team was in red, with black shorts, and all the players had full beards. The strangest thing, though, was that the players on the red team had tiny horns on their foreheads. The other two tables were exactly the same. He could see hills on the horizon. The hills were dark yellow and black. Past the hills, he guessed, was the desert. He felt the urge to leave and drive into the hills, but when he got back to his table the woman had brought him a beer and a very thick kind of sandwich. He took a bite and it was good. The taste was strange, spicy. Out of curiosity, he lifted the piece of bread on top. The sandwich was full of all kinds of things. He took a long drink of beer and stretched in his chair. Through the vine leaves he saw a bee, perched motionless. Two slender rays of sun fell vertically on the dirt floor. When the man came back he asked how to get to the hills. The man laughed. He spoke a few words Fate didn't understand and then he said "not pretty," several times. "Not pretty? Not pretty," said the man, and he laughed again. Then he took Fate by the arm and dragged him into a room that served as kitchen and that looked very tidy to Fate. Each thing in its place. Not a spot of grease on the white tiled wall, and he pointed to the garbage can. "Hills not pretty?" asked Fate. The man laughed again. "Hills are garbage?" The man couldn't stop laughing. He had a bird tattooed on his left forearm. Not a bird in flight, like most tattoos of birds, but a bird perched on a branch, a little bird, possibly a swallow. "Hills a garbage dump?" The man laughed even more and nodded his head. At 7 that night Fate showed his press pass and went into the Arena del Norte. There were crowds outside and vendors selling food, soft drinks, and boxing souvenirs. Inside, the second-tier fights had already started. A bantamweight Mexican was fighting another bantamweight Mexican with only a few people watching. Others were buying sodas, talking, greeting each other. Ringside, he saw 2 television cameras. One of them seemed to be recording what was happening in the main aisle. The other cameraman was sitting on a bench, trying to get a snack cake out of its plastic wrapping. He headed down one of the covered side passageways. He saw people placing bets, 2 short men each with an arm around a tall woman in a tight dress, men smoking or drinking beer, men with loosened ties making signs with their fingers, as if they were playing a children's game. Above the awning that covered the passageway were the cheap seats and there the noise was even louder. He decided to go check out the dressing rooms. And the press room. The only people in the press room were 2 Mexican reporters who stared at him like dying men. Both were seated and their shirts were damp with sweat. At the entrance to Marilino Fernandez's dressing room he saw Omar Abdul. He said hello but the fighter pretended not to recognize him and kept talking to some Mexicans. The people outside the door were talking about blood, or so Fate thought he understood. "What are you talking about?" he asked them. "Bullfighting," one of the Mexicans said in English. As he was leaving he heard someone call his name. "Mr. Fate." He turned around and was met with Omar Abdul's broad smile. "Don't you say hello to your friends, man?" From up close he could see that both of the fighters' cheekbones were bruised. "I guess Marilino's been working out," he said. "Hazards of the trade," said Omar Abdul. "Can I see the boss?" Omar Abdul looked over his shoulder, through the door to the dressing room, and then he shook his head. "If I let you in, brother, I'd have to let in all these other punks." "Are they reporters?" "Some of them are reporters, but most of them just want their picture taken with Marilino. Want to kiss his hand, kiss his ass." "How you doing?" "Can't complain, can't really complain," said Omar Abdul. "What do you plan to do after the fight?" "Celebrate, I guess," said Omar Abdul. "No, I don't mean tonight, but after it's all over," said Fate. Omar Abdul smiled. A cocky, teasing smile. A Cheshire cat smile, as if instead of being perched on a tree branch, the Cheshire cat were out in an open field in a storm. The smile of a young black man, thought Fate, but also a very American smile. "I don't know," he said. "Look for work, hang out in Sinaloa on the beach, we'll see." "Good luck," said Fate. As he was walking away he heard Omar say, "Count Pickett is the one who's going to need luck tonight." When he got back to the hall 2 different fighters were in the ring and there were hardly any empty seats left. He headed down the main aisle to the press pit. There was a fat man in his seat who looked at him, not understanding what he was saying. Fate showed him his ticket and the man got up and searched his pockets until he found his own ticket. The 2 of them had the same seat number. Fate smiled and the fat man smiled. Just then one of the fighters landed a hook that knocked his opponent down and most of the audience stood up and roared. "What should we do?" Fate asked the fat man. The fat man shrugged and kept his eyes on the referee as the countdown proceeded. The fallen fighter got up and the audience roared again. Fate raised a hand, with his palm toward the fat man, and retreated. When he was back in the main aisle, he heard someone calling him. He looked all around but he couldn't see anyone. "Fate, Oscar Fate," the voice shouted. The fighter who had just gotten up threw his arms around his opponent. His opponent tried to get out of the clinch by aiming a flurry of blows at the first fighter's stomach and backing away. "Here, Fate, here," the voice shouted. The referee broke up the clinch. The fighter who had just gotten up made a move as if to attack but danced slowly backward waiting for the bell. His opponent backed away, too. The first fighter was wearing white shorts and his face was covered in blood. The second fighter was wearing black, purple, and red striped shorts and looked surprised that the other fighter wasn't still on the ground. "Oscar, Oscar, we're over here," shouted the voice. When the bell rang, the referee headed for the corner of the fighter in white shorts and motioned for a doctor to come up. The doctor, or whatever he was, examined the boxer's eyebrow and said the fight could go on. Fate turned around and tried to find the people who were calling him. Most of the fans had gotten up from their seats and he couldn't see anybody. When the next round began, the fighter in striped shorts went on the offensive, looking for a knockout. For the first few seconds the other fighter stood his ground, but then he threw his arms around the fighter in striped shorts. The referee separated them several times. The shoulder of the fighter with striped shorts was stained with the other fighter's blood. Fate walked slowly toward the ringside seats. He saw Campbell reading a basketball magazine. He saw another American reporter coolly taking notes. One of the cameramen had set his camera up on a tripod, and the lighting boy next to him chewed gum and every so often checked out the legs of a girl in the first row. He heard his name again and turned around. He thought he saw a blonde woman motioning to him. The fighter in the white shorts fell again. His mouthguard popped out and flew across the ring, falling right next to Fate. For a moment Fate thought about bending down and picking it up, but then he was disgusted by the idea and didn't move, watching the sprawled body of the fighter and listening to the referee's count. Then, before the referee got to 9, the fighter stood again. He's going to fight without a mouthguard, thought Fate, and then he bent down and felt for the mouthguard but he couldn't find it. Who took it? He thought. I haven't moved and I haven't seen anybody else move, so who the fuck took the mouthguard? When the fight was over, a song played over the loudspeakers that Fate recognized as one Chucho Flores had called Sonoran Jazz. The fans in the cheap seats howled in delight and then they started to sing along. 3,000 Mexicans up in the gallery of the arena singing the same song in unison. Fate tried to get a look at them, but the lights, focused on the ring, left the upper part of the hall in darkness. The tone, he thought, was solemn and defiant, the battle hymn of a lost war sung in the dark. In the solemnity there was only despair and death, but in the defiance there was a hint of corrosive humor, a humor that existed only in relation to itself and in dreams, no matter whether the dreams were long or short. Sonoran Jazz. In the seats below, some people were singing along, but not many. Most were talking or drinking beer. He saw a boy in a white shirt and black pants run down the aisle. He saw the man who sold beer walk up the aisle singing to himself. A woman with her hands on her hips laughed at what a short man with a little mustache was saying. The short man was shouting but his voice was barely audible. A group of men seemed to converse just by clenching their jaws, and their jaws expressed only scorn or indifference. A man stared at the floor and talked to himself and smiled. Everyone seemed happy. Just then, as if he'd had a revelation, Fate understood that almost everybody at the arena thought Marilino Fernandez would win the fight. What made them so sure? For a moment he thought he knew, but the knowledge slipped like water through his fingers. All for the best, he thought, because the fleeting shadow of the idea, another stupid idea, might destroy him on the spot. Then, at last, he saw them. Chucho Flores was motioning him to come sit with them. He recognized the blonde girl next to him. He'd seen her before, but now she was much more nicely dressed. He bought a beer and made his way through the crowd. The blonde girl gave him a kiss on the cheek. She told him her name, which he'd already forgotten, Rosa Mendez. Chucho Flores introduced him to the other two. A man he'd never seen before, Juan Corona, who was probably another reporter, and an extremely beautiful girl, Rosa Amalfitano. "This is Charlie Cruz, the video king, you know him," said Chucho Flores. Charlie Cruz shook Fate's hand. He was the only one still sitting, oblivious to what was going on around him. They were all very well dressed, as if after the fight they planned to attend a gala. One of the seats was empty and Fate sat down once they had moved their coats and jackets. He asked whether they were waiting for someone. "We were expecting a friend," Chucho Flores said into his ear, "but she seems to have stood us up at the last minute." "If she comes, it's no problem," said Fate, "I'll get up and go." "No, man, you're with us now," said Chucho Flores. Corona asked him what part of the United States he was from. "New York," said Fate. "And what do you do?" "I'm a reporter." After that, Corona's English was exhausted, and he didn't ask anything else. "You're the first black man I've ever met," said Rosa Mendez. Charlie Cruz translated. Fate smiled. Rosa Mendez smiled too. "I like Denzel Washington," she said. Charlie Cruz translated and Fate smiled again. "I've never been friends with a black man," said Rosa Mendez. "I've seen them on TV and walking around sometimes, but there aren't many black people in the city." "That's Rosita for you," said Charlie Cruz, "a good person, a little bit naive." Fate didn't understand what he meant by a little bit naive. "The truth is, there aren't many black people in Mexico," said Rosa Mendez. "Just a few in Veracruz." "Have you ever been to Veracruz?" Charlie Cruz translated. He said that Rosita wanted to know whether he'd ever been to Veracruz. "No, I've never been there," said Fate. "Me neither. I was there on the way somewhere else, when I was 15, said Rosa Mendez, "but I've forgotten everything about it. It's like something bad happened to me in Veracruz and my brain erased it." "Do you know what I mean?" This time it was Rosa Amalfitano who translated. She didn't smile like Charlie Cruz but just translated what the other woman said in complete seriousness. "Sure," said Fate, though he didn't understand at all. Rosa Mendez looked him in the eye and he couldn't have said whether she was making small talk or sharing an intimate secret with him. "Something must have happened to me there," said Rosa Mendez, "because I really don't remember a thing. I know I was there, not for long, maybe 3 days or only 2. But I don't have a single memory of the city. Has anything like that ever happened to you?" It probably has, Fate thought, but instead of admitting it he asked whether she liked boxing. Rosa Amalfitano translated the question and Rosa Mendez said that sometimes it was exciting. But only sometimes, especially when the fighter was handsome. "And what about you?" he asked the girl who spoke English. "I don't care either way," said Rosa Amalfitano. "This is the first time I've come to something like this." "The first time?" asked Fate, forgetting that he wasn't a boxing expert either. Rosa Amalfitano smiled and nodded. Then she lit a cigarette and Fate chose that moment to look in the other direction, and his eyes met the eyes of Chucho Flores. Chucho Flores was looking at him as if he'd never seen him before. "Pretty girl," said Charlie Cruz next to him. Fate remarked that it was hot. A drop of perspiration was rolling down Rosa Mendez's right temple. She was wearing a low-cut dress revealing large breasts and a cream-colored bra. "Let's drink to Marilino," said Rosa Mendez. Charlie Cruz, Fate, and Rosa Mendez clinked bottles. Rosa Amalfitano lifted a paper cup, probably full of water or vodka or tequila. Fate thought about asking her which it was, but right away he realized it was a bad idea. You didn't ask women like Rosa Amalfitano that kind of question. Chucho Flores and Corona were the only 2 members of the group still standing, as if they hadn't yet lost hope of seeing the missing girl appear. Rosa Mendez asked him whether he liked Santa Teresa a lot or too much. Rosa Amalfitano translated. Fate didn't understand the question. Rosa Amalfitano smiled. Fate thought she smiled like a goddess. The beer tasted worse than before, bitter and warm. He was tempted to ask to take a sip from her cup, but that, he knew, was something he'd never do. "A lot or too much? Which is the right answer?" "Too much, I think," said Rosa Amalfitano. "Too much, then," said Fate. "Have you been to see a bullfight?" asked Rosa Mendez. "No," said Fate. "What about a soccer game? A baseball game? Have you been to see our basketball team play?" "Your friend is very interested in sports," said Fate. "Not really," said Rosa Amalfitano, "she's just trying to make conversation." "So she's just making conversation?" thought Fate. "All right, then she's trying to play dumb or act natural." "No, she's just trying to be nice," he thought, but he could feel there was more to it. "I haven't gone to see any of those things," said Fate. "Aren't you a sports writer?" asked Rosa Mendez. "Oh," thought Fate, "she isn't trying to play dumb or act natural. She's not even trying to be nice. She thinks I'm a sportswriter and so these things must interest me. I'm an accidental sportswriter, said Fate, and then he told the two Roses and Charlie Cruz the story of the real sportswriter and his death, and how he'd been sent to cover the Pickett-Fernandez fight. So what do you write about, then? Asked Charlie Cruz. Politics, said Fate. Political things that affect the African American community. Social things. That must be very interesting, said Rosa Mendez. Fate watched Rosa Amalfitano's lips as she translated. He felt happy to be there. The fight was short. First Count Pickett came out. Polite applause, some boos. Then Merlino Fernandez came out. Thundering applause. In the first round, they sized each other up. In the second, Pickett went on the offensive and knocked his opponent out in less than a minute. Merlino Fernandez's body didn't even move where it lay on the canvas. His seconds hauled him into his corner, and when he didn't recover, the medics came in and took him off to the hospital. Count Pickett raised an arm, without much enthusiasm, and left surrounded by his people. The fans began to empty out of the arena. They ate at a place called El Rey del Taco. At the entrance there was a neon sign. A kid wearing a big crown mounted on a burro that regularly kicked up its hind legs and tried to throw him. The boy never fell, although in one hand he was holding a taco and in the other a kind of scepter that could also serve as a riding crop. The inside was decorated like a McDonald's, but in an unsettling way. The chairs were straw, not plastic. The tables were wooden. The floor was covered in big green tiles, some of them printed with desert landscapes and episodes from the life of El Rey del Taco. From the ceiling hung piñatas featuring more adventures of the Boy King, always accompanied by the burro. Some of the scenes depicted were charmingly ordinary. The boy, the burro, and a one-eyed old woman, or the boy, the burro, and a well, or the boy, the burro, and a pot of beans. Other scenes were set firmly in the realm of the fantastic. In some the boy and the burro fell down a ravine, in others, the boy and the burro were tied to a funeral pyre, and there was even one in which the boy threatened to shoot his burro, holding a gun to its head. It was as if El Rey del Taco weren't the name of a restaurant but a character in a comic book. Fate happened never to have heard of. Still, the feeling of being in a McDonald's persisted. Maybe the waitresses and waiters, very young and dressed in military uniforms, Chucho Flores told him they were dressed up as federales, helped create the impression. This was certainly no victorious army. The young waiters radiated exhaustion, although they smiled at the customers. Some of them seemed lost in the desert that was El Rey del Taco. Others, 15-year-olds or 14-year-olds, tried in vain to joke with some of the diners, men on their own or in pairs who looked like government workers or cops, men who eyed them grimly, in no mood for jokes. Some of the girls had tears in their eyes, and they seemed unreal, faces glimpsed in a dream. "This place is like hell," he said to Rosa Amalfitano. "You're right," she said, looking at him sympathetically, "but the food isn't bad." "I've lost my appetite," said Fate. "As soon as they put a plate of tacos in front of you it'll come back," said Rosa Amalfitano. "I hope you're right," said Fate. They had come to the restaurant in 3 separate cars. Rosa Amalfitano was riding with Chucho Flores. Charlie Cruz and Rosa Mendez were riding with Silent Corona. Fate drove alone, following the other 2 cars closely, and more than once, when they seemed to be driving in endless circles around the city, he thought about honking his horn and abandoning the convoy. There was something absurd and childish about it, though he couldn't say exactly what, and heading for the Sonora resort to write his story about the brief fight he'd just witnessed. Maybe Campbell would still be there and could explain whatever it was he'd missed. Although it's not as if there was anything to understand, if you thought about it. Pickett knew how to fight and Fernandez didn't, it was that simple. Or maybe it would be better to skip the Sonora resort and just drive straight to the border, to Tucson, where he was sure to find a cyber cafe at the airport, and write his story, exhausted and without thinking about what he was writing, and then fly to New York, where everything would take on the consistency of reality again. But instead Fate followed the convoy of cars driving around and around an alien city, with the faint suspicion that the only object of all that driving was to wear him down and get rid of him. Although they'd been the ones to ask him along, they'd been the ones who'd said, "Come eat with us and then you can leave for the United States." A Last Supper in Mexico, speaking without conviction or sincerity, trapped by the formulas of hospitality, a Mexican rite, to which he should have responded by thanking them, effusively, and then driving away down a nearly empty street with his dignity intact. But he accepted the invitation. "Good idea," he said, "I'm hungry. Let's all go get some dinner." As if it was the most natural thing in the world. And although he saw the expression in Chucho Flores's eyes change, and the way Corona was looking at him, even more coldly than Chucho, as if trying to scare him off with his stare or blaming him for the defeat of the Mexican fighter, he insisted on going to eat something typical. "My last night in Mexico. What do you say we get some Mexican food?" Only Charlie Cruz seemed amused by the idea that he would stick around with them for dinner. Charlie Cruz and the two girls, although in different ways, in keeping with their different personalities, although it was also possible, thought fate, that the girls were just plain happy, whereas Charlie Cruz found himself presented with unexpected possibilities in a landscape that up until then had seemed fixed and devoid of surprise. "Why am I here, eating tacos and drinking beer with some Mexicans I hardly know?" thought fate. The answer, he knew, was simple. "I'm here for her." They were all speaking Spanish. Only Charlie Cruz addressed him in English. Charlie Cruz liked to talk about film and he liked to talk in English. His English was fast, as if he were trying to imitate a college student, and full of mistakes. He mentioned the name of a Los Angeles director, Barry Gardini, whom he'd met personally, but Fate had never seen any of Gardini's movies. Then he started to talk about DVDs. He said that in the future everything would be on DVD, or something like DVDs but better, and there'd be no such thing as movie theaters. "The only movie theaters that were worth anything," said Charlie Cruz, "were the old ones, remember them? Those huge theaters where your heart leapt when they turned out the lights. Those places were great, they were real movie theaters, more like churches than anything else. High ceilings, red curtains, pillars, aisles with worn carpeting, box seats, orchestra seats, balcony seats. Theaters built at a time when going to the movies was still a religious experience. Routine but religious. Theaters that were gradually demolished to build banks or supermarkets or multiplexes. Today," said C. Harley Cruz, "there are only a few left. Today all movie theaters are multiplexes, with small screens, less space, comfortable seats. 7 of these smaller multiplex theaters would fit into one of the old theaters, the real ones. Or 10. Or even 15. And there's no sense of the abyss anymore, there's no vertigo before the movie begins, no one feels alone inside a multiplex." Then, fate remembered, he began to talk about the end of the sacred. The end had begun somewhere, Charlie Cruz didn't care where. Maybe in the churches, when the priests stopped celebrating the Mass in Latin, or in families, when the fathers, terrified, believe me, brother, left the mothers. Soon the end of the sacred came to the movies. The big theaters were torn down and up went the hideous boxes called multiplexes, practical, functional. The cathedrals were felled by the wrecking balls of demolition teams. Then the VCR came along. A TV set isn't the same as a movie screen. Your living room isn't the same as the old endless rows of seats. But look carefully and you'll see it's the closest thing to it. In the first place, because with videos you can watch a movie all by yourself. You close the windows and you turn on the TV. You pop in the video and you sit in a chair. First off, do it alone. No matter how big or small your house is, it feels bigger with no one else there. Second, be prepared. In other words, rent the movie, buy the drinks you want, the snacks you want, decide what time you're going to sit down in front of the TV. Third, don't answer the phone, ignore the doorbell, be ready to spend an hour and a half or 2 hours or an hour and 45 minutes in complete and utter solitude. Fourth, have the remote control within reach in case you want to see a scene more than once. And that's it. After that it all depends on the movie and on you. If things work out, and sometimes they don't, you're back in the presence of the sacred. You burrow your head into your own chest and open your eyes and watch, pronounced Charlie Cruz. What's sacred to me? Thought fate. The vague pain I feel at the passing of my mother? An understanding of what can't be fixed? Or the kind of pang in the stomach I feel when I look at this woman? And why do I feel a pang, if that's what it is, when she looks at me and not when her friend looks at me? Because her friend is nowhere near as beautiful, thought fate. Which seems to suggest that what's sacred to me is beauty, a pretty girl with perfect features. And what if all of a sudden the most beautiful actress in Hollywood appeared in the middle of this big, repulsive restaurant? Would I still feel a pang each time my eyes surreptitiously met this girl's, or would the sudden appearance of a superior beauty, a beauty enhanced by recognition, relieve the pang, diminish her beauty to ordinary levels? The beauty of a slightly odd girl out to have a good time on a weekend night with 3 slightly peculiar men and a woman who basically seems like a hooker. And who am I to think that Rosita Mendez seems like a hooker? Thought Fate. Do I really know enough about Mexican hookers to be able to recognize them at a glance? Do I know anything about innocence or pain? Do I know anything about women? I like to watch videos, thought Fate. I also like to go to the movies. I like to sleep with women. Right now I don't have a steady girlfriend, but I know what it's like to have one. Do I see the sacred anywhere? All I register is practical experiences, thought Fate. An emptiness to be filled, a hunger to be satisfied, people to talk to so I can finish my article and get paid. And why do I think the men Rosa Amalfitano is out with are peculiar? What's peculiar about them? And why am I so sure that if a Hollywood actress appeared all of a sudden Rosa Amalfitano's beauty would fade? What if it didn't? What if it sped up? And what if everything began to accelerate from the instant a Hollywood actress crossed the threshold of El Rey del Taco? Later, he remembered vaguely, they were at a few clubs, maybe 3. Actually, it might have been 4. No. 3. But they were also at a 4th place, which wasn't exactly a club or a private house either. The music was loud. One of the clubs, not the first one, had a patio. From the patio, where they stacked boxes of soft drinks and beer, you could see the sky. A black sky like the bottom of the sea. At some point Fate threw up. Then he laughed because something on the patio struck him as funny. What? He didn't know. Something that was mauve-ing or crawling along the chain-link fence. Maybe a sheet of newspaper. When he went back inside he saw Corona kissing Rosa Mendez. Corona's right hand was squeezing one of her breasts. When he passed them, Rosa Mendez opened her eyes and looked at him as if she didn't recognize him. Charlie Cruz was leaning on the bar talking to the bartender. Fate asked him where Rosa Amalfitano was. Charlie Cruz shrugged. He repeated the question. Charlie C. Ruz looked him in the eyes and said she might be in the ladies' room. Where is the ladies' room? Asked Fate. Upstairs, said Charlie Cruz. Fate went up the only stairs he could find. A metal staircase that wobbled a little, as if the base were loose. It seemed to him like the staircase on an old-time boat. The staircase ended in a green carpeted hallway. At the end of the hallway there was an open door. Music was playing. The light that came from the room was green, too. Standing in the middle of the hallway was a skinny kid, who looked at him and then moved toward him. Fate thought he was going to be attacked and he prepared himself mentally to take the first punch. But the kid let him pass and then went down the stairs. His face was very serious, Fate remembered. Then he kept walking until he came to a room where he saw Chucho Flores talking on a cell phone. Next to him, sitting at a desk, was a man in his 40s, dressed in a checkered shirt and a bow tie, who stared at Fate and gestured inquiringly. Chucho Flores caught the gesture and glanced toward the door. "Come on in, Fate," he said. The lamp hanging from the ceiling was green. Next to a window, sitting in an armchair, was Rosa Amalfitano. She had her legs crossed and she was smoking. When Fate came through the door she lifted her eyes and looked at him. "We're doing some business here," said Chucho Flores. Fate leaned against the wall, feeling short of breath. "It's the green color," he thought. "I see," he said. Rosa Amalfitano seemed to be high. Fate thought he remembered that someone, at some point, announced it was someone's birthday that night. The birthday of a person who wasn't with them but whom Chucho Flores and Charlie Cruz apparently knew. As he drank tequila a woman started to sing, "Happy Birthday" in English. Then 3 men, was Chucho Flores one of them, started to sing the Mexican birthday song, Las Mañanitas. Many voices joined in. Next to him, standing at the bar, was Rosa Amalfitano. She wasn't singing, but she translated the words of the song. Fate asked her what the connection was between King David and birthdays. "I don't know," said Rosa. "I'm not Mexican, I'm Spanish." Fate thought about Spain. He was going to ask her what part of Spain she was from when he saw a man hit a woman in a corner of the room. The first blow made the woman's head snap violently and the second blow knocked her down. Without thinking, Fate tried to move toward them, but someone grabbed his arm. When he turned to see who it was, no one was there. In the opposite corner of the club the man who had hit the woman stepped next to where she was huddled on the ground and kicked her in the stomach. A few feet away from him he saw Rosa Mendez smiling happily. Next to her was Corona, who was looking in a different direction with the usual serious expression on his face. Corona's arm was around Rosa Mendez's shoulders. Every so often she would lift Corona's hand to her mouth and bite his finger. Sometimes Rosa Mendez's teeth bit too hard and then Corona's brow furrowed slightly. Garcia was a fairly well-known fighter in Sonora, said Chucho Flores. He wasn't very good, but he could stand there and take it better than anybody else. Fate looked toward the end of the bar. Omar Abdul and Garcia were still there, silent, staring at the rows of bottles. One night he went crazy and killed his sister, said Chucho Flores. His lawyer argued temporary insanity and all he did was 8 years in the prison at Hermosillo. When he got out he didn't want to box anymore. For a while he was with the Arizona Pentecostalists. But God never gave him the gift of speech and one day he stopped preaching the word and started working the door at some clubs. Until Lopez, Marilino's trainer, showed up, and hired him as a sparring partner. A couple of fuck-ups, said Corona. Yes, said Fate, judging by the fight, a couple of fuck-ups. At the last place they went Fate saw Omar Abdul and Marilino's other sparring partner. They were drinking alone in a corner of the bar and he went over to say hello. The fighter named Garcia barely nodded in recognition. Omar Abdul, however, gave him a broad smile. Fate asked them how Marilino Fernandez was doing. Fine, just fine, said Omar Abdul. He's at the ranch. Before Fate said goodbye, Omar Abdul asked him why he hadn't left yet. I like this city, said Fate, to say something. Brother, this city is a shithole, said Omar Abdul. Well, there are some beautiful women here, said Fate. The women here aren't worth shit, said Omar Abdul. Then you should go back to California, said Fate. Omar Abdul looked him in the eye and nodded several times. I wish I was a goddamn reporter, he said. You people don't miss a thing. Fate pulled out some money and beckoned to the bartender. Whatever my friends are having, it's on me, he said. The bartender took the money and looked at the fighters. 2 more mezcals, said Omar Abdul. Fate went back to his table. Chucho Flores asked him whether the fighters were his friends. They aren't fighters, said Fate, they're Marilino's sparring partners. Then, and this he did remember clearly, they ended up at Charlie Cruz's house. He remembered because of the videos. Specifically, the video that was supposed to be by Robert Rodriguez. Charlie Cruz's house was big, as solid as a 2-story bunker. That he also remembered clearly, and it cast its shadow over a vacant lot. There was no yard, but there was a garage for 4 or maybe 5 cars. At some point during the night, although this was much less clear, a 4th man had joined the convoy. The 4th man didn't talk much but he kept smiling for no reason and he seemed nice. He was dark-skinned and he had a mustache. And he rode with Fate, in his car, sitting next to him, smiling at every word Fate said. Every so often he looked behind them and every so often he checked his watch. But he didn't say a single word. Can't you talk? Fate asked him in English after several attempts to start a conversation. Cat got your tongue? Motherfucker. Why do you keep looking at your watch? And the man invariably smiled and nodded. Charlie Cruz's car led the way, followed by Chucho Flores's car. Sometimes Fate could see the shapes of Chucho and Rosa Amalfitano. Usually when they stopped at a stoplight. Sometimes the 2 shapes were very close together, as if they were kissing. Other times all he saw was the shape of the driver. At one point he tried to pull up alongside Chucho Flores's car, but he couldn't. What time is it? He asked the man with the mustache, and the man shrugged his shoulders. In Charlie Cruz's garage there was a mural painted on one of the cement walls. The mural was 6 feet tall and maybe 10 feet long and showed the Virgin of Guadalupe in the middle of a lush landscape of rivers and forests and gold mines and silver mines and oil rigs and giant cornfields and wheatfields and vast meadows where cattle grazed. The Virgin had her arms spread wide, as if offering all of these riches in exchange for nothing. But despite being drunk, Fate noticed right away there was something wrong about her face. One of the Virgin's eyes was open and the other eye was closed. The house had many rooms. Some were used just for storage and were stacked full of videos and DVDs from Charlie Cruz's video stores or his private collection. The living room was on the 1st floor. 2 armchairs and 2 leather sofas and a wooden table and a TV. The armchairs were good but old. The floor was yellow tile edged with black and it was dirty. Not even a couple of multicolored Indian rugs could hide it. A full-length mirror hung on one wall. On the other wall there was a poster for a Mexican movie from the 1950s, framed and protected behind glass. Charlie Cruz said it was the original poster for a very rare film, of which almost all the copies had been lost. Bottles of liquor were kept in a glass cabinet. Next to the living room was an apparently unused room where there was a latest generation music system and a cardboard box full of CDs. Rosa Mendez knelt next to the box and began to dig through it. "Women go crazy for music," Charlie Cruz said into Fate's ear. "I go crazy for movies." The nearness of Charlie Cruz startled Fate. Only then did he realize that the room had no windows, and it struck him as odd that anyone would choose it for the living room, especially since the house was so big and there had to be lots of rooms with more light. When the music started, Corona and Chucho Flores each took a girl by the arm and left the living room. The man with the mustache sat in an armchair and looked at his watch. Charlie Cruz asked Fate whether he was interested in seeing the Robert Rodriguez movie. Fate nodded. The man with the mustache, because of the angle of his chair, couldn't see the movie without craning his neck exaggeratedly, but he showed no curiosity at all. He just sat there looking at them and every so often looking at the ceiling. The movie, according to Charlie Cruz, was half an hour long at most. An old woman with a heavily made-up face looked into the camera. After a while she began to whisper incomprehensible words and weep. She looked like a whore who'd retired and, Fate thought at times, was facing death. Then a thin, dark-skinned young woman with big breasts took off her clothes while seated on a bed. Out of the darkness came 3 men who first whispered in her ear and then fucked her. At first the woman resisted. She looked straight at the camera and said something in Spanish that Fate didn't understand. Then she faked an orgasm and started to scream. After that, the men, who until that moment had been taking turns, joined in all together, the first penetrating her vagina, the second her anus, and the third sticking his cock in her mouth. The effect was of a perpetual motion machine. The spectator could see that the machine was going to explode. At some point, but it was impossible to say what the explosion would be like and when it would happen. And then the woman came for real. An unforeseen orgasm that she was the last to expect. The woman's movements, constrained by the weight of the 3 men, accelerated. Her eyes were fixed on the camera, which in turn zoomed in on her face. Her eyes said something, although they spoke in an unidentifiable language. For an instant, everything about her seemed to shine, her breasts gleamed, her chin glistened, half hidden by the shoulder of one of the men, her teeth took on a supernatural whiteness. Then the flesh seemed to melt from her bones and drop to the floor of the anonymous brothel or vanish into thin air, leaving just a skeleton, no eyes, no lips, a death's head laughing suddenly at everything. Then there was a street in a big Mexican city at dusk, probably Mexico City, a street swept by rain, cars parked along the curb, stores with their metal gates lowered, people walking fast so as not to be soaked. A puddle of rainwater. Water washing clean a car coated in a thick layer of dust. The lighted-up windows of government buildings. A bus stop next to a small park. The branches of a sick tree stretching vainly toward nothing. The face of the old whore, who smiles at the camera now as if to say, "Did I do it right? Did I look good? Is everybody happy?" A red brick staircase comes into view. A linoleum floor. The same rain, but filmed from inside a room. A plastic tablier with nicked edges. Glasses and a jar of Nescafé. A frying pan with the remains of scrambled eggs. A hallway. The body of a half-dressed woman sprawled on the floor. A door. A room in complete disarray. 2 men sleeping in the same bed. A mirror. The camera zooms in on the mirror. The tape ends. "Where's Rosa?" asked Fate when the movie ended. "There's a second tape," said Charlie Cruz. "Where's Rosa?" "In some room," said Charlie Cruz, sucking Chucho's dick. Then he got up and went out of the room, and when he came back he had the remaining tape in his hand. As he rewound the video, Fate said he had to use the bathroom. "End of the hall, 4th door," said Charlie Cruz. "But you don't want to use the bathroom, you want to look for Rosa, you lying gringo." Fate laughed. "Well, maybe Chucho needs some help," he said as if he were asleep and drunk at the same time. When he got up, the man with the mustache started. Charlie Cruz said something to him in Spanish and he settled comfortably back in the armchair. Fate walked along the hallway, counting doors. When he got to the 3rd door he heard a noise from the floor above. He paused. The noise stopped. The bathroom was big and looked like something straight out of a design magazine. The walls and floor were white marble. At least 4 people could fit into the bathtub, which was circular. Next to the bathtub was a big oak box in the shape of a coffin. A coffin from which the head would protrude, and that Fate would have said was a sauna, if the box weren't so narrow. The toilet was black marble. Next to it was a bidet, and next to the bidet was a marble protuberance a foot and a half high whose purpose Fate was unable to discern. By a stretch of the imagination, you might say it looked like a chair or a saddle. But he couldn't imagine anyone sitting there, not in a normal position. Maybe it was used to hold towels for the bidet. As he urinated, he gazed at the wooden box and the marble sculpture. For an instant he thought both things were alive. Behind him was a mirror that covered the whole wall and made the bathroom seem bigger than it was. Looking to the left, Fate saw the wooden coffin, and turning his head to the right, he saw the protuberant marble fixture. At one point he looked behind him and saw his own back, standing in front of the toilet, flanked by the coffin and the useless-seeming saddle. The sense of unreality that dogged him that night was heightened. He climbed the stairs trying not to make a sound. In the living room, Charlie Cruz and the man with the mustache were talking in Spanish. Charlie Cruz's voice was soothing. The voice of the man with the mustache was squeaky, as if his vocal cords were atrophied. The noise he'd heard in the hallway repeated itself. The stairs ended in a room with a big window behind the dark brown plastic slats of a Venetian blind. Fate went down another hallway. He opened a door. Rosa Mendez was lying face down on a military-looking bed. She was dressed and had high heels on, but she seemed to be asleep or to have passed out. The room was furnished with only a bed and chair. The floor, unlike the floor downstairs, was carpeted, so his steps made almost no sound. He went over to the girl and turned her head. Rosa Mendez smiled without opening her eyes. This hallway led to another. Fate could see light coming from under one of the doors. He heard Chucho Flores and Corona arguing, but he didn't know what they were arguing about. He thought they both wanted to fuck Rosa Amalfitano. Then he thought maybe they were arguing about him. Corona sounded truly angry. He opened the door without knocking and the two men turned around at once, their faces stamped with a mixture of surprise and sleepiness. Now I have to try to be what I am, thought Fate, a black guy from Harlem, a terrifying Harlem motherfucker. Almost immediately he realized that neither of the Mexicans was impressed. "Where's Rosa?" he asked. Chucho Flores managed to point to a corner of the room that Fate hadn't seen. "I've lived this scene before," thought Fate. Rosa was sitting in an armchair, with her legs crossed, snorting cocaine. "Let's go," he said. He didn't order her or plead with her. He just asked her to come with him, but he put all his soul into the words. Rosa smiled at him sympathetically, but she didn't seem to understand. He heard Chucho Flores say in English, "Get out of here, amigo, wait for us downstairs." Fate held out his hand to the girl. Rosa got up and took it. Her hand felt warm, its temperature evoking other scenarios but also evoking or encompassing their current sordid circumstances. When he took it he became conscious of the coldness of his own hand. "I've been dying all this time," he thought. "I'm as cold as ice. If she hadn't taken my hand I would have died right here and they would have had to send my body back to New York." As they left the room he felt Corona grab his arm and saw him lift his free hand, which seemed to be holding a blunt instrument. He turned around and dealt Corona an uppercut to the chin, in the style of Count Pickett. Like Marilino Fernandez earlier, Corona dropped to the floor without a sound. Only then did Fate realize Corona was holding a gun. He took it away from him and asked Chucho Flores what he planned to do. "I'm not jealous, amigo," said Chucho Flores with his hands raised at chest height so that Fate could see he wasn't carrying a weapon. Rosa Amalfitano looked at Corona's gun as if it were a sex shop contraption. "Let's go," he heard her say. "Who's the guy downstairs?" asked Fate. "Charlie, your friend Charlie Cruz," said Chucho Flores, smiling. "No, you son of a bitch, the other one, the one with the mustache." "A friend of Charlie S," said Chucho Flores. "Is there another way out of this goddamn house?" Chucho Flores shrugged. "Listen, man, aren't you taking this too far?" he asked. "Yes, there's a back door," said Rosa Amalfitano. Fate looked at Corona's fallen body and seemed to reflect for a few seconds. "The car is in the garage," he said, "we can't leave without it." "Then you'll have to go out the front door," said Chucho Flores. "What about him?" asked Rosa Amalfitano, pointing to Corona. "Is he dead?" Fate looked again at the limp body on the floor. He could have stared for hours. "Let's go," he said in a decisive voice. They went down the stairs, passed through an enormous kitchen that smelled of neglect, as if it had been a long time since anyone cooked there, crossed a hallway with a view of a courtyard where there was a pickup truck covered by a black tarp, and then walked entirely in the dark until they reached the door that led down to the garage. When Fate turned on the lights, two big fluorescent tubes hanging from the ceiling, he took another look at the mural of the Virgin of Guadalupe. When he moved to open the garage door, he realized that the Virgin's single open eye seemed to follow him wherever he went. He put Chucho Flores in the front passenger seat and Rosa got in the back. As they drove out of the garage, he caught a glimpse of the man with the mustache. He had appeared at the top of the stairs and was looking around for them with the expression of a startled adolescent. They left Charlie Cruz's house behind and turned down unpaved streets. Without realizing it, they crossed an empty stretch that gave off a strong smell of weeds and rotting food. Fate stopped the car, cleaned the gun with a handkerchief, and threw it into the lot. "What a pretty night," murmured Chucho Flores. Neither Rosa nor Fate said anything. They left Chucho Flores at a bus stop on a deserted and brightly lit street. Rosa got in the front seat, giving Chucho Flores a parting slap in the face. Then they headed down a labyrinth of streets that neither Rosa nor Fate recognized, until they came out onto another street that led straight to the center of the city. "I think I've been an idiot," said Fate. "I was the idiot," said Rosa. "No, I was," said Fate. They started to laugh, and after circling the city center a few times, they let themselves be caught up in the stream of cars with Mexican and American license plates heading out of the city. "Where are we going?" asked Fate. "Where do you live?" She said she didn't want to go home yet. They passed Fate's motel, and for a few seconds he didn't know whether to keep going to the border or stay there. Half a mile farther down the road he turned around and headed south again, toward the motel. He clerk recognized him. He asked how the fight had gone. "Marilino lost," said Fate. "Of course," said the clerk. Fate asked whether his room was still vacant. The clerk said it was. Fate stuck his hand in his pocket and pulled out the key to the room, which he had kept. "That's right," he said. He paid for another night and then he went out. Rosa was waiting for him in the car. "You can stay here for a while," said Fate, "and whenever you say I'll take you home." Rosa nodded and they went in. The bed was made and the sheets were clean. The two windows were open a crack. Maybe the cleaning person had noticed a trace of vomit smell, thought Fate. But the room smelled fine. Rosa turned on the TV and sat in a chair. "I've been watching you," she said. "I'm flattered," said Fate. "Why did you clean the gun before you got rid of it?" asked Rosa. "You never know," said Fate, "but I'd rather not go around leaving fingerprints on firearms." Then Rosa focused her attention on the TV show, a Mexican talk show that was essentially just an old woman talking. She had long white hair. Sometimes she smiled and you could tell she was a nice, harmless little old lady, but most of the time she had a grave expression on her face, as if she were addressing matters of great importance. Of course, he didn't understand a thing she said. Then Rosa got up from the chair, turned off the TV, and asked whether she could take a shower. Fate nodded. When Rosa went into the bathroom and closed the door, he began to think about everything that had happened that night and his stomach hurt. He felt a wave of heat rise to his face. He sat on the bed, covered his face with his hands, and thought of what an idiot he'd been. When she came out of the bathroom, Rosa told him that she had been Chucho Flores's girlfriend, or something like that. She was lonely in Santa Teresa and one day she met Rosa Mendez at Charlie Cruz's video store, where she went to rent movies. She couldn't say why, but she liked Rosa Mendez from the moment she met her. During the day, according to Rosa Mendez, she worked at a supermarket and at night she worked as a waitress at a restaurant. She liked movies and she loved thrillers. Maybe what Rosa Amalfitano liked about Rosa Mendez was her perpetual cheerfulness and also her bleached blonde hair, which contrasted strongly with her dark skin. One day Rosa Mendez introduced her to Charlie Cruz, the owner of the video store, whom she'd seen only a few times, and Charlie Cruz struck her as a relaxed person, someone who took things easy, and sometimes he loaned her movies or didn't charge her for the movies she rented. Often she would spend whole afternoons at the video store, talking to them or helping Charlie Cruz unpack new shipments of movies. One night, when the store was about to close, she met Chucho Flores. That same night Chucho Flores took them all out to dinner and later he gave her a ride home, although when she invited him in he said he'd rather pass, because he didn't want to bother her father. But she gave him her phone number and Chucho Flores called the next day and asked her out to the movies. When Rosa got to the theater, Chucho Flores was there with Rosa Mendez and her date, an older man around 50 who said he was in the real estate business and who treated Chucho like a nephew. After the movie they had dinner at a fancy restaurant and later Chucho Flores dropped her off at home. claiming that the next day he had to get up early because he was going to Hermosillo to interview someone for the radio. Around that time, Rosa Amalfitano saw Rosa Mendez not just at Charlie Cruz's video store but also at her place in Colonia Madero, in an apartment on the 4th floor of an old 5-story building with no elevator, for which Rosa Mendez paid lots of money. At first, Rosa Mendez had shared the apartment with 2 friends, so the rent wasn't too bad. But one friend left to try her luck in Mexico City and she had a fight with the other friend, and after that she lived alone. Rosa Mendez liked to live alone, even though she had to work a second job to afford it. Sometimes Rosa Amalfitano would spend hours at Rosa Mendez's apartment, not talking, laying on the couch drinking agua fresca and listening to her friends' stories. Sometimes they talked about men. Here, as elsewhere, Rosa Mendez's experience was richer and more varied than Rosa Amalfitano's. She was 24 and she'd had, in her own words, 4 lovers who'd changed her in some way. The first was when she was 15, a guy who worked at a maquiladora and left her to go to the United States. She remembered him fondly, but of all her lovers he was the one who'd left the least mark on her. When she said this, Rosa Amalfitano laughed and Rosa Mendez laughed too without knowing exactly why. "You sound like a bolero," Rosa Amalfitano told her. "Oh, so that's it," answered Rosa Mendez. "Well, boleros are true, mana. The words of the songs come from D.P. inside all of us and they're always right." "No," said Rosa Amalfitano, "they seem right, they seem authentic, but they're actually full of shit." At this point, Rosa Mendez would give up arguing. Tacitly she acknowledged that her friend, who was in college, after all, knew more about these things than she did. The boyfriend who'd left for the United States, she explained again, was the one who'd left the least mark on her but also the one she missed the most. How was that possible? She didn't know. The other ones, the ones who came later, were different. And that was all. One day Rosa Mendez told Rosa Amalfitano what it felt like to make love with a policeman. "It's the best," she said. "Why? What difference does it make?" Her friend wanted to know. "It's hard to explain, mana," said Rosa Mendez, "but it's like fucking a man who isn't exactly a man. It's like becoming a little girl again, if that makes sense. It's like being fucked by a rock. A mountain. You know you'll be there, on your knees, until the mountain says it's over. And that in the end you'll be full." "Full of what?" asked Rosa Amalfitano. "Full of semen." "No, mana, don't be disgusting, full of something else. It's like you're fucking a mountain but you're fucking inside a cave. Know what I mean?" "In a cave?" asked Rosa Amalfitano. "That's right," said Rosa Mendez. "In other words, it's like being fucked by a mountain in a cave inside the mountain itself," said Rosa Amalfitano. "Exactly," said Rosa Mendez. And then she said, "I love how you say foliar for fuck. People from Spain talk so pretty." "You're weird, you know," said Rosa Amalfitano. "I always have been, ever since I was little," said Rosa Mendez. And she added, "Want me to tell you something else?" "What?" asked Rosa Amalfitano. "I've fucked narcos. I swear. Do you want to know what it feels like? Well, it feels like being fucked by the air. That's exactly how it feels. So fucking a policeman is like being fucked by a mountain and fucking a narco is like being fucked by the air." "Yes," said Rosa Mendez, "but not the air we breathe or the air we feel when we go outside. But the desert air, a blast of air. Air that doesn't taste the same as the air here and doesn't smell like nature or the country. Air that smells the way it smells, that has its own smell. A smell you can't explain. It's just air, pure air. So much air that sometimes it's hard to breathe and you feel like you're going to suffocate." "So," concluded Rosa Amalfitano, "if a policeman fucks you it's like being fucked by a mountain inside the mountain itself. And if a narco fucks you it's like being fucked by the desert air." "That's right, mana, if a narco fucks you it's always out in the open." Around that time, Rosa Amalfitano started to officially date Chucho Flores. He was the first Mexican she slept with. At the university there had been 2 or 3 boys who tried to flirt with her, but nothing happened. She did go to bed with Chucho Flores though. The courtship period wasn't long, but it lasted longer than Rosa expected. When he came back from Hermosillo, Chucho Flores brought her a pearl necklace. Alone, in front of the mirror, Rosa tried it on, and although the necklace had a certain appeal, and had probably cost a lot, she couldn't imagine ever wearing it. Rosa had a long, beautiful neck, but that necklace required a different kind of wardrobe. Other gifts followed. Sometimes, as they walked along the streets where the fashionable stores were, Chucho Flores would stop in front of a window and point out something she should try on, telling her that if she liked it he'd buy it for her. Usually Rosa would try on the thing he'd suggested and then she'd try on other things, and in the end she'd end up with something to her taste. Chucho Flores also gave her art books, since he'd once heard her talk about painting, and about painters whose works she'd seen in famous European museums. Other times he gave her CDs, mostly of classical music, although sometimes, like a tour guide with an eye for local color, he mixed in music from the north of Mexico or Mexican folk music, which later, alone at home, Rosa listened to distractedly as she washed the dishes or loaded the dirty clothes in the washing machine. At night they would go out to eat at nice restaurants, where they invariably ran into men and, less often, women, who knew Chucho Flores, and to whom Chucho Flores introduced her as his friend, Miss Rosa Amalfitano, daughter of the philosophy professor Óscar Amalfitano. "My friend Rosa, Miss Amalfitano," immediately prompting a paean to her beauty and elegance, and then commentary on Spain and Barcelona, a city they had all visited as tourists, every one of them, the distinguished citizens of Santa Teresa, and for which they had nothing but words of praise and admiration. One night, instead of driving her home, Chucho Flores asked her if she wanted to go for a ride with him. Rosa expected he would take her to his apartment, but they headed west out of Santa Teresa, and after driving for half an hour along a lonely highway they came to a motel where Chucho Flores got a room. The motel was in the middle of the desert, just before a slight rise, and alongside the highway there was only gray brush, sometimes with its wind-scoured roots exposed. The room was big and in the bathroom there was a jacuzzi like a small pool. The bed was round and the mirrors on the walls and part of the ceiling made it seem bigger. The carpet on the floor was thick, almost like a cushion. Instead of a minibar there was a small real bar stocked with all kinds of liquor and soft drinks. When Rosa asked him why he'd brought her to a place like this, the kind of place rich men brought their whores, Chucho Flores thought for a while and then he said it was for the mirrors. He sounded apologetic. Then he undressed her and they fucked on the bed and on the carpet. At first, Chucho Flores was more gentle than anything else, more concerned about his partner's satisfaction than his own. Finally Rosa came and then Chucho Flores stopped fucking and took a little metal box out of his jacket. Rosa thought it would be cocaine, but instead of white powder the box held tiny yellow pills. Chucho Flores took out 2 pills and swallowed them with a little bit of whiskey. For a while they talked, lying in bed, until he got on top of her again. This time he wasn't gentle at all. Surprised, Rosa didn't protest or say anything. It seemed as if Chucho Flores would put her in every possible position, and some of them, this Rosa realized later, she liked. When the sun came up they stopped fucking and left the motel. There were other cars in the courtyard parking lot, shielded from the highway by a red brick wall. The air was cool and dry and had a faintly musky smell. The motel and everything around it seemed sealed in a pocket of silence. As they walked through the parking lot to the car they heard a rooster crow. The noise of the car doors opening, the engine starting, and the tires crunching the gravel seemed to Rosa like the sound of a drum. No trucks went by on the highway. After that, things with Chucho Flores got stranger and stranger. There were days when it seemed he couldn't live without her, and other days when he treated her like his slave. Some nights they slept at his apartment and when she woke up in the morning he'd be gone, because there were times he got up very early to do a live radio show called Good Morning, Sonora, or Good Morning, Friends. She wasn't sure because she never heard it from the beginning. A show for truck drivers crossing the border in either direction and bus drivers carrying workers to the factories and anyone who had to get up early in Santa Teresa. When Rosa got up she made herself breakfast, usually a glass of orange juice and a piece of toast or a cookie, and then she washed the plate, the glass, the juicer, and left. Other times she stayed for a while, looking out the windows at the sprawl of the city under the cobalt blue sky, and then she made the bed and wandered around the apartment, with nothing to do except think about her life and the strange Mexican she was involved with. She wondered whether he loved her, whether what he felt for her was love, whether she loved him herself, or whether she was just attracted to him, whether she felt anything for him at all, and whether this was all she could expect from being with another person. Some afternoons they got in his car and sped east to a mountain overlook from which Santa Teresa was visible in the distance, the first lights of the city, the enormous black parachute that dropped gradually over the desert. Each time they went, after silently watching day change to night, Chucho Flores would unzip his pants and push her head down to his crotch. Then Rosa would take his penis in her mouth, barely sucking it until it got hard, and then she would begin to run her tongue over it. When Chucho Flores was about to come, she could tell by the pressure of his hand on her head, forcing her down. Rosa would stop moving her tongue and be still, as if having his whole penis in her mouth had choked her, until she felt the spurt of semen in her throat, and even then she didn't move, although she could hear her lover's moans and his exclamations, often bizarre, because he liked to say crude things and swear as he came, not at her but at unspecified people, ghosts who appeared for just a moment and were as quickly lost in the night. Then, with a salty, bitter taste still in her mouth, she would light a cigarette as Chucho Flores took a folded cigarette paper out of his silver cigarette case, tipping the cocaine it held onto the inner lid of the case, the outside of which was engraved with bucolic ranching motifs, and then, in no hurry, he would cut 3 lines with one of his credit cards and snort them with a business card, one that read Chucho Flores, reporter and radio correspondent, and then the address of the radio station. One of those evenings, without having been asked, since Chucho had never once offered to share his coke with her, Rosa told him to leave her the last line as she wiped a few drops of semen from her lips with the palm of her hand. Chucho Flores asked whether she was sure, and then, with a gesture of indifference but also of deference, he handed her the cigarette case and a fresh business card. Rosa snorted all the cocaine that was left and then lay back in her seat and looked up at the black clouds, indistinguishable from the black sky. That night, when she got home, she went out into the yard and saw her father talking to the book that for some time had been hanging from the clothesline in the backyard. Then, before her father noticed she was there, she shut herself in her room to read a novel and think about her relationship with the Mexican. Of course, the Mexican and her father had met. Chucho Flores came away from this meeting with a positive feeling, although Rosa thought he was lying, since it didn't make sense for a person to like anyone who looked at him the way her father had looked at Chucho Flores. That night Amalfitano asked the Mexican 3 questions. The first was what he thought of hexagons. The second was whether he knew how to construct a hexagon. The third was what he thought about the killings of women in Santa Teresa. Chucho Flores's reply to the first question was that he didn't think anything. The second question he answered with an honest no. In response to the third question, he said that it was regrettable, but the police were catching the killers one by one. Rosa's father didn't ask any more questions and sat motionless in his chair as his daughter walked Chucho Flores to the door. When Rosa came back in, and before the sound of her boyfriend's car engine had faded in the distance, Óscar Amalfitano told his daughter to be careful. He had a bad feeling about that man, offering no further explanation. "So what you mean is," said Rosa from the kitchen, laughing, "I should dump him." "Dump him," said Óscar Amalfitano. "Oh, Dad, you just keep getting crazier," said Rosa. "It's true," said Óscar Amalfitano. "So what are we going to do? What can we do? You leave that ignorant, lying piece of shit. Me? I don't know. Maybe when we get back to Europe I'll check into the Cielf Nico for an electroshock treatment." The second time Chucho Flores and Óscar Amalfitano met face to face, Chucho Flores had come to drop Rosa off at home, along with Charlie Cruz and Rosa Mendez. Actually, Óscar Amalfitano should have been at the university teaching classes, but that afternoon he had pleaded illness and come home much earlier than usual. It was a brief encounter, since Rosa made sure her friends left as soon as possible, but her father happened to be unusually sociable, and a conversation was struck up between him and Charlie Cruz, which if not please aunt at least wasn't boring, and in fact, as the days went by, in Rosa's memory the conversation between her father and Charlie began to take on sharper outlines, as if time, in the classic embodiment of an old man, were blowing incessantly on a flat grey stone covered in dust, until the black grooves of the letters carved into the stone were perfectly legible. Everything began, Rosa guessed, since at the time she was in the kitchen, not the living room, pouring 4 glasses of mango juice, with one of the mischievous questions her father often sprang on guests, her guests, of course, not his own guests, or maybe it all began with some declaration of principles by innocent Rosa Mendez, since her voice seemed to dominate the conversation in the living room in the first few moments. Maybe Rosa Mendez was talking about how much she loved movies and then Óscar Amalfitano asked her if she knew what a parent movement was. Inevitably it was Charlie Cruz, not Rosa Mendez, who answered, saying that a parent movement was the illusion of movement caused by the persistence of images on the retina. "Exactly," said Óscar Amalfitano, "images linger on the retina for a fraction of a second. And then, Brushing aside Rosa Mendez, who might have said wow, because her ignorance was great but so was her capacity for astonishment and her desire to learn, her father asked Charlie Cruz directly if he knew who had discovered this thing, this persistence of the image, and Charlie Cruz said he didn't remember the name, but he was sure it had been a Frenchman. To which her father replied, "That's right, a Frenchman by the name of Professor Plateau. Who, once the principle had been discovered, launched himself ferociously into experiments with different devices he built himself, with the object of creating the effect of movement from the rapid succession of fixed images. Then the zoetrope was born." "Do you know what that is?" asked Óscar Amalfitano. "I had one when I was a boy," said Charlie Cruz. And I had a magic disc, too." "A magic disc," said Óscar Amalfitano. "Interesting. Do you remember it? Could you describe it to me?" "I could make one for you right now," said Charlie Cruz. "All I need is a piece of cardboard, 2 colored pencils, and a piece of string, if I'm not mistaken." "Oh no, oh no, oh no, no need for that," said Óscar Amalfitano. "A good description is enough for me. In a way, we all have millions of magic discs floating or spinning in our brains." "Oh, really?" said Charlie Cruz. "Wow," said Rosa Mendez. "Well, there was a little old drunk, laughing. That was the picture on one side of the disc. And on the other side was a picture of a prison cell, or the bars of a cell. When you spun the disc, the laughing drunk looked like he was behind bars." "Which isn't really a laughing matter, is it?" said Óscar Amalfitano. "No, it isn't," said Charlie Cruz with a sigh. "Still, the drunk, by the way, why do you call him a little old drunk and not just a drunk? Was laughing. Maybe because he knew he wasn't in jail." For a few seconds, remembered Rosa, Charlie Cruz's gaze altered, as if he were trying to see where her father was going with all this. Charlie Cruz, as we've already said, was a relaxed man, and for those few seconds, although his poise and natural calm were unshaken, something did happen behind his face, as if the lens through which he was observing her father, Rosa remembered, had stopped working and he was proceeding, calmly, to change it, an operation that took less than a fraction of a second, but during which his gaze was necessarily left naked or empty, vacant, in any case, since one lens was being removed and another inserted, and both operations couldn't be carried out simultaneously, and for that fraction of a second, which Rosa remembered as if she had invented it herself, Charlie Cruz's face was empty or it emptied, and the speed at which this happened was startling, say the speed of light, to put it in exaggerated but nevertheless roughly accurate terms, and the emptying of the face was complete, hair and teeth included. Although to say hair and teeth in the presence of that blankness was like saying nothing, all of Charlie Cruz's features emptied, his wrinkles, his veins, his pores, everything left defenseless, everything acquiring a dimension to which the only response, remembered Rosa, could be vertigo and nausea, although it wasn't. "The little old drunk is laughing because he thinks he's free, but he's really in prison," said Óscar Amalfitano. "That's what makes it funny, but in fact the prison is drawn on the other side of the disc. Which means one could also say that the little old drunk is laughing because we think he's in prison, not realizing that the prison is on one side and the little old drunk is on the other, and that's reality, no matter how much we spin the disc and it looks to us as if the little old drunk is behind bars. In fact, we could even guess what the little old drunk is laughing about. He's laughing at our credulity, you might even say at our eyes." A little later something happened that upset Rosa quite a bit. She was on her way back from the university, walking along, and suddenly she heard someone calling her name. A boy her age, a classmate, pulled up at the curb and offered her a ride home. Instead of getting in the car, she said she'd rather go have a soda at a nearby coffee shop that had air conditioning. The boy offered to take her and Rosa accepted. She got in the car and gave him directions. The coffee shop was new and spacious, in the shape of an L, American style with rows of tables and big windows that let in the sun. For a while they talked about random things. Then the boy said he had to go and he got up. They kissed each other goodbye on the cheek and Rosa asked the waitress to bring her a cup of coffee. Then she opened a book on Mexican painting in the 20th century and began to read a chapter on pollen. At that time of day, the coffee shop was half empty. Voices could be heard coming from the kitchen. A woman giving another woman advice. The steps of the waitress who came by every so often to offer more coffee to the few customers scattered around the big space. Suddenly someone she hadn't heard approach her said, "You whore." The voice startled her and she looked up, thinking it was a bad joke or that she'd been mistaken for someone else. Standing there was Chucho Flores. Flustered, All she could do was tell him to sit down, but Chucho Flores, his lips barely moving, told her to get up and follow him. She asked him where he planned to go. "Home," said Chucho Flores. He was sweating and his face was flushed. Rosa told him she wasn't going anywhere. Then Chucho Flores asked her who the boy was who had kissed her. "A classmate," said Rosa, and she noticed that Chucho Flores's hands were shaking. "You whore," he said again. And then he began to mutter something that Rosa couldn't understand at first, but after a moment, she realized he was repeating the same words over and over again. "You whore," uttered with teeth clenched, as if saying it cost him a huge effort. "Let's go," shouted Chucho Flores. "I'm not going anywhere with you," said Rosa, and she looked around to see whether anyone had noticed the scene they were making. But no one was looking at them and she felt better. "Have you slept with him?" asked Chucho Flores. For a few seconds Rosa didn't know what he was talking about. The air conditioning seemed too cold. She wanted to go outside and stand in the sun. If she'd brought a sweater or a vest she would have put it on. "You're the only person I sleep with," she said, trying to soothe him. "Lies," shouted Chucho Flores. The waitress appeared at the other end of the room and came toward them, but she changed her mind halfway and went to stand at the counter. "Don't be ridiculous, please," Rosa said, and she fixed her gaze on the pollen article, but all she saw were black ants and then black spiders on a bed of salt. The ants were battling the spiders. "Let's go home," she heard Chucho Flores say. She felt cold. When she looked up she saw he was about to cry. "You're my only love," said Chucho Flores. "I'd give everything for you. I'd die for you." For a few seconds she didn't know what to say. Maybe the time has come to end things, she thought. "I'm nothing without you," said Chucho Flores. "You're all I have. All I need. You're all I've ever dreamed of. If I lost you I would die." The waitress watched them from behind the counter. Some 20 tables away, a man was drinking coffee and reading the paper. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a tie. The sun seemed to vibrate against the windows. "Sit down, please," said Rosa. Chucho Flores pulled out the chair he was leaning on and sat down. Immediately he covered his face with his hands and Rosa thought he was going to shout again or cry. "What a spectacle," she thought. "Do you want something to drink?" Chucho Flores nodded. "Coffee," he whispered without moving his hands from his face. Rosa turned to the waitress and beckoned to her. "2 coffees," she said. "Yes, miss," said the waitress. "The guy you saw me with is just a friend." "Not even a friend. A classmate. The kiss he gave me was on the cheek." "It's normal," said Rosa. "It's something people do." Chucho Flores laughed and shook his head from side to side without moving his hands from his face. Of course," he said. "It's normal, I know. I'm sorry." The waitress came back with the coffee pot and a cup for Chucho Flores. First she filled Rosa's cup and then the other cup. As she moved away, her eyes met Rosa's and she made a sign, or that was what Rosa thought later. A sign with her eyebrows. She arched them. Or maybe she moved her lips. A word articulated in silence. She couldn't remember. But the waitress was trying to tell her something. "Drink your coffee," said Rosa. "I will," said Chucho Flores, but he didn't move, his hands still over his face. Another man had come in and sat next to the door. The waitress was standing at his table and they were talking. The man was wearing a baggy denim jacket and a black sweatshirt. He was thin and probably no older than 25. Rosa looked at him and the man noticed that she was looking at him, but he ignored her and drank his soda, not returning her gaze. 3 days later I met you," said Rosa. "Why did you come to the fight?" asked Fate. "Do you like boxing?" "No, I already told you it was the first time I'd been, but it was Rosa who convinced me to come." "The other Rosa," said Fate. "Yes, Rosita Mendez," said Rosa. "But after the fight you were going to make love with Chucho Flores," said Fate. "No," said Rosa. "I took his cocaine, but I had no intention of going to bed with him. I can't stand jealous men, but I was willing to be his friend. We had talked about it on the phone and he seemed to understand. But I did think he was acting strange. In the car, looking for a restaurant, he wanted me to give him a blowjob. He said, 'Blow me one last time.' Or maybe he didn't say it like that, in those words, but that was more or less what he meant. I asked him if he'd gone crazy and he laughed. I laughed, too. It all seemed like a joke. For 2 days he'd been calling me and when it wasn't him it was Rosita Mendez calling and giving me messages from him. She said I shouldn't break up with him. She said he was a good catch. But I told her I considered our relationship or whatever it was over." "He understood things were over between you," said Fate. We had talked on the phone. I'd explained that I don't like jealous men. I'm not a jealous person, said Rosa, I can't stand jealousy. He thought he'd lost you, said Fate. Probably, said Rosa, or he wouldn't have asked me to give him a blowjob. I never would have done it, especially not in the middle of town, even if it was dark out. But he didn't seem sad, said Fate, or at least I didn't get at impression. No, he seemed happy, said Rosa. He was always a happy man. Yes, that's what I thought, said Fate. A happy man looking to have a good time with his girlfriend and his friends. He was high, said Rosa, he kept taking pills. He didn't seem high to me, said Fate. He seemed a little strange, as if he had something too big in his head. And as if he didn't know what to do with it, even though it would blow up on him in the end. So is that why you stayed? Asked Rosa. Maybe, said Fate. I don't really know. I should be in the United States right now or writing my article, but here I am, in a motel, talking to you. I don't understand it. Did you want to go to bed with my friend Rosita? Asked Rosa. No, said Fate. Not at all. Did you stay for me? Asked Rosa. I don't know, said Fate. They both yawned. Have you fallen in love with me? Asked Rosa with disarming naturalness. Maybe, said Fate. When Rosa fell asleep he took off her high-heeled shoes and covered her with a blanket. He turned off the lights and for a while he stood looking out through the blinds at the parking lot and the highway lights. Then he put on his jacket and quietly left the room. At the desk, the clerk was watching TV and he smiled at Fate when he saw him come in. They talked for a while about Mexican and American TV shows. The clerk said that American shows were better made but Mexican shows were funnier. Fate asked if he had cable. The clerk said cable was only for rich people or faggots. Real life was on the free channels, and that was where you had to look for it. Fate asked if he thought anything was really free in the end, and the clerk started to laugh and said he knew where Fate was heading but he wasn't about to be convinced. Fate said he wasn't trying to convince him of anything, and then he asked whether he had a computer he could use to send an email. The clerk shook his head and looked through a pile of papers on the desk until he found the card of a Santa Teresa cybercafe. It's open all night, he said, which surprised Fate, because even in New York he'd never heard of cybercafes that stayed open 24 hours. The card for the Santa Teresa cybercafe was a deep red, so red that it was hard to read what was printed on it. On the back, in a lighter red, was a map that showed exactly where the cafe was located. He asked the receptionist to translate the name of the place. The clerk laughed and said it was called Fire, Walk With Me. It sounds like the title of a David Lynch film, said Fate. The clerk shrugged and said that all of Mexico was a collage of diverse and wide-ranging homages. Every single thing in this country is an homage to everything in the world. Even the things that haven't happened yet, he said. After he told Fate how to get to the cybercafe, they talked for a while about Lynch's films. The clerk had seen all of them. Fate had seen only 3 or 4. According to the clerk, Lynch's greatest achievement was the TV series Twin Peaks. Fate liked The Elephant Man best, maybe because he'd often felt like the Elephant Man himself, wanting to be like other people but at the same time knowing he was different. When the clerk asked him whether he'd heard that Michael Jackson had bought or tried to buy the skeleton of the Elephant Man, Fate shrugged and said that Michael Jackson was sick. I don't think so, said the clerk, watching something presumably important that was happening on TV just then. In my opinion, he said with his eyes fixed on the TV Fate couldn't see. Michael knows things the rest of us don't. We all know things we think nobody else knows, said Fate. Then he said good night, put the cybercafe card in his pocket, and went back to his room. For a long time Fate stood with the lights out, looking through the blinds at the gravel lot and the incessant lights of the trucks going by on the highway. He thought about Chucho Flores and Charlie Cruz. Once again he saw the shadow that Charlie Cruz's house cast over the vacant lot next door. He heard Chucho Flores's laugh and he saw Rosa Mendez stretched out on the bed in a bare, narrow room like a monk's cell. He thought about Corona's gaze, the way Corona had looked at him. He thought about the man with the mustache who had joined them at the last minute and who didn't speak, and then he remembered the man's voice when they were fleeing, as shrill as a bird's. When he was tired of standing he pulled a chair over to the window and kept watching. Sometimes he thought about his mother's apartment and he remembered concrete courtyards where children shouted and played. If he closed his eyes he could see a white dress lifted by the wind on the streets of Harlem as invincible laughter spilled down the walls, running along the sidewalks, cool and warm as the white dress. He felt sleep trickling in his ears or rising from his chest. But he didn't want to close his eyes and instead he kept scanning the lot. The two street lights in front of the motel. The shadows dispersed by the flashes of car lights like comet tails in the dark. Sometimes he turned his head and glanced at Rosa sleeping. But the third or fourth time he realized he didn't need to turn and look. It simply wasn't necessary. For a second he thought he would never be sleepy again. Suddenly, as he was following the wake of the tail lights of two trucks that seemed to be in a race, the telephone rang. When he answered he heard the clerk's voice and he knew immediately that this was what he'd been waiting for. "Mr. Fate," said the clerk, "someone just called to ask if you were staying here." He asked who had called. "A policeman, Mr. Fate," said the clerk. "A policeman? A Mexican policeman? I just talked to him. He wanted to know if you were a guest here." "And what did you tell him?" asked Fate. "The truth, that you were here, but that you'd left," said the clerk. "Thanks," said Fate, and he hung up. He woke up Rosa and told her to put on her shoes. He packed the few things he had unpacked and put the suitcase in the trunk of his car. Outside it was cold. When he went back into the room Rosa was combing her hair in the bathroom, and Fate told her they didn't have time for that. They got in the car and drove to the motel reception. The clerk was standing there polishing his Coke bottle glasses with the tail of his shirt. Fate took out a $50 bill and slid it across the counter. "If they come, tell them I went home," he said. "They'll come," said the clerk. As they turned onto the highway, he asked Rosa whether she was carrying her passport. "Of course not," said Rosa. "The police are looking for me," said Fate, and he told her what the clerk had said. "Why are you so sure it's the police?" asked Rosa. "It could be Corona, or Chucho." "You're right," said Fate. "Maybe it's Charlie Cruz or maybe it's Rosita Mendez putting on a man's voice, but I'd rather not wait to find out." They drove around the block to see whether anyone was lying in wait for them, but everything was calm, the calm of Quicksilver or the calm that heralds border dawns. And the second time around they parked the car under a tree in front of a neighbor's house. For a while they sat there, alert to any sign, any movement. When they crossed the street they were careful to stay away from the streetlights. Then they hopped over the fence and headed straight for the backyard. As Rosa searched for her keys, Fate saw the geometry book hanging from the clothesline. Without thinking, he went over and touched it with the tip of his fingers. Then, not because he cared but to diffuse the tension, he asked Rosa what testamento geometrico meant and Rosa translated it for him without comment. "It's odd that someone would hang a book out like a shirt," he whispered. "It was my father's idea." The house, although shared by father and daughter, had a clearly feminine air. It smelled of incense and blonde tobacco. Rosa turned on a lamp and for a time they sat back in armchairs draped in multicolored Mexican blankets, neither one speaking a word. Then Rosa made coffee, and while she was in the kitchen, Fate saw Óscar Amalfitano appear in the doorway, barefoot, his hair uncombed, dressed in a very wrinkled white shirt and jeans, as if he'd slept in his clothes. For a moment the two of them looked at each other, wordless, as if they were asleep and their dreams had converged on common ground, a place where sound was alien. Fate got up and introduced himself. Amalfitano asked whether he spoke Spanish. Fate apologized and smiled and Amalfitano repeated the question in English. "I'm a friend of your daughter's," said Fate, "she asked me in." From the kitchen came Rosa's voice, telling her father in Spanish not to worry, that he was a reporter from New York. Then she asked him if he wanted coffee too and Amalfitano said yes without taking his eyes off the stranger. When Rosa appeared with a tray, 3 cups of coffee, a little pitcher of milk, and the sugar bowl, her father asked her what was going on. "Nothing right now, I think," said Rosa, "but some strange things happened earlier." Amalfitano looked down then and studied his bare feet. He added milk and sugar to his coffee and asked his daughter to explain everything. Rosa looked at Fate and translated what her father had just said. Fate smiled and sat down again in his chair. He took a cup of coffee and began to sip it as Rosa proceeded to tell her father, in Spanish, what had happened that night, from the boxing match to the moment when she had to leave the Americans' motel. When Rosa finished her story the sun was beginning to come up, and Amalfitano, who had interrupted his daughter only a very few times asking questions and pressing for explanations, suggested that they call the motel and ask the clerk whether the police had shown up or not. Rosa translated her father's suggestion, and more out of politeness than because he thought it would do any good, Fate called the number of the motel. No one answered. Óscar Amalfitano got up from his chair and went over to the window. The street was silent. "You'd both better go," he said. Rosa looked at him without saying a word. "Can you get her to the United States and then take her to an airport and put her on a plane to Barcelona?" Fate said he could. Óscar Amalfitano left the window and disappeared into his room. When he came back he handed Rosa a roll of bills. "It isn't much, but it'll be enough for your ticket and the first few days in Barcelona." "I don't want to go, Papa," said Rosa. Yes, I know that," said Amalfitano, and he made her take the money. "Where's your passport? Go get it. Pack a suitcase. But hurry," he said, and then he went back to his post at the window. Behind the spirit that belonged to the neighbors across the street, he saw the black peregrino he was looking for. He sighed. Fate set his coffee on a table and went over to the window. "I'd like to know what's going on," said Fate. His voice was hoarse. "Get my daughter out of this city and then forget everything. Or no, don't forget anything, just take her away." At that moment Fate remembered his appointment with Guadalupe Roncal. "Does it have to do with the killings?" he asked. "Do you think this Chucho Flores is mixed up in that?" "They're all mixed up in it," said Amalfitano. A tall young man in jeans and a denim jacket got out of the peregrino and lit a cigarette. Rosa looked over her father's shoulder. "Who is it?" she asked. "Haven't you ever seen him before?" "No, I don't think so." "He's a cop," said Amalfitano. Then he took his daughter by the hand and pulled her into her room. They closed the door. Fate guessed they were saying their goodbyes and he looked out the window again. The man in the peregrino was smoking, leaning on the hood of his car. Every so often he looked up at the sky, which was gradually growing brighter. He seemed relaxed, in no hurry, at ease, happy to be watching another sunrise in Santa Teresa. A man came out of one of the neighboring houses and started his car. The man in the peregrine tossed the end of his cigarette on the sidewalk and got in his car. He never once looked toward the house. When Rosa came out of her room she was carrying a small suitcase. "How will we leave?" Fate wanted to know. "By the door," said Amalfitano. Then Fate saw, as if it were a movie he didn't entirely understand but that in a strange way took him back to his mother's death, how Amalfitano kissed and hugged his daughter and then strode purposefully outside. First Fate watched him walk through the front yard, then he watched him open the peeling wooden gate, then he watched him cross the street, barefoot, his hair uncombed, to the black peregrino. When he got there the man rolled down the window and they talked for a while, Amalfitano in the street and the man in his car. They know each other, thought Fate. This isn't the first time they've talked. "It's time, let's go," said Rosa. Fate followed her. They crossed the yard and the street and their bodies cast extremely fine shadows that every 5 seconds were shaken by a tremor, as if the sun were spinning backward. When he got in the car Fate thought he heard a laugh behind him and he turned around, but all he saw was Amalfitano and the young man still talking in the same position as before. It didn't take Guadalupe Roncal and Rosa Amalfitano more than a minute to share their respective woes. The reporter offered to drive with them to Tucson. Rosa said there was no need to go overboard. They deliberated for a while. As they spoke in Spanish, Fate looked out the window, but everything was normal around the Sonora resort. All the reporters were gone, no one was talking about boxing matches, the waiters seemed to have stirred from a long lethargy and were less friendly, as if waking put them out of sorts. Rosa called her father from the hotel. Fate watched her head toward the reception desk with Guadalupe Roncal, and while he was waiting for them to come back he smoked a cigarette and took some notes for the story he still hadn't filed. In the light of day the previous night's events seemed unreal, invested with childish gravity. As his thoughts drifted, Fate saw Marilino's 2 sparring partners, Omar Abdul and Garcia. He imagined them taking a bus to the coast. He saw them get off the bus, he saw them take a few steps through the scrub. The oniric wind whipped grains of sand that stuck to their faces. A golden bath. So peaceful, thought Fate. How simple it all is. Then he saw the bus and he imagined it black, like a huge hearse. He saw Abdul's arrogant smile, Garcia's impassive face, his strange tattoos, and he heard the sudden sound of dishes breaking, not many of them, or a crash of boxes falling. And only then did Fate realize that he was asleep and looked around for the waiter, to ask for another coffee, but he didn't see anyone. Guadalupe Roncal and Rosa Amalfitano were still on the phone. They're good people, friendly, hospitable. Mexicans are hardworking. They're hugely curious about everything. They care about people. They're brave and generous. Their sadness isn't destructive. "It's life-giving," said Rosa Amalfitano as they crossed the border into the United States. "Will you miss them?" asked Fate. "I'll miss my father and I'll miss the people," said Rosa. When they were in the car on the way to the Santa Teresa prison, Rosa said no one had answered the phone at her father's. After she called Amalfitano several times, Rosa had called Rosa Mendez's house, and there was no one there either. "I think Rosa's dead," she said. Fate shook his head as if he couldn't believe it. "We're still alive," he said. "We're alive because we haven't seen anything and we don't know anything," said Rosa. The reporter's car was ahead of them. It was a yellow Little Nemo. Guadalupe Roncal drove carefully, although every once in a while she stopped, as if she didn't quite remember the way. Fate thought it might be better to stop following her and head straight for the border. When he suggested it, Rosa was strongly opposed. He asked her whether she had friends in the city. Rosa said no, she didn't really have any friends. Chucho Flores and Rosa Mendez and Charlie Cruz, but he wouldn't call them friends, would he? "No, those aren't friends," said Fate. They saw a Mexican flag flying in the desert, on the other side of the fence. One of the border police on the American side scrutinized Fate and Rosa. He wondered what a white girl, and a pretty white girl at that, was doing with a black man. Fate held his gaze. "Reporter?" asked the officer. Fate nodded. "A big fish," thought the officer. "Every night he must knock her around." "Spanish?" Rosa smiled at the officer. A shadow of frustration crossed the officer's face. When they pulled away, the flag disappeared and all they could see was the fence and warehouses surrounded by walls. "The problem is bad luck," said Rosa. Fate didn't hear her. As they were waiting in a windowless room, Fate felt his penis getting harder and harder. For a moment he thought he hadn't had an erection since his mother's death, but then he rejected the idea. It couldn't have been that long, he thought, but it could have. The irremediable was possible. The unsalvageable was possible. So why couldn't the blood flow to his cock have stopped for what really was a fairly short period of time? Rosa Amalfitano looked at him. Guadalupe Roncal was busy with her notes and her tape recorder, sitting in a chair bolted to the floor. Every once in a while the everyday sounds of the prison reached them. Shouted names, muted music, footsteps receding in the distance. Fate sat on a wooden bench and yawned. He thought he would fall asleep. He imagined Rosa's legs on his shoulders. He saw his room at the motel again and wondered whether or not they'd made love. Of course not, he said to himself. Then he heard shouts, as if a bachelor party were being held in one of the prison chambers. He thought about the killings. He heard distant laughter. Roars. He heard Guadalupe Roncal say something to Rosa and he heard Rosa answer. Sleep overtook him and he saw himself peacefully sleeping on the sofa in his mother's apartment in Harlem, with the TV on. "I'll sleep for half an hour," he said to himself, "and then I'll get back to work. I have to write the fight story. I have to drive all night. When the sun comes up everything will be over." After they crossed the border, the few tourists they saw on the streets of El Adobe seemed to be sleepwalking. A woman in her 70s, in a flowered dress and Nike sneakers, was kneeling down to examine some Indian rugs. She looked like an athlete from the 1940s. 3 children holding hands watched some objects displayed in a shop window. The objects were moving almost imperceptibly, and Fate couldn't tell whether they were animals or machines. Outside a bar, some men in cowboy hats who looked like chicanes were gesticulating and pointing in opposite directions. At the end of the street there were some wooden sheds and metal containers on the pavement, and beyond them was the desert. All of this is like somebody else's dream, thought Fate. Next to him, Rosa's head rested delicately on the seat and her big eyes were fixed on some point on the horizon. Fate looked at her knees, which struck him as perfect, and then her hips and then her shoulders and her collarbones, which seemed to have a life of their own, a dark, suspended life that gave signs of itself only now and then. Then he concentrated on driving. The highway out of El Adobe headed into a kind of swirl of shades of ochre. "I wonder how Guadalupe Roncal is doing," said Rosa in a dreamy voice. "By now she must be flying home," said Fate. "Strange," said Rosa. Rosa's voice woke him. "Listen," she said. Fate opened his eyes but he didn't hear anything. Guadalupe Roncal had gotten up and she was standing next to them now, her eyes very wide, as if her worst nightmares had come true. Fate went over to the door and opened it. One of his legs had fallen asleep and he couldn't quite manage to wake up yet. He saw a hallway and at the end of the hallway he saw a rough cement staircase, as if the builders had left it half finished. The hallway was dimly lit. "Don't leave," Rosa said to him. "Let's get out of this trap," said Guadalupe Roncal. A prison official appeared at the end of the hallway and headed toward them. Fate showed his press ID. The official nodded without looking at the ID and he smiled at Guadalupe Roncal, who remained standing in the doorway. Then the official closed the door and said something about a storm. Rosa translated into Fate's ear. A sandstorm or a rainstorm or an electric storm. High clouds dropping down from the mountains, clouds that wouldn't burst over Santa Teresa but that cast a pall on the landscape. A miserable morning. "The inmates always get nervous," said the official. He was a young man, with a skimpy mustache, maybe a little bit soft around the middle for his age, and you could tell he didn't like his job. "They're bringing the killer now. You have to listen to women. You should never ignore a woman's fears." It was something like that, remembered Fate, that his mother or her neighbor, the deceased Miss Holly, used to say when both of them were young and he was a boy. For an instant he imagined a set of scales, like the scales of blind justice, except that instead of 2 platters, there were 2 bottles, or something like 2 bottles. The bottle on the left was clear and full of desert sand. There were several holes in it through which the sand escaped. The bottle on the right was full of acid. There were no holes in it, but the acid was eating away at the bottle from the inside. On the way to Tucson, Fate didn't recognize any of the things he'd seen a few days before, when he'd traveled the same road in the opposite direction. What used to be my right is my left, and there are no points of reference. Everything is erased. Toward noon they stopped at a diner on the highway. A group of Mexicans who looked like jobless migrant workers watched them from the counter. They were drinking bottled water and local sodas, the names and logos odd to Fate. New businesses that would soon fail. The food was bad. Rosa was sleepy and when they got back to the car she fell asleep. Fate remembered the words of Guadalupe Roncal. No one pays attention to these killings, but the secret of the world is hidden in them. Did Guadalupe Roncal say that, or was it Rosa? At moments, the highway was like a river. The suspected killer said it, thought Fate. The giant fucking albino who appeared along with the black cloud. When Fate heard footsteps approaching he thought they were the footsteps of a giant. Guadalupe Roncal must have thought something similar, because she seemed about to faint, but instead of fainting, she clung to the prison official's hand and then his lapel. Rather than pull away, he put his arm around her shoulders. Fate felt Rosa's body next to him. He heard voices. As if the inmates were egging someone on. He heard laughter and calls to order, and then the black clouds from the east passed over the prison and the air seemed to darken. The footsteps came closer. He heard laughter and pleas. Suddenly a voice began to sing a song. It sounded like a woodcutter chopping down trees. The voice wasn't singing in English. At first Fate couldn't figure out what the language was, until Rosa, beside him, said it was German. The voice grew louder. It occurred to Fate that he might still be dreaming. The trees fell one by one. "I'm a giant lost in the middle of a burned forest. But someone will come to rescue me." Rosa translated the suspect's string of curses for him. A polyglot woodcutter, thought Fate, who speaks English as well as he speaks Spanish and who sings in German. "I'm a giant lost in the middle of a charred forest. And yet only I know where I'm going, only I know my destiny." And then the footsteps and the laughter could be heard once more, and the goading and words of encouragement of the inmates and the guards escorting the giant. And then an enormous and very blond man came into the visitor's room, ducked his head, as if he were afraid of knocking it on the ceiling, and smiled as if he had just done something naughty, singing the German song about the lost woodcutter and fixing them all with an intelligent and mocking gaze. Then the guard accompanying him asked Guadalupe Roncal if she would prefer that he be handcuffed to the chair, and Guadalupe Roncal shook her head and the guard gave the tall man a little pat on the shoulder and left, and the official who was standing with Fate and the women went out too, though not before saying something into Guadalupe Roncal's ear, and they were left alone. "Good morning," said the giant in Spanish. He sat down and stretched his legs under the table so that his feet stuck out the other side. He was wearing black tennis shoes and white socks. Guadalupe Roncal took a step back. "Ask whatever you want," said the giant. Guadalupe Roncal raised her hand to her mouth, as if she were inhaling a toxic gas, and she couldn't think what to ask.